right. It's Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. I see Kay Moonan's in the house. Hello to you. Hello to Mr. Gutfeld in New York State. Nice to see you. Nice to see Keebler. No sugarcoating truth. One of my power mods. It's really nice to have you here. Now, what we're doing today, we're continuing an ongoing series I began in 2025 that I call Every Issue Ever Made, in which I feature the cover of every issue of a comic book in my collection. And I've sort of tweaked it and made it better. At least I hope it's better each show. Meaning I give you a little more detail, a little more information, and hopefully make it a little more fun and show you more artwork. Before, I didn't take pictures of every comic in my collection. Now I do. And also this week, something I didn't do last week, I'm going to show you pictures of some of the artists and writers of these comic books. So what we did, just to summarize, this is part 2 of a two-parter, Every Issue Ever Made of Marvel Team Up starring Spider-Man. And that was the second Spider-Man solo comic book series after The Amazing Spider-Man. Now let's review the previous installments of Every Issue Ever Made on the Nostalgic Podblast channel on YouTube, and also we're on audio platforms like Fistful of Radio, which is out of Atlanta, and of course Apple Podcasts and many, many, many other audio-only platforms. But if you desire to see the artwork and see these collectibles, just go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and there you will click the live tab should you want to watch the show, and you'll see 3 images of Marvel Team Up. Look for issue number 141 of Spider-Man in the black costume, and issue 95, which is a green cover with a character called Mockingbird. And then you'll know you're in the right place. It'll say Marvel Team Up Part 2. So the previous installments of Every Issue Ever Made included Marvel's Ghost Rider, which is volume 1 from the 1970s and 1980s. That's the Flaming Skull character played by Nick Cage in the movies back in 2007, I think it was. And his character alter ego was Johnny Blaze. Then in Every Issue Ever Made, installment 2, I covered every issue of Marvel Feature, volume 1 to be specific, which became Marvel 2-in-1, starring The Thing, which was a team-up book just like Marvel Team Up, starring Spider-Man. And then in the third installment, Every Issue Ever Made, The Defenders was the focus, and that's kind of like the 1970s version of the Avengers. It was a superhero team that consisted of the Silver Surfer for a while, the Incredible Hulk, Valkyrie, Doctor Strange, and many other major Marvel Comics superheroes. Then in the fourth installment of Every Issue Ever Made, I covered Marvel Premiere Volume 1. And then in the fifth installment, it was Luke Cage, Hero for Hire, and Iron Fist. Both of their solo titles were covered. And then in installment 6, Iron Man issues 1 through 100 were covered. I try to keep it to 100 issues or less per installment, just in the interest of time, and because it gets a little monotonous towards the end, a little bit, dare I say, boring when I keep talking about comic book values, which a lot of people are interested in, but I know it can get a little old, like me, like your Uncle Chance. Chance Bartels is my name. Podblasting is my game. All right, so in the seventh installment of Every Issue Ever Made, covered the Silver Surfer Volume 1 from 1968 to 1970, a character created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, which first premiered in Fantastic Four issue 48. And then, of course, in the eighth installment, as I said previously, Marvel Team Up Part 1 was covered, which was issues 1 through 63. That's issues 1 through 63, which covered the eras of 1971 through 1977. Those were the years that the first half that we covered was published. The first edition was published back in December 1971. So now it's time for segment number 9 of Every Issue Ever Made, with the rest of the 157 issues of Marvel Team Up, starring Spider-Man. And that will be collectively a total of 150 regular issues plus 7 double-sized annual special issues of Marvel Team Up. And what I've done on the YouTube side, I created a playlist of all of these Marvel comic book, and we'll cover DC down the road and some independent comic books, but every Marvel comic book installment of Every Issue Ever Made are lumped together in a playlist now. And so you can look at them all in order should you wish to do so, if you want to get caught up. Any comic book people out there that want to see some of my photography of some of the books in my vast collection of Marvel comics. So Every cover of Marvel Team Up, the rest of the series will be shown tonight from my collection. These are actual photos that I took of my actual comics in my collection. And plus, there will be comic book fun facts, like what these issues are worth, the basic plot of each story, key elements like possible first appearances of characters, and there will be many tonight that I talk about. And then we're going to show some of the artists, as I alluded to a moment ago. So to back up, I'm not going to go too far back because I want to get started right away because I want to keep this to under 3 hours, preferably 2 hours. I'll try to hurry along without speeding too fast. But some brief history of Marvel Team Up, which we did cover in part 1. Okay, the character Spider-Man was introduced as a one-shot character in an 11-page story of the final issue of Amazing Fantasy 15. And that series, Amazing Fantasy, first began with a different title, Amazing Adventures, back on March 7th, 1961. Okay, well, Amazing Fantasy 15, the final issue of that title, hit the street on Tuesday, June 5th, 1962. And even though the comic book did not sell well, that issue did. The final issue, after the decision was made to cancel Amazing Fantasy, well, the fan mail poured in about this new Spider-Man and Peter Parker character. It was very, very popular, that character in that story, that 11-page story. So what happened? Well, Marvel Comics started a new series, The Amazing Spider-Man. And that first issue of Amazing Spider-Man hit the streets on Monday, December 10th, 1962. Now, I showed these covers last time. I don't want to be repetitive, so I'm not going to show them tonight. But that's the brief history. So flash forward. The same month as Amazing Spider-Man issue 106, which I showed last time, that was the same month in December of 71 that Marvel Team Up debuted. And I read a little ad, a little something written by Stan the Man Lee himself, introducing the readers of Marvel Comics to Marvel Team Up. And of course, it was an ongoing series featuring Spider-Man primarily teaming up with another superhero or sometimes even a super villain in the story or series of stories. There would be sometimes 2-part stories, 3-part stories, et cetera, et cetera. And there were some issues that Spider-Man didn't even appear in. We talked about that last time. So Marvel Team Up debuted on Tuesday, September 21st, 1971 with a March 1972 cover date. The cover date's always 3 months ahead of actual real time the books hit the street. So now let's continue to break down every issue ever made of Marvel Team Up. Some reference points. I'm going to refer to a website called Key Collector, and keycollector.com covers key elements of comic books. That's all they specialize in are key elements. What are key elements? Key elements are like the first appearance of a particular character or a first edition of a particular comic book series, that sort of thing. Maybe the last issue of a comic book series. There are various elements to keys, what collectors call key comics. And key comics are typically more valuable than your average comic book because it's the old law of supply and demand. There's more collectors that want to get their hands on these books, and it drives the prices up. That's what a key is. And mostly key books are, as I said, first appearances of comic book characters. Okay, so I'm referring to keycollector.com. Another website is gocollect.com, and they compile data of actual sales at auction, whether it's an online auction or an in-person auction, of comic books that were graded. It doesn't matter which company graded the comics, but if they were graded, that means they are entombed in a slab like this, hard plastic. And allegedly, this slab will keep a comic book in perfect hibernation for 100 years, unless the seal is broken or it's cracked or damaged. So that way, there's no guessing game about the value of a graded comic book, thanks to the people at gocollect.com and collectors. It's just a universally accepted way to buy a comic book, so you know what you're getting for your money. It's been, by, say, CGC, officially recognized in said condition, whether it's a 9.8, that's typically the cream of the crop, down to a 0.5. So it's usually a scale of 0 to 10. And there are some 9.9s out there. I've never seen a perfect 10, but 9.8 is kind of like the best you can get, really, of a graded comic book. And then also I'm going to reference the Marvel Unlimited website for some of the story synopsises of each issue. I'm trying to make this listener friendly and not so visual. All right, so at long last, let's resume the details of every issue ever made of Marvel Team Up, where we left off with issue 63. Let's talk about issue 64. Let me pull up that artwork right now. And I want to say hey to the chat, and I'll do that in just a sec, but I want to get right to the comic books. We've gone 12 minutes, and I haven't shown a single comic book. That's not good. Okay. So now, let's get started. And here's a nice shot of some comic books. Look here. And I'm going to adjust my shot. As my producer, Natalie, did, she showed me a great way where I can show my little fat face off to the side while I show the comic books. Let me find the ideal one. Let's see here. Oh, that's not good. See, I'm kind of crunched down there. Anyway, there is a nice shot of some key comic books. Those are very valuable comic books. Anyone's listening, I'm showing Amazing Fantasy 15 at the bottom of the screen. That's the first appearance of Spider-Man. I'm showing Fantastic Four issue number 1 at the bottom left area of the screen next to Avengers issue number 1. And then on the far right bottom is the Incredible Hulk issue number 1 from May of 1962. First appearance of Wolverine is up there. The first appearance of the Silver Surfer, which I mentioned earlier, Fantastic Four 48, is in that image. Anyway, just a lot of key comic books. Silver Surfer issue 1, Fantastic Four issue 5, first appearance of Doctor Doom, the greatest Marvel supervillain of all time, in my opinion. All right, well, let's get started right now with Marvel Team Up issue number 64, which is on the screen now for those that are watching live. This issue first hit newsstands and comic book spinner racks on Tuesday, September 27th, 1977. The cover artist was Dave Cockrum. Talked about him earlier. And by the way, when I mention a comic book artist or writer that we have not covered that at this point in time was new to the comic book title Marvel Team Up, I'll tell you a little bit about them, whether they are alive or not, and in some cases show an image of that creator. So Dave Cockrum was primarily an X-Men artist, X-Men's Marvel superhero team artist, and then the writer of this book was Chris Claremont, and they both collaborated on X-Men together. Chris Claremont is still with us, thank goodness. The pencils of this comic book, Marvel Team Up 64, was by one of my favorite comic book artists, John Byrne, who is a Canadian-American comic book artist, but he primarily identifies as a Canadian, and he's an awesome artist. And again, Chris Claremont and John Byrne talked about this last time. They collaborated on X-Men. The iconic X-Men run was issues 108 through 143. With only one issue, I believe, issue 110, where John Byrne did not pencil that book. But John Byrne did pretty much the entire run of issues 108 through 143, along with the writing by Chris Claremont. Now, Chris Claremont wrote the X-Men for decades. After John Byrne left the book into the 1990s, 70s, 80s, 90s, multi-decades, Chris Claremont was at the helm of the X-Men. Well, here, the underrated thing is that Chris Claremont and John Byrne worked on many issues of Marvel Team Up together. They were, like, as I said last time, the dream team, in my mind, of Marvel Comics of the 1970s and 1980s. So, John Byrne did the pencils. An inker I talked about last time, Dave Hunt, did the inking. Now, what inking is, okay, comic book panels and the storyboards are much larger than the printed comic book. They're huge. I have a visual aid to show you in a little while to give you an example of how big the artwork is. And so what happens is, after it's written, and sometimes the penciler who does the artwork in pencil, in this case John Byrne, they will co-write the story. Like Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, or Stan Lee and Steve Ditko on the Amazing Spider-Man issues 1 through 38, and Amazing Fantasy 15, the interior artwork. It's a team. So you have a penciler, and then you have an inker who literally traces over the artwork of the penciler. And so you have, and sometimes you have multiple pencilers and multiple inkers. It's more common to have multiple inkers than multiple pencilers, however. Typically, it's one pencil artist and one ink artist. Okay, so the story of Marvel Team Up issue 64 was titled, If Death Be My Destiny. And here's the plot. While Iron Fist, who is a martial arts superhero, with Iron Fist down for the count, it's up to Spider-Man and the Daughters of the Dragon to eliminate Steel Serpent. Misty Knight, who is a black superhero heroine who's hip and very experienced in the arts of the martial arts. Misty Knight and Colleen Wing kick serious kung fu tail as they track down Iron Fist's worst foe with Spidey's help. Will Iron Fist receive the powers of the dragon once again? Read the comic to find out. Now, this actually is a key comic book, and I'll explain why. It was the first interracial kiss between two mainstream comic book heroes, Misty Knight, who was a black woman, and Iron Fist, who was a white dude, a martial arts master. But there were Marvel and Marvel magazine-sized publications like Creepy. And in issue 43 of Creepy, that was the very first interracial kiss in the Marvel Universe. There you go. But in comic books, this was the first. And it's like in Star Trek. The original Star Trek, you had an interracial kiss between Lieutenant Uhura and Captain James T. Kirk. Nichelle Nichols and William Shatner kissed. But you know what? Their lips didn't actually lock. They've told this story many times in books and in interviews. It was a cheat, a camera cheat, where it looked like they actually kissed, but they did not. And in that episode, Plato's Stepchildren, which was in season 3 of the original Star Trek, they were under the influence of aliens that had mental powers and mental telepathy. And these aliens who were in like a Greek society, kind of like they were Greek gods. They thought they were Greek gods. They used their powers for evil, and they were very sadistic. And so, anyway, that was I think it was the very first interracial kiss on mainstream network television in Star Trek. But in comic books, in comic book form, not magazine form, it was in Marvel Team Up issue number 64 that the viewers are seeing on their screen right now. Now, the unofficial value of this book, according to keycollectorcomics.com, is $45 on the high end. A nice condition book would be $45 according to them, and that's unscientific. That's just a pie in the sky number. But the official value of a graded 9.6 copy, according to 2 recent auctions back in 2025, documented at gocollect.com, averaged this book at $90 in value at the time of this live broadcast stream, as we're in 2025, December 2025, as we're live. So let's move on to issue 65. This is a really nice key book. Oh, I might as well show you the inside of issue 64. There's John Byrne's art with Dave Hunt's inks. I like it. I like it. And look on the left. Listeners, I'm going to describe this. Boy, I am tongue-tied. I've been tongue-tied a lot lately. Jeez. All right, let me catch my breath. There's an ad with an animated drawn Stan Lee introducing people to Pizzazz Magazine. I loved Pizzazz Magazine. I subscribed to it as a kid. It didn't last very long, but I loved it. Anyway, that's splash page 1 that's on the screen of Marvel Team Up issue 64, titled If Death Be My Destiny. So let's move on to issue 65. This was a key comic book, and it's Spider-Man teaming up with a new character to comic books, Captain Britain, a British superhero. Let's talk about this issue. Okay, so issue 65 of Marvel Team Up, which introduced Captain Britain, first hit the street on Tuesday, October 25th, 1977. The cover art was by George Perez, one of my favorite artists. He was an artist for the Avengers on the Marvel side, and on the DC comic side, a competitor of Marvel. And of course, DC launched Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, that line of superheroes, among many others like Aquaman. He was a great artist who was born on June 9th, 1954 in New York City. He sadly passed away back on May 6th, 2022, at the age of 67 in Sanford, Florida. Also in this cover that you're looking at now, George Perez did the pencils, and then Joe Sinnott did the inks. And then also, get this, a woman, Annette Kawaki, who was born in Syracuse, New York in May of 1952, also did the ink. So you had one penciler, George Perez. He's an iconic comic book artist. And then the inkers, Joe Sinnott and Annette there, Kawaki. Spelled Kawecki. It's probably Kawacheki or something. I don't know. Sorry. Leave a comment. I know I probably mangled her name, and if anyone is related to Annette that hears or sees this show, I apologize in advance. The writer of Marvel Team Up 52 was Chris Claremont. The penciler was John Byrne. Again, the Dream Team. The inks were by Dave Hunt once again. The story was titled Introducing Captain Britain. The plot was this. While in the United States as a foreign exchange student, Captain Britain realizes his roommate is Peter Parker, so he learns the secret identity of Spider-Man. Now, here's the key issue notes of this issue. It's the first appearance of Captain Britain in U.S. comic books. It's the first cameo appearance of a character named Arcade. He's a villain, primarily an X-Men villain, who was first introduced in Shadows in this issue. So it's a cameo first appearance, not the first full appearance of Arcade. You'll see more of him in the next issue. And this also was the first appearance of a character, Miss Locke, who is an aide of Arcade. Miss Locke is kind of like my producer, Natalie, if you will, my producer of the Nostalgic Podblast. So the value of this issue, the unofficial, ungraded value, according to Key Collectors, $85 on the high end. The official value of a graded 9.6 copy, according to 15 actual recent auction sales over the course of 1 year's time back in 2025 at gocollect.com, is $160 at the time of this live stream towards the end of 2025 as we approach 2026. So if you're listening or watching on the replay, I just want to give you a point of reference for these values. Okay, let's move on to issue number 66 of Marvel Team Up. Got a lot to get through, but you know what? I forgot. I took some pictures of the interior, didn't I? Yeah, the splash page of issue 65 introduced Captain Britain. I love the way John Byrne penciled Spider-Man. And so that's what I'm showing right there. Here's issue 66. That's the first full appearance of Arcade. And what's cool about this issue is that Captain Britain and Spider-Man are locked inside of a giant pinball machine inside of pinballs. And I'm a big pinball guy, so I thought that was pretty cool, and I still do. But let me tell you some key points about this issue. This issue, Marvel Team Up 66, was released to the public on Tuesday, November 22nd, 1977. The cover artist was John Byrne. Solo, no inker. He penciled and inked his own artwork on the cover. Nice, bright red colors on the cover there. The writer was Chris Claremont. The penciler was John Byrne. The inker was Dave Hunt. That's like the third time in a row in this installment that they were the team, the creating team of this series. The story was titled Murder World. The plot: after being captured by Arcade, Let me start over. Uncle Chance is tired. Murder World. After being captured by Arcade, Spidey and Captain Britain end up in Murder World, the unhappiest place on Earth. Okay. I'm being texted, but I can't look at that now. And it's not by producer Natalie. All right, some key comic book notes about this issue. This is the second appearance of Captain Britain in the U.S. It's the first full appearance of Arcade, and it's the first appearance of Murder World, Arcade's amusement park of deadly traps. Let's look at that now, and then I'll tell you about the values. All right, so there's splash page 1, which I already showed. All right, here's the inside of Murder World. Look at that. There's like a noose, and there's like a damsel in distress, and there is the playfield of a giant pinball machine that you see. Makes me wonder if the Sid and Marty Krofft indoor amusement park at the old Omni in Atlanta, Georgia, which lasted 6 months, was the inspiration of Chris Claremont and John Byrne for this. But there's the inside of that book. Now, let's talk about the values. And you know what I need to do? I need to delete a couple things. Let me stop and do that. Because StreamYard limits me to 100 images, and I've got a lot more I need to upload while I'm live with y'all. There, perfect. So let's talk about this here issue in terms of the value. All right, so $20 is all Key Collector gives us credit for in the high end. I think that's BS, and that's a beautiful copy you're looking at for my collection. But the official value of a 9.6 graded copy, according to Go Collect, based on 2025 sales, is $71. All right, let's move on to issue number 67. I love this story. And it features Spider-Man and Tigra. And there it is, issue 67 of Marvel Team Up. The villain is Kraven the Hunter. He was first introduced in Amazing Spider-Man issue number 15 way back in 1964. And that was the issue after the Green Goblin was introduced in Amazing Spider-Man 14. With this issue, Marvel Team Up 67 First hit the public on Tuesday, December 27th, 1977. Cover artist was John Byrne with Joe Sinnott inks. The writer was Chris Claremont. Penciler was John Byrne, and the inker, you guessed it, was Dave Hunt yet again. The story was titled Tigra, Tigra, Burning Bright. Craven the Hunter has snared Tigra in his clutches. Yeah, he drugged her. And now, the feral Catwoman is being used as bait in a battle against Spider-Man. Will Spidey set Tigra loose before the fur really flies? I see what you did there, Marvel Unlimited. All right, well, let's look at the inside of a drugged Tigra. Oh, I thought I had pictures. Maybe we won't. I love this book. It's just got an awesome storyline, and the character of Tigra was introduced in the Avengers. And before that, she was the Cat, which we talked about last time in part 1 of Marvel Team Up. So I don't want to rehash that, but I don't think I mentioned this yet. The Cat, who was her alter ego was Patsy, she became Tigra in Creatures on the Loose, Giant Size issue number 2. Giant Size Creatures 2. Okay, so the value of this book, it's a non-key, so I don't have any unofficial data from Key Collector, but okay, according to Go Collect, as we approach 2026, there were 17 9.6 graded books sold for $85. So there you have it. Now let's move on to issue number 68 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, January 24th, 1978. And it's right there. Man-Thing. He's a swamp creature, but fun fact, Man-Thing actually predates Swamp Thing on the DC side by several months, back in 1971. So they were conceived in 1970. But Man-Thing, he's a human being that became this creature of the swamp. So there's a nice little team up in issue 68. I won't talk too long about this. It's a non-key book, but the cover artist was by John Byrne and inker Joseph Rubinstein. And he did some work with John Byrne on X-Men as well, but Terry Austin was primarily the inker of John Byrne's work in their run on the X-Men between issues 108 and 143. But Joseph Rubinstein is new to Marvel Team Up, so I must mention he was born on June 4th, 1958 in Poland. And his age is 67. How about that? Now, the writer of this book was Chris Claremont. The inker was John Byrne. And the inker was a new inker to Marvel Team Up and someone whom I met, and I have original art from this gentleman from the 80s, Bob Wyacek. Bob Wyacek was born on January 7th, 1953. He's 72 years of age. I think I meant to show you the original art. Let me go get it right now. Let me go get that physical artwork and see if I have a clip I can play. And while I play the clip, I want to acknowledge the chat finally. So let me do that. I like those inks by Bob Wyacek. Let me do this. And let me do this. Come on, baby. Here I am. Good to see you. I want to show you some art by Bob Wyacek, and I'm going to acknowledge my texts that are coming in and acknowledge the chat. I apologize for being tardy doing so, but let me just find a nice little clip I can play that's related to comic books. I should have had something pulled up while I stall to get my artwork. Let's see. It won't be Donnie Marie, don't worry. All right. I'm going to play a little music. Be right back. I'll be back. This is artwork by Bob Wyacek, but there's a blooper. He drew for me way back in 1983. This was a birthday gift. I don't want to say my age. Well, you know I'm old as F. I don't think anyone can see that that's watching, but I'll just read it to you. This is a nice framed piece of art that was commissioned by Bob Wyacek. And he penciled and inked this piece of art. It says, "To Chance, best wishes, Bob Wyacek." Now, what is the blooper? Well, I'll just tell you. Those that don't know, Wolverine has an adamantium skeleton. It's like the hardest metal known to man next to vibranium in the Black Panther part of the Marvel Comics universe. But look, they're supposed to actually, the claws go into his forearms. Well, the claws are way longer than his forearms. So my friend Danny Cochran, friend of the show, pointed that out when we were kids, and he was right. But at the time, I took it kind of like, God, you're being kind of a jerk. Don't you like my art? And I took it a little too personally. I had a little argument with Danny, but he was right. I mean, all he was pointing out was, he's like, dude, he drew the claws too long. That's wrong. Anyway, but I love the art itself. So that's an original piece of art. It says in the back, 2 chance on your 13th birthday. So if I were Jewish, this would have been a bar mitzvah present, but I'm not Jewish. On your 13th birthday, a special day for a very special boy. Oh, we love you, Mom and Dad. Oh my, I thought it was from Bob White. You're probably wondering, how do you not know? I haven't looked at this in years, and it doesn't look like my mom's handwriting or Dad's handwriting. That's what threw me. Okay. I'm going to read it again. Take 2. 2 chance on your 13th birthday, a special day for a very special boy. We love you, Mom and Dad. November 21st, 1983. Yeah. You know what? That was 10 years before producer Natalie was even born. Yikes. Okay. So there's my original art. We got to continue on the Marvel team up, or we'll be here all night. But let's look at the chat. Let me finally say hey to those in chat. Good grief. Hello to K Moon, and I acknowledge you at the top of the show down in Florida. I appreciate you being here. Hello to Joe Gutfeld in New York State. I talked about you too, but I want to show your comment on the screen. And hello to Keebler, and talked about her. Actors always got to make an entrance by being late. It's called fashionably late. Hey, Chance says, one of my power mods. Hello to you. And people are saying hey to each other. That's always hey, my flock in Southern California. Hey to Sarah. I really appreciate you being here. I saw your text. I was preparing for the show. I will write you back, girl. Thank you for that. Always nice to see Sarah. Oh, I really appreciate it. I didn't even know you were here because I couldn't see the chat. So great. And she's my other power mod. Two of the 3, as I call my angels. My power mods are my angels, like Charlie's Angels. Bob asks, do you like Spider-Man teaming up with another superhero or a villain? Superhero. I'm a good guy, so I like seeing the good guys do good. Good. Hey to Billy Sellers, 72. How are you doing today, sir? I'm doing just fine. Thank you. I want Hulk versus Wolverine. I know, right? That's always a good battle. Good, cool comic book collection, said Joe. I really like comic book covers. Yeah, so I'll try to hurry it along because I don't want to be too long, with my factoids and facts. I tend to go off on a tangent. That's why it's called the Podblast, the Nostalgic Podblast. This program is called such because I blast you with all sorts of information. This is an educational program. All right. K Moonin said there's a number of CGC 10s on eBay, graded 10s. Like I said, 10s are very rare, very pricey. And CGC also has NG, which stands for no grade. K Moonin said Chris Claremont did fantastic work on the X-Men comics. Yes, he did. And he created and co-created so many new characters. Keebler said, a penciler sounds like a comic book character. Yep, you're right. K Moonin said George Perez also did work for DC. Yes, on the new Teen Titans. I meant to mention that, and then I got ahead of myself there. Yeah, that's what he's best known for, I think, on the DC side. And there was a nice little crossover between X-Men and the new Teen Titans in 1982. That was one of the rare crossovers. Like, I'll show you a crossover I have right here. I think the most famous one would be Superman versus the Amazing Spider-Man from 1976. But it's hardly a fair fight, right? I mean, Superman would demolish Spider-Man with his vast powers. He could just get his X-ray heat vision on him and just burn him to a crisp or turn him into a skeleton. A Spidey skeleton. Okay, so that's a crossover. Here's another improbable battle. The Incredible Hulk versus Batman. Now, on the Marvel side, they have the upper hand here. The Hulk would tear Batman limb from limb. Batman just has gadgets. He has no superpowers at all. He's just a rich dude with a heart of gold, like Tony Stark. Yeah, so that's a crossover. Batman on the DC side and Incredible Hulk on the Marvel side. And that's called a Treasury Edition. Really hard to get backing boards and bags. Well, not hard. I mean, you can find anything online, but these are typically not found very easily in comic book shops. Okay, so I loved the George Perez drawn, penciled New Teen Titans and the X-Men. Where they teamed up. They actually teamed up. Sometimes they wouldn't battle in these crossovers like that. Like in 1981, Superman teamed up with Spider-Man. They weren't fighting. They were taking on the Parasite, a DC villain, and Doctor Doom, a Marvel villain. Anyway, I've wasted too much time of your time digressing, so let me get back on topic. The topic of Marvel team-up, every issue ever made. Keebler's telling me, Chance, breathe, slow down, it's okay. K. Moonin said, Tigra always had a great look. It's too bad her character is not very popular. I agree. Yeah, kitty. Yeah. Wait till you see John Byrne's artwork on the inside where she's drugged by Craven. I mean, it's kind of weird. I never got aroused or anything. I don't mean to sound like a creep, but it was really sexy the way John Byrne drew it. And remember, it's a guy drawing it. So how psychologically weird is that for a young person, like a teenager or even younger, like 13 and up, let's just say, getting a tingle by looking at a piece of artwork drawn by a dude. You know what I'm saying? That's probably not very normal. Maybe it is normal. I studied psychology in college, but I didn't major in it, so I only took a few courses. Anyway, I digress. How is Mikey doing? Mikey is going to be back. We're going to have a Christmas special. Natalie, she's sort of, she's doing some other stuff today. She has a life. There's no problem. She's going to be back. Let me just show you Natalie's picture for those that want to see Natalie. It's, of course, approved by my producer. She prefers to be behind the camera, but let me just explain in terms of the live shows. I kind of, we do a little storyboard, but she lets me run wild, and really her name isn't associated with the live shows. It's the ones that we do either pre-recorded or a live special, like a Christmas special, where, you know, she's really sort of taking charge and giving me expert advice. She's a real professional. Let me show you a picture I have of producer Natalie really quickly, and then we'll get back on track. I got to upload it, so give me a sec. But yeah, and I'll get back to your comments as they come in. Let me just see here. All right, there we go. Let me upload a picture of producer Natalie. And she may pop in here in the chat later. Let's see here. There's Natalie. Hello, Natalie. She's here in spirit. And we did have a meeting pertaining to this show tonight. So let me fix my camera shot. I'm down here. Is that it? No, gosh darn it. If Sarah's still out there, she's probably laughing at how inept I am. There we go. So there's producer Natalie. I want to thank her for all of her many contributions to improving the Nostalgic Podblast. She helps me with my lighting, framing of the camera, and that sort of thing. Anyway, that's inside baseball. So everybody say hey to Natalie. And she's virtually saying back, hello back to you. Okay, so comments. Let's see here. So Mikey, again, he'll be back for the Christmas special. Keebler said, now you're in trouble doxing your producer's age. Oh, yes, when I said 1983, yeah, that was 10 years before producer was born. I don't think she'll mind. I would never throw my producer under the bus. Okay, K. Moonin said they're actually doing a Marvel DC crossover right now. Yeah, can you imagine a movie? See, all right, as we're live, I don't want to date the show. Netflix has bought Warner Brothers. Well, Warner Brothers, among many things they own, includes DC in the DC universe. Can you imagine if Marvel, owned by Disney, did some sort of a crossover, whether it's preferably a big screen movie as opposed to a streaming series, teaming up Marvel characters with DC in live action, not cartoon. That would be so cool. And cartoons as well, animated as well. But I think it would be incredible to see like the Avengers and the Justice League of America, see Superman teaming up with Spider-Man, like in the comics in that treasury-sized edition I showed you. Oh, that would be so cool. And the Unpredictable Hulk with some of the DC characters, Wonder Woman. Oh, man. I think now the odds are even greater than before now that Netflix is buying. It has to be approved, but it surely will be approved by the powers that be. And you have Netflix in charge of Warner Brothers, including the DC characters. It's going to be exciting, I think. K. Moonen said, I still prefer Spider-Man over Superman. And then K. Moonen said, to be fair, Batman could probably outsmart. That's a new one. That's a new word, new term. Outsmart. I'll come up with a character. I'll draw a character because I can draw pen and ink. I'll create a character outsmart. See if I can do something with that. Okay. K. Moonen said, to be fair, Spider-Man could probably outsmart Hulk to squeak out a technical victory. I don't disagree with you. K. Moonen also said the Netflix sale is still not officially finalized. Yes, as I said, but it will be. I just hope if they do acquire DC that the characters are portrayed well in all future media. Yeah. I mean, Warner's owns so much. They own CNN. I mean, I don't want to go down the line. HBO. So Netflix will be in charge of HBO as well as Warner Brothers. Really, really wild stuff. Okay, let's get back on track. I've gone 43 minutes and I've barely put a dent into my stack of Marvel team-up books that I want to present to you all tonight. We're getting on to some really cool issues here. All right, so let's pick up where we left off. We left off with issue 68. Here's issue 69 of Marvel Team-Ups, and I will fix my shot. There we go. I got the one I wanted. Marvel Team-Up issue number 69. Let's see here. First, hit the street. Oh, shit. I didn't even finish talking about issue 68. I left off with Bob Wyacek in the original art, and I got digressed. So the story of issue 68, the cover with Man-Thing, was titled The Measure of a Man. That's what she said, especially with the character of Man-Thing yet. All right, here's the plot. The Man-Thing is a prisoner of man. Peter Parker, a.k.a. Spider-Man, does the right thing when he returns Man-Thing to its Floridian swamp after its unwilling exhibition in New York City. Back in Citrusville, the Man-Thing is now free to pursue an old feud in the swamp. Okay. And 68 actually was a key. It was the first appearance of Despair, an ancient demonic agent of fear and despair. The value of issue 68, which I showed previously, on the high end at Key Collectors, $15. The official value of a 9.6 copy, 9.8 would be worth even more, based on 5 actual recent auction sales over the course of 1 year's time back in 2025, documented at gocollect.com, is $74. Okay, but now we're talking about issue 69, which is on your screen of Marvel Team Up. That's from Tuesday, February 21st, 1978. The cover art is by Dave Cockrum. The writer was Chris Claremont, again. Pencils by John Byrne, and inks by Ricardo Villamonte. He was born on July 24th, 1932 in Peru. He's 93 years old as we're live. Wow. He's a South American comic book artist. Okay, plot of this story and the story was titled, by the way, Night of the Living God. Here's the story synopsis. The Pharaoh and the Force. Spider-Man, along with members of the X-Men, must fight alongside one another to stop the living Pharaoh, who plans to use Havoc, that's a character, Havoc, as a human battery to amplify his powers. Let's see. The official value of a 9.6 is $65 with 2 sold as of December 2025. Now let's go on to issue number 70 of Marvel Team Up. It's right there. I love that cover. Hang on a second. Let me just make sure I'm deleting the right one. There we go. Issue number 70 of Marvel Team Up was released on March 28th, 1978. The cover artist was John Byrne, one of my favorites, with inks by Tom Palmer, new to Marvel Team Up. So here's some information on Tom Palmer. By the way, he inked part of Amazing Spider-Man issue number 1, released in December 1962. All right, so he was born as Thomas John Palmer on July 13th, 1941 in New York City. He passed away on August 18th, 2022 at the age of 81. The writer of this story was Chris Claremont. The penciler was John Byrne. And the ink artist was Tony DiZuniga. New to Marvel Team Up, so Anthony DiZuniga was his birth name. He was born on November 8th, 1932 in Manila in the Philippines. He passed away on May 11th, 2012 at the age of 79 in the Philippines, in Las Piñas in the Philippines. Here's the story. All right, the title of the story was Whom Gods Destroy. That also was the title of a classic Star Trek episode from season 3 of the original Star Trek, from the 1968 to 1969 television season on NBC. And the episode Whom Gods Destroy, a little fun fact about that, Yvonne Craig was in it. This was the season after Batman was canceled, and she was on Batman season 3, the final season of the live-action Batman starring Adam West and Burt Ward as Batgirl. So this was the year after, and she played a green alien. And Eddie Murphy did a funny joke in the 80s, I think on the Delirious Comedy album and his comedy tour and his comedy special on HBO, talking about how Captain Kirk would basically F anything that moved. He goes, remember when Captain Kirk F that green bee? Family show, I can't say, but you can imagine the words. You know, remember when Captain Kirk F that green rhymes with witch? That green. He's referring to the character Yvonne Craig played in the episode Whom Gods Destroy. But getting back to the comic book. So the plot of Whom Gods Destroyed, the Marvel Team-Up issue number 70 is this. The living pharaoh has amplified his powers and has now tuned into the living monolith. All right, the value of this book, it's a non-key, so all I have are official values. There were 2 sold with a 9.6 grade. So the value of this book is $65 officially. Just $65. Let's move on to issue number 71. We have a different creator team in this book. As you can see in the art, it's okay. It's not great. But there is my copy, and I have several copies of this book for some reason in my collection. I think I have 3 copies. But this is Marvel Team Up issue 71 from Tuesday, April 24th, 1978. The cover artist was Ernie Chan, new to Marvel Team Up. So here's some facts about Ernie Chan. He was born as Ernesto Chua, C-H-U-A, Chua, on July 27th, 1940 in the Philippines. He passed away, sadly, at the age of 71 on May 16th, 2012 in Oakland, California. The writer of the story was new to Marvel Team Up, Bill Kunkel, spelled K-U-N-K-E-L. He was born July 21st, 1950, and sadly, he died at the age of 61 on September 4th, 2011. Another new person to Marvel Team Up, the pencil artist, David Wenzel. He was born on November 22nd, 1950. So he is 75 years of age, and he was born in upstate New York. That's the only information I could find is upstate New York. I don't know the city or the town. David Wenzel, W-E-N-Z-E-L. And the inker was Dan Green. Yes, I'm going to show photos of some of these artists. Haven't gotten to the ones that I pulled for you. I don't have time to show you every photo of every comic book artist and writer. I'm just going to show you some in no particular order. I'm not playing favorites. I'm just showing some of them. So the inker was Dan Green. Again, new to Marvel Team Up. I think this is the first. Okay, we had all new people to Marvel Team Up. Oh my gosh, the cover artist, the penciler, the writer, the inker, everybody. This was their first issue that I'm mentioning here, these creators of Marvel Team Up that they collaborated on or worked on. So Dan Green, he was a prolific inker who later worked with John Romita Jr., and he worked on X-Men, The Amazing Spider-Man before X-Men in the mid to late 1980s. And into the 90s, I think. But Dan Green was born on November 26, 1951 in Detroit, Michigan. Not New York. Well, Michigan is a prolific state, too, in terms of creators I found in comic book land. But, yeah, he was born November 26, 1951 in Detroit, Michigan. Sadly died at age 71 back in 2023 on August 17th. There's 2 stories in this book. The first one is titled Death Garden. The second is titled Captain America and the Time Warp. Sounds like something we saw at the end of Marvel's Endgame, Avengers Endgame, the highest grossing superhero movie of all time to date as we approach 2026. Okay, so here's the plot. Captain America has been poisoned and there's no known antidote. Falcon, his sidekick, is going to have to join forces, that's a real good chance, the Falcon is going to have to join forces with Spider-Man if there's any hope of saving Captain America. The value of this non-key book is official. It's only $34, with 10 of these sold with a 9.6 grade at auctions at the time of this live broadcast towards the start of 2026. Okay, move on to issue 72 of Marvel Team Up. So I guess John Byrne and Chris Claremont needed a vacation, so they brought in these new writers and this new writer and artist for issue 71 and 72. There was a little bit of a break. So here's issue 72. Let me show it for the people that are watching. And there's the cover of issue 72. It's a team up between Iron Man and Spider-Man. And there it is. So this hit on Tuesday, May 23rd, 1978. The cover art was by John Byrne. I guess he drew that before he went on vacation, or he was busy with X-Men. You know, I said he was probably on vacation. You know what? Come to think of it, he was still knocking out the X-Men with Chris Claremont. John Byrne was. So they just, for whatever reason, didn't have time or didn't do a couple issues of Marvel Team Up, including this one, except for the cover. So John Byrne did the cover along with Bob Layton. He's new to Marvel Team Up, so I got to mention he was born on September 25th, 1953 in Indianapolis, Indiana. He's 72 years of age as we're live. He just turned 72 last September in 2025 on September 25th. Now, Bob Layton drew a lot of Iron Man comic books in the 1970s and 1980s and beyond. That was his bread and butter title. He was primarily known as an Iron Man artist. So anyway, the writer of this issue was Bill Mantlo, who did a lot of writing for the Incredible Hulk comic book by Marvel in the late 70s and early 80s. And then the interior artwork, the pencils and inks, was by one of my least favorite artists of all time, Jim Mooney, whom I talked about last time. The story was titled Crack of the Whip. The plot was this: Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Jean DeWolf, Wraith and Whiplash. Need we say more? That description was written by whoever writes for MarvelUnlimited.com. The value of this book, according to 13 auctions with a 9.6 grade, is $90. Okay, here's issue 73 of Marvel Team Up. What do you think of that cover? My copy is beat to hell. Listeners, I'm showing a copy from my collection. It's probably the worst one in my entire run of Marvel Team Up. I need to upgrade that. Whenever I find a comic book that looks like poop, I try to upgrade it. So I haven't upgraded that yet, but I will. But it's kind of not a great issue anyway. But issue 73, which I'm talking about now, hit on Tuesday, July 4th. The 4th of July, 1978. Doesn't even have a patriotic theme or cover. But it did hit on Independence Day, 1978. The cover artist was Keith Pollard. New to Marvel Team Up. Keith Pollard was born in Detroit, Michigan on January 20th, 1950. So he's almost 1976. He'll be 77 on January 20th, 2026. And this story was written by another person new to Marvel Team Up, Gary Friedrich. And his last name is spelled Friedrich. And he was born on August 21st, 1943 in Jackson, Missouri. Died on August 29th, 2018 at the age of 75 in St. Louis, Missouri. And that's where James Enstall is, from Geek to Me Radio on KTRS. He's on every Sunday night at 10 Eastern, 9 local time, and at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Geek to Me Radio. He's on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. And he's also on the terrestrial radio airwaves for 1 hour. And he interviews a lot of comic book people. And I like James Enstall. Okay, the pencil artist of this book is also another new Marvel Team Up talent, Kerry Gamble. His name is spelled Kerry, last name Gammill. He was born on April 26th, 1954 in Fort Worth, Texas. So he's 71 years of age. It's live. The inker of this book, Don Perlin. The story was titled A Fluttering of Wings Most Foul. The Owl, a Daredevil villain. I think he was introduced in Daredevil issue number 2, if I'm not mistaken, back in 1963. The Owl is supposed to be dead, or so Daredevil thinks. The mystery of the Owl's return will lead both Daredevil and Spider-Man into the Owl's most outrageous trap ever. Value of this book Only one was sold with a 9.6 grade going into 2026 for $54. So the one you see there, my collection is probably worth 50 cents. It's beat to hell. It's got a rolled spine. There's spine ticks. And what a spine tick is, like, pretend you're a kid again, right? And let's say you're a Gen X kid. Okay, so you're about my age, right? Do you remember a spinner rack? That's a metal rack at a convenience store typically that comic books are on. And they would be overstuffed in little sections of books. But what happened was kids would sort of sift through the books and it would bend the books at the staples, causing a little bit of a crease. That's called a spine tick, always along the spine. And sometimes there would be fold creases where someone folded over the book or they rolled it up to put in their back pocket. That's called a rolled spine, like you see with my copy there. But let's move on to a key book. And this one I think will interest people who are not necessarily comic book people, because it features the not ready for primetime characters, the original cast of Saturday Night Live on NBC. This is a collectible book that transcends just comic book collectors, right? So let's talk about this book. And I'll get back to your comments in just a minute. I literally can't see the chat at the moment, but I will refer back to the chat. Marvel Team Up, issue number 74, hit on Tuesday, July 25th, 1978. The cover artist was Bob Hall. New to Marvel Team Up, so he was born October 16th, 1944 in Lincoln, Nebraska, a new state. How about that? So he's 81 years old as we're live. The writer was Chris Claremont, returning to Marvel Team Up, the prolific X-Men writer, and pencil art by Bob Hall, who also drew the cover. And the inker was Marie Severin, new to Marvel Team Up, a rare female creator at Marvel. Now, these days, there's so many, and I love this. There's so many female comic book writers, creators, artists. But back then, it wasn't that common. Marie Severin was born August 21st, 1929 in East Rockaway, New York. She died at the age of 89 on August 29th, 2018, same year Stan Lee passed away in New York as well. And Massapequa, New York. Let me know, Mr. Gutfeld, if you're there. Am I mispronouncing that city or that town? Massapequa, spelled Massapequa. Massapequa, New York. Hope I said that right. The story was titled Live from New York. It's Saturday night. The story is this. Spider-Man teams up with the not ready for primetime players against the Silver Samurai. Key issue. Here's why. It featured characters from the TV show Saturday Night Live. All right. The unofficial value at Key Collectors, $20 on the high end, but the graded value is $95, according to 2 auction sales recently. And that data was collected at gocollect.com. All right, let's move on to issue 75. John Byrne returned to do the pencils of the interior of Marvel Team Up with this book. And it teamed up Spider-Man and Luke Cage, one of the first black superheroes after the Black Panther. And Archie Goodwin co-created Power Man back in 1971, and he wrote some hilarious lines. You know, it's kind of like, you mother, I'm going to tear you limb from limb. You know, like he had that swagger, the character of Luke Cage. And he just had some hilarious lines like, sucker, get out my way. I'm going to turn you into soup. Something like, you know, just he had a flair about him. I love the way he was written, especially in the early issues of Luke Cage Hero for Hire, which we covered here on the Podblast in every issue ever made because I have them all. All right, so Marvel Team Up 75 hit on Tuesday, August 22nd, 1978. Cover art by Bob Hall once again. The writer was the Karate Kid himself, Ralph Macchio. Psych, not that Ralph Macchio, another Ralph Macchio, same spelling. But this guy was born in the Queens area of New York. Queens, New York. And he's 74 years of age, about to turn 75 as we're live. His birthday is December 28th, 1950. So our boy, Ralph Macchio, not to be confused with the Karate Kid, who was his first big acting break. The actor Ralph Macchio was on 8 is Enough as cousin Jeremy in season 5 of 8 is Enough on ABC. Before the Karate Kid, like 3 years before the Karate Kid hit in 1984, I think it was, in cinema, shot in 83. filmed in 83, The Karate Kid was, and of course it started a franchise, including Cobra Kai on Netflix. Everybody knows that, I know. I'm just trying to let you know that I'm not entirely in a Gen X fog of the past. All right. The penciler of issue 75 of Marvel Team Up was John Byrne. As I mentioned, he returned to his title after a few issues of absence. The inker was Al Gordon, new to Marvel Team Up. Al Gordon was born on June 22nd, 1953 in San Francisco, California. He's 72 years of age as we're live. So here's the story. The story was titled The Smoke of That Great Burning. What a weird title. The Smoke of That Great Burning. Plot. Spidey's really stepped in it this time, trapped in a burning building with no way out. I guess they're inspired by the Towering Inferno movie by Irwin Allen from 1974, perhaps, even though that was a good few years before this book was released in 1978. But anyway, I digress. So Spidey's trapped in a burning building. But luckily for the wall crawler, he's not alone. Luke Cage is here, Power Man, to lend a super strong hand. Value of this non-key book is unknown because Key Collector only lists the unofficial values of keys. But the real value, based on recent auctions, is $80 with 15 of these 9.6 graded books sold within 1 year of the time of this live broadcast. All right, let's go on to issue 76 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, September 26, 1978. And that's right there. I'm going to show you the inside of this book. There's a really interesting splash page 1 of this book. But I love the art on that cover. And let me just, for the listeners, tell you a little bit about this issue. Issue 76 from Tuesday, September 26, 1978, had cover art by John Byrne and Terry Austin. And I should mention for people listening that Spider-Man was teaming up with Doctor Strange this round in this issue. The writer was Chris Claremont again, but you didn't have John Byrne drawing the inside. It was Howard Chaykin, new to Marvel Team Up. So Howard Victor Chaykin was his birth name on October 7th, 1950. So he's 75 years of age as we're live, and he was born in Newark, New Jersey. The inker was Jeff Acklin, A-C-L-I-N is how you spell his last name. He was born, new to Marvel Team Up, born on December 9th, 1954 in New York. He's almost 72 as we're live. He's going to be 73. He's 73 now. If you're listening in the replay crew, he's 73. And another person who's new to Marvel Team Up, another inker, 2 inkers. Told you that happens. It's kind of common to have 2 inkers, but usually it's just 1 inker. The co-inker is Juan Ortiz, born May 5th, 1950 in Winter Park, Florida. So he's 75 as we're live. Hey, that rhymes. The story of this book was titled, If Not for Love. A bizarre orb unleashes a demon in Doctor Strange's sanctum. Not his rectum, his sanctum. But with Strange's powers on the fritz and Clea's soul removed from her body, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man must take the case. Value of this one is $65 with 9 sold at a 9.6 grade at the time of this live streamcast. Okay, so let's look at the inside. I want to show you what does that look like. Anyone who's watching, there's a shadowy image of Spider-Man. It looks like the black costume, which was first introduced in 1983 in Amazing Spider-Man issue 252 and Marvel Team Up, which we'll see tonight, 141. Those books came out at the same time back in early 1984, but this was way back in 1978. I mean, except for his arms show like cards, like tarot cards on his arms, but look at his eyes. He's basically got white Spider-Man eyes with a black figure. So it looks like the forthcoming black Superman costume, which later became Venom, a parasite from space, from outer space. But anyway, let's move on to issue number 77. I talked about this last time because Ms. Marvel got a new costume and it was really sexy. And I'm going to show you the first time we saw that sexy costume drawn by Dave Cockrum, and it got me aroused as a youth. I hate to say it. Couldn't help it. I'll show you what specifically aroused me about this art in just a moment. But Marvel Team Up issue 77 hit on October 24th, 1978 with cover art by John Romita Jr. and Al Milgrom. The writer was Chris Claremont. The penciler was Howard Chaykin again, because he drew the last issue on the pencil side. The inkers, again, were Jeff Alkin and Juan Ortiz. So basically the same people. that did issue 76 did issue 77. And let me just tell you some pert dirt on issue 77. The story was titled, If I'm to Live, My Love Must Die. Spider-Man and Ms. Marvel, Carol Danvers is her alter ego, join forces to stop the Witch Queen of New Orleans from taking over Doctor Strange's astral form. Now, some notes. The last time that Carol Danvers / Miss Marvel appeared in Marvel Team Up, she wore her former costume and her former Farrah Fawcett Majors hairstyle, if you will, with like the curlers, you know, the hair that was curled up with like the, what do they call that? I guess not curlers, but ladies out there, Keebler, what is that device called that heats up your hair? I know it. I'm having a brain toot. You know, you plug it in and it's not rollers, but anyway, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Like there was a point in time when Farrah Fawcett Majors, she was married to Lee Majors at the time, so her name at the time was Farrah Fawcett Majors. And she created a big trend in hairstyles long before the Rachel hairstyle of Friends started in 94, 95, 96, which created a craze in young women across the world. First, you had Farrah and her hairstyle on Charlie's Angels season 1. So I think that John Buscema, who drew Ms. Marvel issue 1, even though Carol Danvers was first introduced back in 1968 in Marvel Superheroes issue number 13, she had a comeback in 1976 with Ms. Marvel issue 1. Well, let's flash forward to number 20 of Ms. Marvel, which introduced a new costume, a sexier costume, and there's the cover of issue 20. This is a few months before this issue 77 of Marvel Team Up we're talking about right now. But I want to now talk about this really quickly, tell you a little bit about this costume. So by this time, artist Dave Cockrum had given the character of Ms. Marvel, Carol Danvers, a complete makeover, beginning with this issue, Ms. Marvel 20. Now here comes splash page 1 of Ms. Marvel. The only time in my life I was mildly aroused by a comic book illustration that was drawn by a guy, or by anyone for that fact. I was a kid, what can I say? And there it is. It's where she's looking at herself and her derriere in the mirror. I don't know why. I didn't do anything inappropriate. I'm just saying it caught my attention, but the reality is it's only a drawing, dude. Get a life. Anyway, not saying I have that effect now when I see this, but that was issue 20, splash page 1, that introduced with a lot of fanfare. There was a lot of advertising and Marvel house ads about Ms. Marvel issue 20. They wanted to boost the circulation and the sales of Ms. Marvel by introducing the sexier hairstyle, long blonde hair, and a more revealing outfit with a sachet. And in the Disney Plus streaming series, Ms. Marvel, a mean girl, wore a costume similar to this in live action form. I was hoping in the movie, the Ms. Marvel movie, or Captain Marvel as it were, that's what it was titled, the movie Cap Marvel, that we'd see this costume. We did not. But anyway, I digress. So what we're talking about is issue number 77 of Marvel Team Up. Let me see. Did I mention when this issue hit of Ms. Marvel? I do want to give you that information as well. Oh, shame on me. I didn't write it down, but I think I have it right here in the photo notes. I do. I do not. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm effing up bad today. Damn, I didn't write it down. Well, I'll tell you real quick. I'm going to pull it up. Not trying to stop the show. I can find it really quickly here. Ms. Marvel issue 20. First was released. I should have put that in my notes, and I thought I did. On Ms. Marvel 20. Let's Google search it together. Ms. Marvel 20. When Marvel sees this when Natalie sees it, she's a Marvel to me, folks, my producer. When Natalie sees this, she's going to be shaking her head. She's a total pro, a paid pro in production. Look at that. July 11th, 1978 was when this issue, Ms. Marvel 20, was released to the public. Okay, so right after Independence Day, 1978. So this Ms. Marvel, Marvel Team Up issue hit on October 24th, 78. So that's 3 months later. 3 months and a week or so later. So they were still trying to promote and boost the sales of Ms. Marvel by teaming her up with one of the most popular characters in the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man. So the value of, and I've already deleted the photo, so I can't pull it back up, of Marvel Team Up 77 is just $30 with 20 sold with a 9.6 graded auction. So let's move along to issue 78 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, my birthday, November 21st, 1978. My God, I turned 8. Dating myself. This issue, which has a horrible cover, in my opinion, that was first released on my 8th birthday. That's another thing. That's why I mention these dates. It might be your birthday or a significant date of historical significance in your life. So I think it's important to know the date. A lot of people want to know what comic book was out that are comic collectors on their birthday. Well, this is one of many that was released on my birthday over the years. So that's Marvel Team Up, Spider-Man and Wonder Man. I've always thought Wonder Man was such a lame character name. It's like Wonder Woman, right? Wonder Man first hit in Avengers issue number 9 in 1964. I have it in my collection. And in the 70s, he had like a red leisure suit. He's just a really lame character, but there's going to be a Wonder Man revival. He's going to be black in live action on Disney Plus. He was a white character originally. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. But this issue of Marvel Team Up 78 from my birthday, November 21st, 78, cover artist was one of the worst artists. He's still with us, so I shouldn't say that. If he ever stumbled upon my show, I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't like his art much. It's Al Milgrom. The writer of this story was Bill Kunkel again. Pencils by Don Perlin. Inks by Frank. He returned to the book after many issues in part 1, the first half of Marvel Team Up. Frank Giacoia. And that's spelled last name Giacoia. Frank Giacoia did the inks. The story was titled Claws. And the plot is this. Way back in issue number 38, Spider-Man and the Beast from the X-Men were able to defeat Griffin. But that was then, and this is now. Griffin is back. He's a supervillain, and he's stronger than ever. Are Spider-Man and Wonder Man strong enough to take on the new and improved monster? Value of this book is $55 with 18 sold with a 9.6 grade. Let's move on to issue 79 of Marvel Team Up, and let's see how long we've gone. Should I take a chat break? I love this issue, number 79. I'm going to leave that up while I look at the chat and say hey to anybody who's out there. Let's see here. Curling iron. It was a curling iron. Wait a minute. I'm thinking, that's why I got confused. I'm thinking of curlers. It was a curling iron used to style your hair like Farrah Fawcett or whatever. A curling iron. Thank you. I was thinking of curlers. Let's see here. Hey, Danny Staten is in the house. He says, greetings from South Carolina. Happy holidays to all. Ho, ho, ho. Good to see you, Danny Staten. I appreciate your support out there. Yeah, so I'm going to put comments on the screen because we've moved beyond this topic of Netflix. But Kay Moonen said, to think Netflix started as a DVD rental service. Now it's basically a monopoly on entertainment. Indeed, indeed. Okay, so that is where we left off with the comments. And Keebler is slinging the links. I appreciate you. She's linking my channel. Let's see here. Kay Moonen said, facing a giant like that, Spider-Man would need Thor to give him a hand. Yeah, the god of thunder, right? Thor, of course, is the god of thunder in Norse mythology, adapted by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby back in 1962 for comic books, starting with Journey into Mystery issue number 83. We've gone an hour and 60 minutes. Okay, we're on a good clip here. Hey to Lady Pop Hunter. She says, hey, Chance, I just wanted to drop in before our stream starts. Yes, she and her husband do a stream on their YouTube channel that they share, opened by Chance Toys, no relation to me, and they're really nice folks. So they've interviewed me before talking about a character I unofficially created, Madcap, which I called Happy, back in 1984 when I was 13 years of age, submitted to Marvel, and they stole it from me. I'm not going to name names here. I have before. Just look it up if you want to check it out. And also about the Angry Girlfriend variant, something I'm not proud of, not something I like to talk about, so we'll leave it at that. But I was glad they interviewed me a couple times on their fine channel, Open by Chance Toys, and it's just a husband and wife team, and they have a toy museum in their home in the state of Georgia, and they transmit live. So it's nice to see Lady Pop Hunter in the chat, and they're saying hey to each other, so that's really cool. Also in the comments, Kay Moonen said the Silver Samurai was an interesting Wolverine villain. Sadly, he doesn't get too much attention. Yes, we call that underrated. Kay Moonen said, oddly enough, the Silver Samurai first appeared in Daredevil issue 111. That is correct, and I have that book in my collection. Kay Moonen also said the villain of issue number 77 of Marvel Team Up, Spider-Man and Ms. Marvel, reminds me of Japanimation character, and I don't know why. Okay. And again, Keebler reminded me it was a curling iron. That's what I couldn't think of, because I was getting confused with curlers. It is a curling iron. Came in as excellent live stream. Would you? Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. All right. So issue number 79 of Marvel Team Up. This was a great one by Chris Claremont and John Byrne. And here's why. It teamed up Spider-Man and a version of Red Sonja. The reason I say a version of is because it was Mary Jane Watson, Spider-Man's girlfriend, after the death of Gwen Stacy way back in Amazing Spider-Man issue 121. This issue, written by Chris Claremont, drawn by John Byrne on the pencil side, and Terry Austin on the ink side, another great art team, John Byrne, Terry Austin from X-Men. I'm going to show you some photos of the inside because this was a really cool story. The story was titled The Sword and the She-Devil. I'm sorry, Sword of the She-Devil. Plot: it is night, and a light snow is falling as Spider-Man's web swings by the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City on December 22nd. He lost track of time at Sissy's place, and now he has to hurry to the Daily Bugle, where he works as a photographer, as alter ego Peter Parker, to meet Joe Robertson, the black editor of the Daily Bugle fictional newspaper in New York City, as he promised he would. He promised he'd meet Joe. Inside the museum, the security guard, Gus, contemplates the now empty building. A short time before, the place was wall-to-wall people because of the new exhibits. But now Gus feels a bit lonely as he makes his rounds. Suddenly, he sees a moonbeam reflect off an amulet in one of the cases on display. Then a bright light assails his eyes, and a voice in his mind commands him to shatter the case and put on the amulet. When he breaks the glass with his gun, he cuts his hands, ow, and the blood drips into the amulet's gold chain. Right then, he begins to utter the words in a language that has been dead for 9,000 years. This leads to Mary Jane Watson becoming Red Sonja, who was a character introduced in Conan the Barbarian issues 22 and 23, way back in the early 1970s. But Mary Jane becomes Red Sonja. Let's look at some of the great art from this issue, the inside, where that happens, okay? This is what I described. Just showing listeners some of the artwork. And this is where Mary Jane Watson becomes Red Sonja. And I love that artwork. Look how great that is. No one draws a woman better than John Byrne, in my opinion. I just think that's really, really cool. There you go. So let's talk about the values of this issue 79 of Marvel Team Up. All right. The unofficial high-end, according to Key Collectors, $85 of this comic book, but the official value, oh, no, I got that backwards. The official value is $85 because there were 27 sales of actual 9.6 graded copies at the time of this live broadcast as we approach 2026. So that's a modest value. If you find this comic book in a comic shop for a good price, pick it up or look online on eBay. You might find a good deal on this issue. It's a great, great read with awesome artwork and a great story by the team of John Byrne and Chris Claremont, respectively. All right, let's go on to issue number 80 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, January 23rd, 1979. So we're entering the year 1979 already. And that teamed up Spider-Man again with Doctor Strange. So Here's the pert dirt on this issue. The cover artist was Rich Buckler. It was written by Chris Claremont, but this time someone new to Marvel Team Up, Mike Vosberg, known as the Voz to a lot of comic book fans and friends of Mike. He's known for his work on the TV show Tales from the Crypt. So Voz, Mike Vosberg, was born July 23rd, 1947 in Oakland, Michigan, not California. Oakland, Michigan. So he's 78 as we're live. And the inker was a new talent to Marvel Team Up, Gene Day. He was born as Howard Eugene Day on August 13th, 1951 in Kingston, Canada, up in the Great White North. He died at the age of 31. He was only 31 when he died. What a short life. On September 23rd, 1932 in Ontario in Canada. The plot of this issue, the story was titled A Sorcerer Possessed. Doctor Strange has been possessed and transformed into a were creature, past and were like past tense, into a were creature. No, were like werewolf. Psych. I was just testing to see if you're still listening or watching. Doctor Strange has been possessed and turned into a werewolf creature. Spider-Man, Clea, and Wong must find the reason behind this phase before Doctor Strange's transformation becomes permanent into a were creature. This is a non-key, so the value is $85 with 12 sold at auction with a 9.6 grade. All right, let's go to Marvel Team Up issue number 81 now. And that cover's on the screen right now. All right, so, let me make sure, by the way, that my proper microphone is on. I got to do a periodic check. It is. Okay, I just wanted to check. All right, issue number 1. This is from February 1979. February 20th, 79. That's my sister Nicole's birthday. She was born on February 20th. But this book came out on February 20th, 1979. Anyone else out there listening or watching, were you born on February 20th? The cover artist of issue 81 of Marvel Team Up was Al Milgrom and Steve Leialoha. New to Marvel Team Up, so I must mention he was born January 27th, 1952 in San Francisco Treat, California. He's 73 years of age, about to be 74 in January 2026. And Steve Leialoha is best known for drawing Spider-Woman. And I think Spider-Woman is an underrated character. I'd love to see Spider-Woman on the big screen or in a live-action streaming show. All right, so this issue was written by Chris Claremont with pencils by the Voz, again, Mike Vosberg, inks by Steve Leialoha. And here's the story synopsis. The story was titled Last Rites. It is revealed that Doctor Strange has become an agent of the Basilisk, and Spider-Man and Satana attempt to free Doctor Strange from this influence. But this is a key book because it's the death of Satana. Unofficially, the value is $10 on the high end, according to Key Collector, but the official 9.6 grade is $60. All right, so let's move on to issue number 82 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, March 27th, 1979. Cover art by Rich Buckler. And it's right here, issue 82. And it was Spider-Man teaming up with the Black Widow. Really cool cover, I think, there. By Rich Buckler. The story was written by Chris Claremont. The pencils were by Sal Buscema, a prolific comic book artist that a lot of people know from The Incredible Hulk and The Spectacular Spider-Man, the third comic book featuring Spider-Man that Marvel published with Spectacular Spider-Man debuting in 1976. Anyway, Sal Buscema drew this issue of Marvel Team Up, issue 82. On the pencil side, the inks were by, again, Steve Leialoha. The story was titled No Way to Treat a Lady. Here's the plot. Who is Nancy Rushman? Nancy claims to be a school teacher from upstate New York, but she looks and fights like a Black Widow. All right, the value of this book, it's a non-key. It's $60 at Go Collect with 7 9.6 books documented there. All right, sold at auction. Here's issue number 83 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, April 24th, 1979. The cover artist was Rich Buckler. On the pencil side was Steve Leialoha handling the inks. And I'll put it on the screen, and there it is. And it's teamed up Spider-Man with Nick Fury Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency in the Marvel Universe. So, let me tell you some facts about this issue. It is from April 24th, 1979. The story is by Chris Claremont. The pencil art team was Sal Buscema and Steve Lee Aloha. That's kind of rare. They both did the pencils. Usually Steve would handle one or the other. Usually didn't have two pencilers, like I said at the beginning of this Podblast. But this time you did. Sal Buscema and Steve Lee Aloha. The inks were by Steve Lee Aloha. The story is titled Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Spider-Man is joined by Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. to take down the Silver Samurai and Boomerang. The Black Widow guest starred. So this is a non-key comic, so there's no unofficial grade. Officially, it's $49. In terms of the 9.6 grade, it's higher if you had a 9.8. And there's really no 9.7, which is kind of weird. It jumps from 9.6 to 9.8 universally in the grading comics racket. All right, so there you go. Issue number 84 from Tuesday, May 22nd, 1979 is right here. This is an actual copy from my collection. And it teamed up Spider-Man and Shang-Chi, the Master of Kung Fu. The cover art was by Steve Lee Aloha. So he did the pencils and the inks. And the issue was written by Chris Claremont once again. And there it is with the art team on the pencil side of Steve Buscema and Steve Lee Aloha with inks by Steve Lee Aloha. The story was titled Catch a Falling Hero. Spidey is joined by the master of Kung Fu himself, Shang-Chi. That's a really great synopsis there at MarvelUnlimited.com. The value of this book's only $44 with 7 copies sold with a 9.6 grade at auctions at the time of this live streamcast. All right, issue 85 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, June 26, 1979 is right here. We've gone almost 90 minutes, folks. There it is. And it teamed up Spider-Man with Shang-Chi again and the Black Widow and Nick Fury. So I'll tell you a little bit about this book. The story was titled The Woman Who Never Was. Shang-Chi joins the fray alongside Spider-Man, Nick Fury, and the Black Widow. The Silver Samurai doesn't stand a chance. The value of this book is just $84 with 1 sold with a 9.6 graded auction as we're live towards the start of 2026. Here's issue 86 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, July 24th, 1979 from my collection with cover art by a new artist to Marvel Team Up, Bob McLeod. And he was born on August 9th, 1951 in Tampa, Florida. He's 74 years of age. There it is. And you had a team up of Spider-Man and the Guardians of the Galaxy. So this is a key comic book. The writer was Chris Claremont. And the interior art was also by Bob McLeod. The story was titled Story of the Year. Spider-Man partners up with the Guardians of the Galaxy and takes on the devilish duo of Hammer and Anvil. This is a key because it's the first team up of the Guardians of the Galaxy and Spider-Man. So the unofficial grade is only $8 on the high end, according to Key Collector. That's a BS stat, in my opinion. The official graded value of a 9.6 is $49. Okay, so let's move on to issue number 87 of Marvel Team Up. And it's right there. By the way, I didn't show you artist Steve Lee Aloha, and there he is. That's what he looks like. That's artist Steve Lee Aloha. And that's a more recent photo of Steve Lee Aloha, the comic book artist. All right, so there's issue number 87 of Marvel Team Up with Spider-Man teaming up with the Black Panther. The cover art was by Al Milgrom. The story is by Stephen Grant, new to Marvel Team Up. So I'm going to mention he was born on October 22nd, 1953 in Madison, Wisconsin. He's 72 years of age. The pencil art was by Gene Colan. Now, Gene Colan drew a lot of issues of Iron Man going back to Tales of Suspense. Issues 1 through 99 of Tales of Suspense was an anthology title, which introduced Iron Man with issue 39 of that book. And then it became retitled with issue number 1, Iron Man. Yeah. No, it became Captain America. Check that. Tales of Suspense became Captain America. Iron Man started over with issue number 1 after its legendary run in Tales of Suspense. Tales of Suspense issue number 99 was the last issue to feature Iron Man. Before it was spun off, it was a one-shot Spider-Man and Submariner issue 1 in January 68, and then in February 68, you had Iron Man issue 1 hit the street. Anyway, I digress. So Gene Colan, who drew a lot of Iron Man in Tales of Suspense and early Iron Man issues, he first did artwork in Marvel Team Up in this issue from August 28, 1979. And Gene Colan was born as Eugene Jules Colan on September 1st, 1926 in the Bronx, New York. He died on June 23rd, 2011 at the age of 84, also in the Bronx, New York. So he lived and died in the Bronx. He's a great penciler, in my opinion. The inker was Frank Springer, new to Marvel Team Up. So I must mention he was born December 6th, 1929 in New York City. He died on April 2nd, 2009 at the age of 79 in the state of Maine. Here's the story. Here's the story of Marvel Team Up. The Brady Bunch there. My lame attempt to sing the theme of the Brady Bunch. The story was titled The Razor's Edge. Plot. Did the Black Panther just kidnap an American citizen? Spider-Man needs to investigate. So this is a non-key. The official value of a 9.6 is $75, with 7 sold recently at the time of this live stream. Now here comes another annual. There are 7 total annuals. An annual is literally like it sounds. It's a book typically published once a year, usually in the summer months. And this issue hit on September 18th, 1979, officially just like 2 days before the official start of fall. But it counts, if you go by the calendar date, as a summer release. Marvel Team Up Special number 2, double-sized issue. Let me show you that cover. Let's see here. It should be right around here. There it is. All right, in real time, this was the next issue to be published of Marvel Team Up. Annual number 2, and it teamed up Spider-Man and the Hulk. So let me tell you about this book. It was drawn by, on the cover, Al Milgrom, cover by Al Milgrom. The interior stories by Chris Claremont. The interior pencil art was by Sal Buscema, with inks by Alan Kupperberg, a new talent to Marvel Team Up. He was born May 18th, 1953 in New York City. He died at the age of 62 on July 16th, 2015. The plot of Marvel Team Up Annual 2 was this. Spider-Man and the Hulk find themselves between two nations with escalating nuclear tensions. And it was titled Murder in Cathedral Canyon. The value of this book is only $30 at Key Collector. On the high end, even though it's not a key, I did manage to find that value unofficially, the BS value. But get this, there was a 9.9 grade of this book sold in 2025, documented at gocollect.com for $85. So let's get back to the next regular issue of Marvel Team Up, and that's issue number 88 from Tuesday, September 25th, 1979. Yes, there it is. It's Spider-Man and the Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four team. She can create force fields. She can turn invisible. In fact, when she was first introduced in Fantastic Four issue 1 in August of 1961, that's all she could do was turn invisible and hide. And a lot of people wrote in and were like, she needs to do more. That's pretty weak. So they started creating the ability, Stan Lee did, and with Jack Kirby's artistic help, of throwing force fields. So anyway, there's Spider-Man and the Invisible Girl, renamed the Invisible Woman by John Byrne in 1982. In that comic book, The Fantastic Four, when he drew it and wrote it, and he did his own inks too. He was a one-man band, John Byrne, for a while in the 1980s on the Fantastic Four side, writing and penciling and inking that book. But we're talking about Marvel Team Up issue 88 from September 25th, 1979. Cover art was by Rich Buckler. The writer was Chris Claremont. Interior pencil art by Sal Buscema, and interior inks by new talent to Marvel Team Up, Ed Barreto. He was born as Luis Eduardo Barreto Ferreira on March 4th, 1954 in Uruguay. He died, sadly, on December 15, 2011, at the age of 57 in Uruguay. The story was titled A Child in Waiting. When Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, is kidnapped, it's up to Spider-Man's Madcap to save the day. Not the character Madcap that I created unofficially. And by the way, this description at Marvel Unlimited referred to the Invisible Woman. Retroactively, in 1979, she was still the Invisible Girl, as you saw on the cover and as you see on the cover. The value of this book is $60 officially, with 7 sold with a 9.6 grade. So let's move on to issue number 89 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, October 23rd, 1979, with cover art again by Rich Buckler. And it teamed up Spider-Man and Nightcrawler, who is one of the new X-Men introduced back in 1975 in giant size X-Men 1. So this issue here, some facts about it. Cover up by Rich Buckler. I already said that. The writer was Chris Claremont. The interior artist on the pencil side was Rich Buckler and Michael Nasser, a new artist to Marvel Team Up. So I'm going to mention a little bit of information about him. Michael Nasser was born on October 9th, 1955. He's 70 years of age. He was born in Detroit, Michigan. The inker was Joseph Rubinstein. The story was titled Shootout Over Center Ring. It's a Dr. Doom issue. Dr. Doom is unhinged at the circus. Dr. Doom, unhinged at the circus. Wow. It's a key book. It's the first appearance of a character called Cutthroat. He's a mercenary skilled with knives. Unofficial value, since it is a key collector book on that website, $12 on the high end is all they cite, but the official graded value of a 9.6, according to 12 auctions documented at gocollect.com here at the beginning of 2026. Getting a little ahead of myself, I know, but a lot of people may watch and hear this around that time. We're actually in December 2025 as we're live. But anyway, it's $90. This book is worth 90 values in terms of a 9.6 graded book. Let's get on to, we're making progress here. Marvel Team Up issue number 90, released to the public at newsstands and spinner comic book racks alike on November 23rd, 1979. And again, these are all, anyone who's watching, these are comics from my collection. These are some of my books. I photographed these myself. All right, the cover art was by Al Milgrom. The story was written by Stephen Grant, and the pencil artwork was by the Voz, Mike Vosberg again, with inks by Bob McLeod. The story was titled Death on the Air. Spider-Man and the Beast from the X-Men joined forces against the dastardly duo of Killer Shrikey and the Modular Man. Value, $46 with a 9.6 grade with 5 sold. And documented at gocollect.com. All right, issue 91 of Marvel Team Up was from Christmas Day, 1979. Let's look at it. All right, it's on the screen. Anyone who's watching can see it. I'm messing up bad, folks. And it teamed up Spider-Man with the Ghost Rider once again. Okay, so this is from December 25th, 1979. The cover art was by Rich Buckler and Al Milgrom. It's not a bad cover at all. The story was by Stephen Grant. The pencils were by a new artist to Marvel Team Up, Pat Broderick. Pat Broderick was born November 26th, 1953, so he's 72 years of age as we're live, and he was born in Brandon, Florida. The inker was new to the book, Bruce Patterson. Bruce D. Patterson was born January 6, 1953, so he just turned 73 in January 2026, that is. And he's from California, specializing in inking and lettering. So he would trace over the pencil artist's artwork. The story was titled Carnival of Souls. Spider-Man teams up again with the Ghost Rider to take down the mysteriously mystic Moondark. But first, the web crawler and the spirit of vengeance must survive the Carnival of Fear. This is a non-key comic. So the official graded book is 200. Graded value is, take two. This is an unofficial, there's no unofficial grade because it's not a key book. the official fair market value of a graded 9.6 copy according to actual recent auction sales at gocollect.com. The average is $230 with 3 copies sold of a 9.6 grade, with a 9.6 grade. That's surprising because it's not a key book, but I guess the cover's pretty cool. I guess folks like the cover. So, wow, $230. That surprises me. Actual value with 3 sold at the time of this live broadcast, documented at gocollect.com website with a 9.6 grade. Okay, let's move on to, let me read, Marvel Team Up issue number 92 from January 22nd, 1980. We're going into the 80s now, and it's 1980 with these comic books at this point in time, and you have Spider-Man teaming up with Hawkeye, an Avenger. Cover art was by Al Milgrom, Joseph Rubinstein, and Irving Wantambe. The story was by Stephen Grant. The pencil art was by, new to the book, prolific artist from the 1940s, Carmine Infantino. He's new to the title. By the way, Carmine Infantino was known for drawing Marvel's Spider-Woman as well as Star Wars. And I think he's the worst artist of Darth Vader ever. Just my opinion, sorry. But Carmine Infantino was born on May 24th, 1925 in New York City. He also passed away in New York City back in 2013 on April 4th, 2013 at the age of 87. But he was not a very good artist, in my opinion. At one time he was, right, in the golden age of comic books, but his style got dated just like Jack Kirby's style and Steve Ditko's style did, right? They were the greats. They were the originators of comic book art on superhero comics and monster comics and Western comics. They were great, no doubt. But I just think over time, when you had people come along like Neil Adams and John Byrne, their art became passé by the 1970s and 1980s and in the 1990s for sure. But I just did not like the way Carmine drew Darth Vader. I should have pulled a photo. It was bad. It was really bad. The inker on the inside of this book was Pablo Marcos. The story is titled Fear. Here's a little bit of the plot. It is 11 p.m. as Spider-Man is web-slinging above Manhattan's theater district. Suddenly, there is an explosion as he descends to find an armored car blown wide open and a man with a bow and arrow running away. Who could that be? Sounds like Hawkeye to me. But was it? The man turns out to be Hawkeye, actually, who recently quit the Avengers. When Spider-Man approaches, Hawkeye warns him to keep his distance. He stammers that he has weapons and won't let Spider-Man, quote, hurt him, unquote. When Hawkeye knocks an arrow, Spider-Man realizes that something is dreadfully wrong. He tries to calm him down, but Hawkeye says it's a trick. It's a trick. It's a trap. And he lets fly his arrow. But because he is trembling too much, the arrow misses. And so he flees once more. When Spider-Man catches him, Hawkeye prepares to load another arrow. So Spider-Man punches him in the jaw. And he falls senselessly to the ground. Spider-Man knows that he did not hit him hard enough to knock him out. Rather, it seems as if Hawkeye fainted in terror. This was actually key. It's the first appearance of the fourth Mr. Fear with an alter ego, this time of Alan Fagan. Value of this unofficially is only $3, according to Key Collector on the high end. The official graded value of 9.6 copies with one auction in 2025 in that grade, $49. All right, let's move on to issue 93 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, February 26th, 1980. Cover art was by Don Perlin, Al Milgrom, and John Costanza. And it's right here. Here's issue 93. And it features Spider-Man teaming up with the Werewolf by Night. The Werewolf. All right, so this book was released to the public on Tuesday, February 26th, 1980. And the pencil art was by someone new to Marvel Team Up, an artist named Tom Sutton. Tom was born Thomas F. Sutton on April 15th, 1937 in North Adams, Massachusetts. He died on May 1st, 2022. May 1st is my mama's birthday. And when he passed away, Thomas F. Sutton was 65 in 2002. And he passed away in Massachusetts as well. So it was co-pencil art. Tom Sutton and Carmine Infantino, who could not draw Darth Vader to save his life. The inker was Jim Mooney. Don't really care for his art. I didn't care for his art. And the story was titled Rags to Riches. Peter Parker bumps into Jack Russell while in Los Angeles on assignment for the Globe. But when the evil Tatterdemalion targets a room full of people, will they risk their secret identities to help? This was a key. It's the first appearance of Danson Macabre, a woman who's I'm sorry, this is really kind of cool and interesting, so let me get it right. This is a key because it's the first appearance of Danson Macabre, a woman whose mystical dance can hypnotize and even kill those who watch her dance. The value of this book unofficially is $3 on the high end, but the official value is $55 with 2 actual auctions documented at gocollect.com. All right, let's move on to issue 94 from Tuesday, March 25th, 1980. And this teamed up Spider-Man with the Shroud. Now, the Shroud's a villain, so that's one of the times, like I talked about earlier, where Spider-Man teamed up with a villain. All right. March 25th, 1980. This cover artist was Al Milgrom, but this is not a bad cover. So even though, as I stated, Al Milgrom's not one of my favorite artists, I got to give credit where credit's due. He did a pretty good job with this cover. The story of this book was written by Stephen Grant. Oh, this is a great artist on the inside. Mike Zeck, new to Marvel Team Up. Now, he drew the poster behind me, which is basically the cover of Secret Wars issue 1. Mike Zeck, he's a great penciler. He was born on September 6th, 1949 in Greenville, Pennsylvania. He's 76, folks. 76 years young. Man, and the inker of this issue of Marvel Team Up was Mike Esposito. All right, the story was titled Darkness, Darkness. Here's the plot. 6 hours earlier, Spider-Man encountered the werewolf in a Los Angeles nightclub known as Cat's Jazz Club. It's now well over closing time, and the cat and mouse are cleaning the place up. Cat comments it's odd that Spider-Man should be in Los Angeles, so far from his usual hangout in New York City. Mouse wonders why their boss kept them out of the fight with the Tatterdemalion. They could have easily taken him, she says. Could have beaten him. As they converse, they fail to notice Spider-Man himself clinging to the ceiling. Suddenly, he snags Cat with his webbing, and suspends him in the air. Mouse tries to rescue her partner, but Spider-Man hangs her in the air as well. He wants to know where the Shroud is. And Mouse is only too happy to point out that Shroud is on the club stage right behind him. The Shroud demands to know why Spider-Man is looking for him, and Spider-Man replies that he was told the Shroud has been taking over the Los Angeles gangs one by one. Then Spider-Man attacks, but the Shroud easily dodges the attack. When he tries to cover the Shroud with webbing, the room is suddenly plunged into pitch darkness. He can see nothing, but his spider sense warns him of the danger from all directions. Okay, the value of this book is just $42 at the time of this live broadcast, according to actual auction sales, 7 to be specific, of 9.6 graded copies. All right, here's another key. Issue 95 of Marvel Team Up. This was one of the ones in my thumbnail image of this live show. And it teamed up Spider-Man with the new character, Mockingbird, a female super heroine / villain. And I'll tell you a little bit about this issue. The cover artist was an awesome artist. Think The Dark Knight on the DC side. Batman, The Dark Knight. Talking about Frank Miller. Frank Miller drew this cover. Frank Miller, and I think I have a picture of him. He was born on January 27th, 1957 in Olney, Maryland. And he's 68, about to be 69 years of age as we're live. He'll turn 69, like I said, on January 27th, 2026. Also, along with the cover art, the pencils by Frank Miller, you had inker Bob McLeod. The story was written by Stephen Grant with pencil art by another newbie to Marvel Team Up, Jim Janes. And his last name is spelled Janes. Jimmy Janes was his birth name. He was born Jimmy Janes on July 17th, 1947. No, he didn't make sandwiches. That's Jimmy Johns. But Jimmy Janes, born July 17th, 1947 in New York City. He sadly passed on September 1st, 2020 at the age of 73. Wow. So that's a new penciler to Marvel Team Up, Jim Janes. The inker was Bruce Patterson once again. And the story is titled And No Birds Sing. Let me look for that picture of Frank Miller right fast quick. Try to upload that for you. And I got to get back to the chat here. Let me see. If I know I pulled a Frank Miller image. And I pulled Mike Zeck. When Mike Zeck returns to Marvel Team Up, I'll just show you him right now. That's Mike Zeck. That's what Mike Zeck looks like. And man, did he come up with a lot of key characters. He drew the Marvel superheroes, the Secret Wars, as I mentioned. He drew a lot of Captain America issues. I think he's best known for drawing Captain America for so many issues. Let me get this back, and I'm going to show you a picture. Let me get some more artists for you here. Okay, it's coming, folks. Get back to the chat. Hey, Manny the Hobgoblin Collector 9403. Sorry it took me so long to see your comment. He said, I love Marvel Team Up because you get Spidey and learn about another character and explore other subgenres. Mystical, street level, galactic, etc. What a great point. And I do think Marvel Team Up is a really underrated comic book title. And you can buy it, as I said last time, in part 1 of every issue ever made of Marvel Team Up. It's very affordable for the most part. I'll get to the values of this issue 95, a key book. And hello to Low Tech. Wow, hello to you. I know who you are. Hey, that's Natalie. That's Natalie, our show's producer, checking in, saying hi to those that are live here. I'm going to show you some more artists. I'm just trying to upload the artwork as we're live. All right. Because I have some really cool pictures to show coming right up. So we left off with issue 95, a great key comic book, introduced Mockingbird. Bear with me, listeners and viewers alike. I just got to load some more photos. I like that cover of issue 95. Get to the value here. Okay, hang on. I think I have it right here. Yep, got one more. All right, let's get to the, I didn't mean to stop the show. Usually I'd have a video loaded to play while I take a break and do things behind the scenes. But that's, we've already talked about, Jimmy Janes, and inks by Bruce Patterson. And the story of this issue is And No Birds Sing. That's the title. Spider-Man and Mockingbird star in a S.H.I.E.L.D.-centric adventure. And, of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. is led by Nick Fury, formerly Sergeant Fury during World War II. And in the movies, to shift time, because the movies didn't come around, basically the MCU began with the release of the first Avengers movie, even though you had the great Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire. You had the Daredevil movies with Elektra, played by Jennifer Garner in the early 2000s. You had Ang Lee's and Hulk movie. But the MCU really began with Iron Man 1. I said Avengers, the first movie. Really, Iron Man, the first film in the Iron Man series from 2008. That's really when the modern-day MCU began officially, I suppose. But unofficially, there were other Marvel live-action movies that were really, really well done. But let's talk about this. So S.H.I.E.L.D. My point was that they made Nick Fury a hero of, I think, Vietnam in the live action version. And they tried saying that he was in Korea. No. He was in World War II. The character of Nick Fury was first introduced way back in 1963 with Nick Fury and his Howling Commandos issue 1. back in 1963. And he was a white guy in the comic books. I don't really mind that they changed his race for the live action movies, played by the brilliant Samuel L. Jackson. I think he's done a fantastic job portraying the character of Nick Fury. So I have no issue there. I'm just pointing out historically the difference between the comic book and the live action version. Okay, so I just want to explain what S.H.I.E.L.D. is. All right, and that's what I just did. So getting back to the story, and No Birds Sing, Spider-Man and Mockingbird star in a S.H.I.E.L.D.-centric adventure. It's a team-up for the ages as our two heroes take on Nick Fury's life model decoy, an android, and a sinister plot from the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., which has been compromised by enemies. Plus, see Bobby Morse as Mockingbird for the very first time. So, of course, this is a key because it is the first appearance of Bobby Morse as Mockingbird. And also, it's a key because there's a hidden message. There's an interior panel of a vehicle in an airport parking lot with a vanity plate that reads FUQ. Like, fuck. Sorry, family show. FUQ. Okay, and I should have taken a picture of that. I did not. All right, so the value of this unofficially, according to Key Collector, is only $40 on the high end. But the official value of a 9.6 graded copy with 5 actual sales at 9.6 is $76. All right, so let's move on finally to issue 96 of Marvel Team Up. And it's right here. Spider-Man and Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck, which I mentioned last time, was first introduced in Adventure into Fear, issue number 19. And yes, I have that in my collection. But Howard the Duck was a live-action film in 1986 by George Lucas. It was panned by critics. It didn't do well at the box office, but I kind of liked it. Actress Leah Thompson starred in that movie. Howard the Duck co-starred with none other than Howard the Duck. But let's get to some information about this issue. Oh, and producer Natalie says, I'm going to put her comment, hope you're enjoying the show and have a great weekend to all. Yes, that's producer Natalie. Seen here. If you're still there, Natalie, I'm going to show one of your approved photos. There's producer Natalie, everybody. Say hey to Natalie. She's saying hi back to you in the chat as we're live. All right, and getting back to the comic books, Marvel Team Up issue number 96. Oop, got ahead of myself there. Tell you some quick facts about this issue. Issue 96 was released to the public on Tuesday, May 27th, 1980. The cover artist and cover art team was Alan Kupperberg and Terry Austin. The story and interior art was by Alan Kupperberg. So he was a one-man band with this issue. The story was titled Panic in the Park. And here's the plot. A taxi cab, driving Howard the Duck, teams up with the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to take down status quo, a villain notoriously opposed to fads and subliminal messaging from mass media. Isn't that interesting? He would probably hate social media, but this is 1980, folks. Long before I was born. I'm kidding. Long before producer Natalie was born, that's for sure. But I think that's really a cool plot. A taxi cab driving Howard the Duck teams up with Spider-Man to take down status quo, a villain notoriously opposed to fads and subliminal messaging from mass media. All right. The official value with 7 auctions with a 9.6 grade is $42. All right, let's go to Marvel Team Up issue number 97. This is from Tuesday, June 24th, 1980. The cover artist was Frank Springer by himself. And it teamed up, no Spider-Man this time, the Incredible Hulk and Spider-Woman. What do you know? What do you know? All right, now the interior story was written by Stephen Grant with pencil artwork by someone who I didn't care for, I mentioned already, Carmine Infantino. I like his artwork from the 1940s and 50s, but boy, it was not that good. I think it looked rushed. That's just my opinion. But the pencil art inside was by Carmine Infantino with inks by Al Gordon. And Al Gordon is new to Marvel Team Up, so I'm going to mention Al Gordon was born June 22nd, 1953. In the San Francisco Treat, California. San Francisco, California. And of course, Rice-A-Roni. That was the jingle for Rice-A-Roni. And boy, was Rice-A-Roni featured and given away to so many contestants over the years in game shows on television. The San Francisco Treat. That was their jingle. But he's still alive as we're alive. Hey, that rhymes. I know I said that earlier. But he's 72. All right. So the story was titled Doctor of Madness. Here's the basic plot. The Incredible Hulk has arrived in Jude, New Mexico, and the sheriff, named Bradley Martin, is not pleased. He covers the Hulk with a pistol and tells him to come along quietly. Freeze! You come with me, Hulk. The Hulk replies that he was not looking for trouble. Hulk, no want trouble, only food. But now, men in funny hats are waving guns at me and making me mad. The sheriff fires, but the bullet only irritates the green-skinned giant further, and he reduces the street to rubble. Boom! With his fist. Then the Hulk leaps away, and the sheriff sends his deputies after the Hulk. And the Hulk stops, orders the sheriff they are to capture him. Capture him! As the deputies race away in their squad car, they decide to trail the Hulk from a distance. Man, they need a chopper or a drone, right? Trail the Hulk, or really like an airplane. Or the Hulk can leap so fast, they might even need a Concorde jet. Anyway. All right, so they decide to trail the Hulk from a distance until the sheriff cools down his temper and calls them back in. Withdraw! Jessica Drew, otherwise known as Spider-Woman, happens to arrive in town. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And she steps off of the bus and she overhears the deputies. She is looking for a secret network that is smuggling criminals out of the country. And she is keeping a low profile. All right, I don't want to go on and on with the plot. That's the basic setup of the plot of Marvel Team Up issue number 97. I like the cover, actually, even though I'm not real wild about that cover artist, Frank Springer, but he did a pretty good job penciling and inking that cover. All right, so values, $75. There were 2 actual auctions of a 9.6 officially graded book. So $75 is what this book is worth officially. I need to take a breath. I'm going to have a mini stroke live in the air if I don't breathe. Marvel Team Up issue 98 was released on July 22nd, 1980, with the cover art by Al Milgrom. And this is not a bad cover by Al Milgrom. I'm not going to show him because I've sort of expressed my disdain for a lot of his artwork. I don't want to show his picture. He's still alive. But this cover is not bad at all. And he did the pencils and inks of this cover. It's not bad. Okay, so the interior story was by someone new to Marvel Team Up, Marv Wolfman, who at this point in time, he had written a lot of issues of The Amazing Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four, as well as Nova at this point in time. And I will cover Nova. There's only 25 issues of Nova, so that'll be a quickie live stream. But I do want to mention that Marv Wolfman was born in New York City, another New York City-based and born talent. He was born way back on May 13th, 1946. So he's 79 years of age. He will turn 80 in 2026 on May 13th. And also, you had a co-writer, Roger McKenzie, who's also new to Marvel Team Up. So you had 2 writers, Marv Wolfman, born Marvin Arthur Wolfman, and Roger McKenzie. So Roger McKenzie was born on November 8th, 1950 in Lexington, Kentucky. So he's born in the South. And he's 75 years of age. He turned 75 back on November 8th, 2025. The pencil artist was also new to Marvel Team Up. I can't get a breath. Will, may you not. I don't know how to pronounce this. The G might be silent. Let me just say that Will's last name is spelled Meugniot. Will Meugniot. And he was born on July 24th, 1951 in Othello, Washington State. The inker was Bruce Patterson. So here's the plot. Little to do Spider-Man and little to do. I'm little to do right now. I'm effing up pad today. Little to do. All right. Plot. Little do Spider-Man and Black Widow know. Opposing gangs they're both targeting are actually banding together. Spider-Man's senses start tingling But this isn't going to be an average crime fighting night. All right, value of this book is $40, according to a 9.6 copy with 7 actual documented sales at GoCollect.com. Now it's time for Marvel Team Up Annual Special 3, another double-sized annual. Let me get to it right here. Let me delete that photo. I'm going to make myself big and acknowledge the chat really quickly, the live chat. Let me do that. Right on, right on. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? It's Chance Bartels, host of the Nostalgic Podblast. Oh, it was our friend Joe Gutfeld. He said the worst movie ever was Howard the Duck. Okay. All right. Getting back to our images now. I want to show you Marvel Team Up Annual 3 in publication history. That's the next one on our docket. And it's, as you see, a double-size issue. Now, that artwork is by, again, the great Frank Miller, who later did The Death of Elektra in Daredevil issue number 181. He also created her. He created that character of Elektra, who was, of course, in the movies, Jennifer Garner, which I mentioned earlier on the big screen, played by Jennifer Garner. And she was introduced in Daredevil issue number 168. Let me fix my screen here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I did it on my own. Yeah, so that's Frank Miller artwork. That is Marvel Team Up Annual 3, released to the public on August 19th, 1980. Cover art by Frank Miller on the pencil side and Joseph Rubinstein on the pencil side. The story is written by Roger Stern, new to Marvel Team Up, so I'm going to mention his birth date, September 17th, 1950, in Noblesville, Indiana. So he's 75 years of age, is alive. The interior pencil art, I have a photo of this gentleman, was Herb Trimpe. Herb Trimpe. I never can get that right. Trimpe, Herb Trimpe. Last name is spelled Trimpe. And he was born as Herbert William Trimpe on May 26, 1939 in Peekskill, New York. And he also is credited with co-creating Wolverine along with Len Wein, whom I talked about last time. He drew Hulk issue 180, which was the first cameo appearance of Wolverine from 1974, and then Hulk 181 and 182. Those are the subsequent first appearances of Wolverine. Let me show you what Herb looked like. Herb Trimpe. I do have his photo. And there it is. There, he was a cool guy. His daughter is around in social media land, and she shows a lot of original art. Man, what a great art he was. He drew the Hulk in the late 60s and early 70s for a long run. Just mentioned Hulk 180, 181, 182 among many of his issues. He drew for other titles as well, like Godzilla, which began in 1977. It was a Marvel Comics adaptation of the classic Japanese monster of the movies, and many other titles. But anyway, I just want to say that he was one of the best. He lived to be 75 years of age. Wow. Born in New York and died in New York State there. Born in Peekskill, New York, passed away in Hurley, New York. Rest in peace. The inkers of this issue, there were many. Mike Esposito, Bruce D. Patterson, Frank Springer, Al Milgram, Dave Humphreys, and he's new to Marvel Team Up, but there's no info available about him in terms of when and where he was born. But Dave Humphreys, you spell his last name Humprys, and then Joseph Rubinstein. Wow, that's got to be a record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inkers for this book. Now let me get back to the title. It's Herb Trimpe. The actual comic book cover, I'm going to put it back on the screen. With the art by Frank Miller on the cover. Okay, the title of the story was Monster in the Meadow. Here's the brief synopsis summary. The Hulk is not in a particularly good mood as he walks through a forest, leaving a trail of battered trees. Soon he finds a clearing through which a quiet stream is flowing, and he calms down and he takes a drink from the stream. Hulk does not notice the aircraft hovering silently overhead, whose pilot, wearing a red cape, costume, and mask, is observing him on a view screen. The pilot has found the the green-skinned giant with a gamma-ray tracer, and the aircraft soon lands nearby. Sneaking up unseen, the pilot tries to take control of the Hulk's mind with a meadow probe. When the device is turned on, its high-frequency signal penetrates deep into the Hulk's brain, but it only gives him a headache. Then, Hulk turns around and sees the pilot. At first, the pilot tries to convince the Hulk it is hopeless to resist. Resistance is futile. As they said in Star Trek The Next Generation, and previously, over 10 years before that, in Space 1999's final episode, shot in December 76, but aired in 1977 in worldwide syndication, the Dorcons episode of Space 1999. But I've told that story several times here on the Nostalgic Podblast. But getting back to the story, this tracer of the Hulk informs the Hulk, claiming it's hopeless to resist. But when the Hulk snatches the meadow probe and crushes it, the pilot cringes in terror. Right then, the Hulk tears away the face mask and sees that the pilot is a young black woman. This confuses the Hulk, but she stands her ground and introduces herself as Nightshade. She did not know her machine would hurt him, she says, and she badly needs his help. As the Hulk listens patiently, Nightshade explains that certain men have stolen a special package from her, and he is the only one strong enough to get it back. The Hulk replies that if she wanted him to help, she should have simply asked him, and he agrees to get the package for her. Then he carries her to the aircraft, and they fly away together. You have to read the rest of the story and see the rest of the story to understand what happens next. So the value of this is $131 with one actual 9.6 graded copy documented at gocollect.com at the end of 2025. All right, let's get back to the regular issue of Marvel Team Up with issue 99. Woo! Been waiting so long with 99. Okay, anyway, 99 issue of Marvel Team Up teamed up Spider-Man with Machine Man. And Machine Man was introduced in, of all things, 2001 A Space Odyssey issue 8, an adaptation and continuation of that film. The classic film by Stanley Kubrick. Okay, Marvel Team Up issue 99 was released on Tuesday, August 26, 1980. The cover artist was Frank Miller, again, of Daredevil fame and The Dark Knight fame, Batman The Dark Knight, and Dave Simmons, inker. New to Marvel Team Up, so he was born on December 20th, 1954. He died at the age of 54 on June 9th, 2009 in New York City. The story on the inside was written by Tom DeFalco. New to Marvel Team Up, so I'll give you his birth date, June 26th, 1950. So as we're live, he's 75 years of age, and he was born in Queens, New York. The pencil art was by Jerry Bingham with inks by Mike Esposito. The story was titled And Machine Man Makes 3. Here's the story. Bored with prepping for the next day's tutorial, Peter Parker decides to don his Spider-Man costume and web swing out over the city. Meanwhile, at Rikers Island Prison, two guards watch with amusement as the Sandman struggles to escape from a flowing plexiglass bubble designed by Reed Richards to hold him inside the cell. Quite transparent, the elastic bubble easily withstands the Sandman's strongest blows while containing all of his body sand grains. Making his rounds in another section of the prison, a guard named Grant Stevens passes by the cell of Machine Man's old enemy, Baron Brimstone, a skillful illusionist. Brimstone quickly hypnotizes the guard into releasing him and accompanying him to the property office. There, Brimstone exchanges his prison clothing for his magician's costume. A few moments later, much to the surprise of the onlooking guards, Brimstone emerges from a puff of smoke in the Sandman's cell, stunning the guards with energy bolts. And the red-bearded criminal greets the astonished Sandman. when one of the guards pulls out his pistol, excuse me, I'm eating a Snickers candy bar, fun size. Brimstone disables him with another energy blast. Okay, the value of this book at 9.6 grade is $55 with 2 actual sales at gocollect.com. All right, now to a key. A minor key, but a key nonetheless. Marvel Team Up, issue number 100. Only got 50 plus more to go, folks. How long have I gone? Oh, my God. 2 hours, 17 minutes. All right. Here's issue number 100. Again, with art by Frank Miller. Did you realize, folks, that Frank Miller drew so much for Marvel Team Up? I did. But big whoop. I know a lot about comic books. I think that's historically significant because he was a superstar down the line. Not too long after this, Frank Miller would become a legendary artist for Marvel and DC. Marvel Team Up issue 100 hit the streets on September 23rd, 1980. Cover art, as I said, was penciled by Frank Miller with inks by Klaus Johnson. New to Marvel Team Up, so I want to mention that Klaus was born on January 23rd, 1952 in Coburg, West Germany. He's still alive at the age of 73, as we're live. So he's going to be 74 on January 23rd, 2026. This story on the inside of this double-sized issue 100 of Marvel Team Up was written by Chris Claremont and Frank Miller. The pencil art on the interior was also by Frank Miller, along with the cover pencils. And the inker was Bob Wyacek. I showed you my original art from my 13th birthday earlier in the show of Wolverine that he penciled and inked. The story is this. Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four are unwilling heroes to a new mutant, a young woman who claims her siblings are in danger under her uncle's care. It is a key. It's the origin of the Black Panther and the Storm and how they first met. Storm is a character from the new X-Men team. She was first introduced along with many other characters in giant-sized X-Men 1 back in 1975. And, of course, Halle Berry portrayed Storm in the movies. X-Men was another movie that predated Iron Man 1, which I think kind of unofficially signaled the beginning of Marvel Universe on the big screen, even though at that time X-Men was owned by 20th Century Fox, the movie studio and television studio, which Disney bought. So now Disney owns the rights to the X-Men. Hence, you will see X-Men and even more upcoming MCU projects, including Avengers Secret Wars. All right, so that's Storm. And Storm, of course, can control the weather. All right, it's a key because it has the origin of the Black Panther and the Storm. I know I'll repeat myself on how they first met. It's the first appearance of Karma, a mutant who can possess another's mind. And it also has the first gay female Marvel character. God, I can't talk. I'm going to slap my head. I'm going to slap my face, my silly face. It's the first appearance of Karma, a mutant who is gay and can possess another person's mind. And she's a gay female Marvel character. That's pretty cool and significant. Okay. The value of this book, unofficially, I have 3 copies of it in my collection, is $25 on the high end. But the official 9.6 graded value, and of course a 9.8 is worth a lot more, it's $44. At least at the end of December 2025 and into January 2026, it was $44. All right, so let's go to Marvel Team Up issue 101, and it's right here. There's the cover. Teaming up Spider-Man and Nighthawk. Okay, and Nighthawk is from the Defenders comic book team. All right, this book came out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Gonna let it show. I'm not coming out because I'm not gay, but I'm just saying I like that song by Diana Ross. All right, Marvel Team Up issue 101 first hit the street on Tuesday, October 28th, 1980. The cover artist was Michael Nasser. And the story on the inside was written by someone who wrote a lot of future Marvel Team Up tales, J.M. DeMatteis. And he was born as John Mark DeMatteis on December 15th, 1953. So he turned 72 years of age on December 15th, 2025. And he was born in Brooklyn, New York. Another New York-based talent. Incredible. The interior pencil art was by Jerry Bingham with inks by Mike Esposito. I think Mike inked more issues of Marvel Team Up than anyone in the 150 regular issue run. All right, the story in the inside was titled To Judge a Nighthawk. Nighthawk and Spider-Man head to Grayburn University, Nighthawk's alma mater. It's exactly like he remembers, but a little too exact. An old ghost from Kyle Richmond's past returns to haunt him in his homecoming horror show. All right, value of a 9.6 with 6 actual auctions on the books is $50. Here comes Marvel Team Up issue 102 from November 25th, 1980. And that also has art on the cover. Let me see. By Frank Miller. Frank Miller did the pencils and the inks of this cover you're looking at now. Viewers, I'll describe it, listeners. Frank Miller, great artist. This story was written by Mike W. Barr. Like Doug Barr, co-star who was overlooked of The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors and Heather Thomas. But this is a different Barr. No relation to actor Doug Barr. This is Mike W. Barr. He was born May 30th, 1952 in Akron, Ohio. So he's 73 years of age right now. The pencil art on the inside of this comic was Frank Springer. The inker was Mike Esposito. The story was titled Samson and Delilah. Spider-Man is high above the Empire State University campus where he goes to school as Peter Parker, changing into his street clothes in mid-swing because he is late for an important conference. With his pants half on, he descends into some bushes out of sight of the campus security guards and finishes getting dressed. Then he enters Krause Auditorium, where the synopsin gamma therapy treatment for the mentally ill has already begun. And the next speaker, Dr. Lalia Childress, is about to be introduced. Dr. Leonard Sampson in the audience remembers her from years ago and is surprised to see her there. When she approaches the podium, with the aid of a cane and a leg brace, she ignores him. Dr. Childress begins her presentation by declaring that gamma rays should not be used to treat mental illness. Her first slide displays the Hulk as an example of how gamma radiation can create a menace to society. She urges a halt to all experimentation with gamma radiation, and then, looking squarely at Leonard Sampson, she recommends that all gamma ray monsters be restrained. A few minutes later, Doc Sampson makes his rebuttal. The Hulk was produced by uncontrolled gamma radiation, he says, but under the proper supervision, experiments with gamma rays are quite safe, and I'll leave it at that. The value of this issue is $48 with 4 auctions on record with the 9.6 grade of this book. All right, issue 103 of Marvel Team Up hit on December 23rd, 1980, and here's the cover right here. It teamed up Spider-Man and Ant-Man, and this is a key comic book. And here's why. The cover art was by Jerry Bingham. The story was by a prolific writer to Iron Man, David Michelinie. And he's new to Marvel Team Up, so I'll mention he was born May 6th, 1948 in Louisville, Kentucky. Another person born in the South, in the state of Kentucky, that worked for Marvel Comics as well as DC. So he is 77 years of age, is alive. He's still with us. Great writer. I thought I had a picture of him. Let me see if I can find David's picture. Let me see. If not, I will find it really quickly. He's someone I do want to feature in the photographs of the comic book artists and writers. Let me just quickly give a scan, folks. I really thought I got his picture for y'all. Y'all. I'm from the South, y'all. If not, I apologize to you guys and gals. Well, I thought I did. Well, let's move on because I need to keep this show under 3 hours if all goes well here. Okay, so I never revealed why this is a key. It's the second full appearance of the Taskmaster, who was a villain first introduced in Avengers number 196, which of course I have in my collection. and that was his first full appearance. He had a cameo appearance in Avengers issue 195, but his first full appearance was in Avengers issue 196, which was released on March 18th, 1980. But this is the second appearance that same year, but months later, on December 23rd, 1980, just before Christmas of 1980, is when this officially was released. So the pencils by Jerry Bingham, the inks by Mike Esposito, and the plot is this. Scott Lang, Ant-Man, Scott Lang's ex-prison buddy, Gus Sweezer, what a name, Gus Sweezer, crashes the scene with news on an exciting heist. Does this mean Ant-Man's back to a life of crime? The Daily Bugle, the newspaper that mild-mannered Peter Parker is a photographer for, is on an investigative mission, one that leads straight to the Taskmaster. Ant-Man and Spidey take on many villains in one man as they steal back nuclear weapons from the Taskmaster. All right. So unofficially on the high end, according to Key Collector, the BS value is $25. The actual value is only $42 as we're live at the time of this live stream broadcast. That's a 9.6 graded copy, $42 with 75 auctions over the course of 1 year's time in 2025 of this book. And the market dipped down in a bad economy, but the economy's starting to improve, knock on wood. So I think the value of this will rebound strongly, even though it's a second appearance and not a first appearance. All right, let's go on to Marvel Team Up issue 104. Oh, by the way, I have a double cover issue of this book where that's a printing error. That's where, just as it sounds, when the book was produced, there was a screw up and there were two issues, two covers rather, instead of just one. All right, now we're going to move on to 104, which I just mentioned, and it teams up. No Spider-Man this time once again. It's the Incredible Hulk and Kazar. Kazar, as I said last time, is Marvel's answer to Tarzan, the Ape-Man, by Edgar Rice Burroughs, the author. And Kazar in the Marvel Comics universe was introduced in X-Men issue number 10, which I have in my collection way back in 1964. All right, so let's talk about this issue briefly. Cover artist was Al Milgrom, not one of my favorites, but not a bad cover, not horrible. The writer of this issue is Roger McKenzie, again. The pencils were by Jerry Bingham, again. And the inks were by Mike Esposito. All right, here's the plot. The story was titled, Kazar is King. In his Antarctic savage land, Kazar leaps from an overhanging branch onto the head of a marauding dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus. As Zabu, that is the tiger, the sidekick of Kazar, our hero, as Zabu, he's like a lion tiger. All right. As Zabu keeps out of the reach of the beast's jaws, Kazar, our hero, stabs it repeatedly with his knife until at last it succumbs to the injuries, never to molest, what a word, the local villagers again. As Kazar's victory shout rings through the jungle, he and Zabu are suddenly confronted by a group of 4 men armed with peculiar rifles. Kazar angrily disarms them before they can shoot, hurling one man dozens of yards to the edge of a stagnant marsh. Annoyed that the group stumbled on Kazar prematurely, the man quickly throws a homing device from his backpack into the water, where it starts to radio his chairman as it sinks to the bottom of the water. Meanwhile, Kazar, our hero from the jungle, drives off the other 3 men, but they silently vow to soon return. We'll be back, you son of a bitch! Thousands of miles north of the southern continent, the Incredible Hulk stands defiantly atop the Golden Gate Bridge in the San Francisco Bay. In his arm, he holds a little girl whom he calls his friend. A police helicopter, Eagle 3, circles overhead, and the men radio their partners on the roadway far below to hold their fire. Hold your fire! Hold your fire! I was trying to get my echo effect, but it's too far away. Okay. Hold your fire. Oh, geez, I lost my place in the story. Hold your fire. All right. An officer on the bridge tells Captain Taggart that as long as the Hulk holds the girl, their hands are tied. So Taggart removes his jacket and holster of his gun and starts to climb the main cable of the Golden Gate Bridge towards the green-skinned giant. One man alone might not seem like a menace to the Hulk, he says. He soon approaches the Hulk and asks for the girl. Give me the girl! But the Hulk does not want to give up his friend. Hulk not give girl! Girl, Hulk, friend! Lifting Taggart by his lapels, the Hulk warns him not to confuse him and accuses him of having been sent by Banner sent you! Banner, my enemy! That's, of course, his alter ego, Dr. David Banner on TV. It's Dr. Bruce Banner in the comic books. Dr. Bruce Banner is his alter ego in the comic books like this. So, Banner always torments Hulk, he shouts. I can't believe the Hulk, who has low intelligence, knows the meaning of the word torments. Anyway, Banner, bother Hulk. That's more like what he would say in my mind, I think. Okay, so the value of this book officially is only $22 with 4 actual auctions of a 9.6 graded copy. Okay, here comes issue number 25 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, February 24th, 1981. We're sailing along, folks. 1984 is the last year of Marvel Team Up's existence. All right. No Spider-Man again. This is the Incredible Hulk and Power Man and Iron Fist teaming up. All right, this cover art was by Al Milgrom. The interior story was by Mike W. Barr. The pencils were by Carmine Infantino, with inks by Mike Esposito. The story was titled A Small Circle of Hate. Here's the plot. One night, Luke Cage and Dan Rand are flying in attorney Jen Hagaworth's twin-engine airplane over the southwestern United States looking for a pair of thieves. Instead of finding the criminals, however, they find the Hulk. When he sees their plane in the starlight, the Hulk leaps towards it and shatters a wing with one punch. Boom! Carol, the pilot, manages to keep the craft somewhat under control, and she levels it off just as it crash lands in the desert. Fortunately, neither Luke, Dan, nor Carol are injured, although Dan is knocked unconscious. When Luke finds the door jammed shut, this is Luke Cage, Power Man, he tears that sucker open with his bare hands. After Carol gets safely out of the plane, he lays Dan on the sand. Unknown to the pilot and passengers, the crash was observed by a clan of indigents living nearby. The patriarch, named Pa, called Paul, Pa, P-A-W, hey, Pa, remarks that the plane could be carrying much-needed water that those aboard might be willing to share. If no one remains alive, he adds, they can take all the water. His daughter, Patty, says she heard on the radio that the army is looking for the Hulk in that area. But Pa does not care because they need the water to survive. The family approaches the crash site just as Luke Cage is leaving the airplane. Pa immediately assumes that Cage is the Hulk, but Pa's son, Luther, thinks differently. Okay, I'll stop. Otherwise, this show will be 4 hours long before too long. Value this book. This one is also $42 with 3 actual auctions documented at gocollect.com in 2025 with a 9.6 grade. Okay, let's go on to Marvel Team Up 106. This is from Tuesday, March 24th, 1981. Excuse me. And here's another Frank Miller cover. I like this cover. I like it a lot. Let's see here. Give you some information on this. The cover art, like I said, was Frank Miller. The writer was Tom DeFalco again. The penciler was Herb Trimpe. The inker was Mike Esposito. The story was titled A Savage Sting Has the Scorpion. The Scorpion, incidentally, was introduced in Amazing Spider-Man issue 20 from way back in 1964. Unbelievable. That was a long time ago, before my time, too. Okay, Matt Gargan, once known as the Scorpion, is at the Brain Bin Psychiatric Center because he seems to have undergone a complete mental collapse. Over and over, he vows vengeance against J. Jonah Jameson, publisher of the Daily Bugle newspaper, for turning him into a monster. Doctors Nosebloom and Kloon, spelled Kloon, wonder how they might cure him, for he has been this way for several months, and he was sent to their clinic by the authorities as a last resort. They review how the Scorpion was given his abilities in a process funded by the Daily Bugle's publisher, J. Jonah Jameson. Subsequently, he battled Spider-Man several times, and after his last defeat, his costume was taken from him. Gargan believed his costume, as the Scorpion, was an unremovable second skin, and he went into psychic shock when it was peeled off of him, says Dr. Kloon. This gives Nosebloom the idea that Gargan might be cured if his costume were returned to him. Soon, an attendant fetches the costume. Nosebloom says that his staff has assured him that the costume is totally harmless, and they let Gargan put it on. As soon as he does, his demeanor changes drastically. He stops babbling nonsense and becomes a cold, calculating criminal once again. The psychiatrists are delighted that the quote-unquote patient is, quote, responding, unquote, so well. And they try to decide whether they should follow up with dance therapy or primal scream. Needless to say, the Scorpion shatters a wall with his tail and escapes, and neither psychiatrist has any idea how to stop him. The Scorpion gloats that his tail was designed to respond only to his own nerve impulses, and that he just pretended to be insane until someone handed him his ticket out of the hospital. Value of this book with a 9.6 grade, according to two actual auctions at gocollect.com, is $47 as we're live. All right, here comes issue number 107 of Marvel Team Up of 150 regular issues. This is from Tuesday, April 2nd, 1981. And it teams up, it's a key, for the first time, Spider-Man and the She-Hulk. All right. Cover artist was Herb Trimpe, written by Tom DeFalco. The pencils on the inside were also by Herb Trimpe, with inks by Mike Esposito. The story was titled This Rumor of Revolution. After years as a fugitive, leftist underground revolutionary leader Hildy Dawes, D-A-W-E-S is how you spell this character's last name, she is about to surrender to authorities at the Federal District Courthouse in Manhattan, New York. As she emerges from a car, accompanied by her attorney, Jennifer Walters, otherwise known as She-Hulk, Peter Parker photographs her for the Daily Bugle newspaper. Peter recalls that when he was in high school, she made headlines as a fanatic anti-government activist, but years in hiding have now tempered her striking beauty with weariness. As she strides up the stairs, Foggy Nelson, sidekick and friend of Matt Murdock, otherwise known as Daredevil, near the courthouse door, that things could become dangerous. Things could become dangerous here. Violence is a way of life for such people, he says. Matt replies that he will take a taxi cab home, but he does not tell Foggy that he intends to change into his Daredevil costume, Daredevil, the man without fear, and go after the Kingpin. Jennifer Walters, otherwise known as She-Hulk, as I said, recalls how a short time ago she received a letter from Dawes, who had heard about her handling of the Michael Morbius case. Michael Morbius, of course, is the vampire. The vampire introduced in Amazing Spider-Man issue 101, whom we also saw in Marvel Team Up issue number 3 for the first time in his third character appearance. Talked about it last time on the 8th installment of every issue ever made right here on the Nostalgic Podblast, this very program. Okay, Hildy believed Jennifer, her attorney, was the right attorney for her, so she invited her to a secret meeting at a farmhouse outside of Los Angeles, California, where she explained that she was tired of running and hiding from the police. She broke down in tears, saying that she realized it was wrong to use violence and terrorism to advance her causes. Although noble and idealistic her ambitions were, she was ready to pay her debt to society, and then, after serving her time in prison, to work for social change by peaceful means. All right, so that's the basic plot of the story titled This Rumor of Revolution. And since it was the first meeting and battle of Spider-Man and She-Hulk, it is a key. It's worth $25 on the high end, unofficially at Key Collector. Officially, $50 is the value of a 9.6 graded copy at GoCollect.com based on actual sales. All right, time for Marvel Team Up issue 108 from Tuesday, May 19th, 1981. Cover art by Herb Trimpe. The writer was David Michelinie, and the pencil artist was Herb Trimpe, and the inker was Mike Exposito. And I'll throw it up on the screen for anyone watching. There it is. This was the first Marvel Team Up issue I personally bought when I was a kid at the Stop and Go in Marietta, Georgia, which is Stop and Shop, which is like it was a convenience store. Stop and Shop's what it was. All right, which is a takeoff and ripoff of Stop and Go. Kind of a cool cover there by Herb Trimpe. Okay, the title of the story was Something Wicked This Way Kills. The plot. Two muggers named Digger and his partner attack a prospective victim in a New York City alleyway. But much to their surprise, the man grabs their hands and quite painfully drains away their body heat, and they quickly fall to the ground unconscious. Then he continues slowly on his way. Sometime later, Lance Bannon and a police captain watch a paramedic team haul the hypodermic hoodlums away in an ambulance. After Bannon takes some pictures, the captain says that the muggers are almost certainly victims of the street stalker. The medics should be able to help them, he continues, but someday the stalker is going to kill someone. In his cubicle at Empire State University, Peter Parker, otherwise known as Spider-Man, reads the Daily Bugle newspaper account of the two thugs. Not only does the Bugle take Spider-Man to task for not having captured the street stalker, but Lance Bannon's photographs have replaced Peter Parker's photos on the front page of the newspaper. All right, official value of this book is $50 in terms of 9.6 graded copies at auction. All right, let's go to 109 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, June 16th, 1981. I like this cover a lot. It's pretty colorful. It's kind of trippy. It's pretty neat. And it teams up Spider-Man with Dazzler. Dazzler is a mutant, and she sings, and she was first introduced in the Uncanny X-Men issue number 130. And that was right after issue 129, which introduced Kitty Pryde, Sprite. She's otherwise known as Sprite, Kitty Pryde. She was played by former, now she's known as Elliot Page in the movies, in X-Men 2 and 3, the movies. Anyway, I digress. X-Men The Last Stand from, 2006? And then you had X2 from 2003. All right, let's get on with this synopsis here. All right, 109, June 16th, 1981 was the release date. Cover art, Herb Trimpe. Written by Tom DeFalco. Pencil interior artwork by Herb Trimpe. Inks by Mike Esposito. All right, plot of the story. The story is titled Critical Mass. Thermo, the Thermotronic man, feels his bioelectric power increase as he grips Spider-Man around the throat and drains his body heat. Spider-Man sinks onto the rubble of the theater wall that Thermo just slammed him into. The very theater where Dazzler performs her stage act. Across the street, Paladin slowly regains consciousness after having been smashed through a plate glass window by Thermo. Only the armor in his costume kept him from being killed. Suddenly, Thermo is distracted by a brilliant light display, and he lets go of Spider-Man to face Dazzler, our heroine mutant. Value of this book is $50 with 2 actual sales of 9.6 graded copies. All right, now it's time for the next annual 4 of 7. The double-sized annual 4 from June 23rd, 1981. Let me find that picture of that for you. And there it is. All right, this is all in order of release to the public. So this has more cover art, easy for me to say, by Frank Miller, pencil by Frank Miller with inks by Joseph Rubinstein. God, I can't talk. I'm going to say that again for editing purpose. Okay, I'm not going to re-edit this, but if I were to re-edit it, I had to do a clean take. Marvel Team Up Annual 4 from June 23rd, 1981. Cover art by Frank Springer and Joseph Rubinstein. The story was by Frank Miller. The pencil art was by Herb Trimpe, and the inks were by Mike Esposito. The story was titled Power Play. Synopsis: Kingpin is after the Purple Man after he derailed the Kingpin's $6 million heroin deal. He had a $6 million heroin deal cooking. Wow. Okay. You know what? I didn't look up the value. Let me look up the value really quick as we're live. Let's see here. Value. This is Marvel Team Up. All right. Marvel Team Up Annual 4. Let me look that up right fast, quickie. Okay, hang on. Marvel Team Up Annual. I need to queue up my commercial for Remind Magazine to do while when I have lulls like this. All right, Annual 4. The value of actual sales. All right. That was a snafu on my part when I prepped the show last Thursday, as we're live. It's Saturday. All right. So 9.6. Okay. $42 is the fair market value of this based on 15 sales of 9.6 graded copies. All right. There you go. So now we can move on to the next regular issue of Marvel Team Up. And that's going to be issue 110, teaming up Spider-Man yet again with Iron Man. Now, this book hit newsstands and spinner racks and comic book shop shelves on July 21st, 1981. The cover art was by Bob Layton, the Iron Man artist. He primarily is known for Iron Man. I know I said that in case you tuned in late. So I covered that earlier when his name popped up here in Marvel Team Up. And the writer was by, it was written by another Iron Man writer, David Michelini. Pencil artist was Herb Trimpe. Inker Mike Esposito. The story was titled Magnum Force. Spider-Man and Iron Man team up against the menace of, you guessed it, magma. Oh, it's Magma Force. I was thinking of Magnum Force, the Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry movie. Okay, Magma Force. All right. Value 9.6, $46 with 9 actual sales of 9.6s that were graded there at 9.6. All right. Marvel Team Up issue 111. This is from Tuesday, August 21st, 1981. Cover art by Herb Trimpe, writer J.M. DeMatteis, pencil artist Herb Trimpe, and inker Mike Esposito. And I'll put that cover up. There it is. Oh, I deleted it. Well, I'm off by a cover now. Anyway, let me just tell you about this one. The title of the story is Of Spiders and Serpents. The plot synopsis is this. While out on patrol, Spider-Man comes across some jewel thieves and gets the drop on them. Easily dispatching them, Spider-Man is about to leave when he suddenly feels like his stomach is on fire. Surrounded by a swirl of smoke, poof, he is surprised to find that his Uncle Ben is standing before him. Uncle Ben tells Spidey that he has died and he will be led to the afterlife. However, before Spider-Man can go with a man who appears to be his uncle, Devil Slayer appears and strikes him dead. Spider-Man is about to attack Devil Slayer until it's pointed out that his Uncle Ben is really a serpent-like creature. Spider-Man then aids Devil Slayer in fighting off the other dead souls until they retreat. All right, value of an official 9.6 copy based on not 5 actual sales of those graded books, $26. All right, 112, the one that's on the screen now. Marvel Team Up issue 112. This is from Tuesday, September 15th, 1981. The cover artist was Marie Severin. The story was written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil artist was Herb Trimpe again. The inker was Mike Esposito. The story was titled A King Comes Riding. Plot. Spider-Man feels himself floating through space, his arm bleeding and sore, his head throbbing with pain. He recalls how he and Devil Slayer battled serpent men and spider people, and how those he fought were the defenders, including Devil Slayer, turned out to be more be more serpent men in disguise and not actual members of the Defenders superhero team. Then he remembers serpent men's fangs stabbing into his arm, their venom mingling with his blood. The images slowly fade and are replaced by the familiar images of Wong and Doctor Strange. Wong informs his master that Spider-Man is awake. As Spider-Man clears his head, Wong tells him that he is in Doctor Strange's Greenwich Village sanctum. And Strange, levitating nearby, says that Spider-Man has been feverish and delirious for hours. Spider-Man wonders why he is so ill, and Strange says that he is dying of the serpent bite sustained during his recent battle. Ordinarily, he continues, the bite would not be fatal, but the venom is deadly to spider people, the serpent men's hereditary enemies. Spider-Man has much in common with them, says Doctor Strange, including their reaction to the poison. Suddenly, Spider-Man keels over in pain. Ah! And Strange casts a spell that levitates him back onto the couch. Strange tells Spider-Man to stare at a lit brazier, and he calls the cauldron of the cosmos. Within its flames, Spider-Man begins to see the vague outlines of a castle and people marching. I'll leave it right there. The value of a graded 9.6 copy, according to 3 auction sales of 9.6s, is $16. All right, here comes issue 113 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, October 15th, 1981. And I kind of like this cover. It's not one of the best, but it's not one of the worst. Drawn by John Romita Jr. and Frank Hayakawa. Written by Mark Gruenwald, new to Marvel Team Up. All right, Mark Gruenwald was credited for creating Madcap, who first appeared in Captain America issue 307, even though I am the one who created Madcap, but they gave him a different name, but I called him Happy. He was a demented happy face who could drive people insane by staring at them. I have proof, I have artwork, I have witnesses, but we won't go there. So Mark Gruenwald, he may have been a good guy. Maybe, he was assigned creating that character. Maybe he's innocent, but guess what? He's sadly dead. He died at the age of 43 back in 1996. Let me tell you more. Tell me more, tell me more. Mark Gruenwald was born as Mark Eugene Gruenwald on June 18th, 1953 in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He died way back on August 12th, 1996 at the age of 43 in Pawling, New York of a fatal heart attack. And Pawling is spelled Pawling. So Marvel Team Up wrote this story. The pencil artist in the inside was Herb Trimpe. The inker was Mike Esposito. Once again, I think he inked more issues of Marvel Team Up than anyone. The story is titled The Resurrection of Edward Lansky. Running late for class, Peter Parker swings across the city as Spider-Man. Unfortunately, his spider sense goes off, warning him of impending danger coming from an armored vehicle owned by Project Pegasus. See Marvel 2-in-1, folks, starring The Thing. Covered it another time on every issue ever made. The wall crawler leaps onto the roof to take a closer look. No sooner has he done so, he is confronted by the head of security at Pegasus. The superpowered operative, known as Quasar, shows up and produces his credentials and explains that they are in the process of transporting the villain known as Nitro, who is still recovering from his last clash with Spider-Man. Excuse me. Satisfied that everything is under control, Spider-Man leaves and Quasar heads off on his own. As the truck drives forward, Quasar's quantum bands begin picking up a strange energy signature nearby as he decides to go and investigate. The bands bring Quasar to the campus of Empire State University, where Peter Parker is a student. All right. I want to quickly mention that if you look at this cover, or listeners, I'll explain why this is a little bit of significance. It's the price is 60 cents at this point. It went from 50 cents to 60 cents. And, that's somewhat significant. That's what the comic book cost. Comic books costed. Comic books cost, to use proper grammar, 50 cents when I started collecting comic books regularly with my allowance when I was a kid. They're 50 cents each. Then it went relatively quickly to 60 cents. There was a lot, it had a lot to do, the price increase to the cost of the paper and printing costs and ink costs and distribution costs. It just went up a lot because for the longest time, comic books were 10 cents and then 12 cents for a long, long time. And then starting with like 1969, when it went to 15 cents, it rapidly went to 20 cents and 25 cents and 30 cents and 35 cents, then 40 cents, then 50 cents, 60 cents, 75 cents, $1, 125, 150, and up and up and up and up and up. Really, the inflation was just outrageous of the 1970s. Anyway, this book is worth $65 if it were graded 9.6. All right. Woo, let's go to issue 114 of Marvel Team Up. This hit November 17th, 1981. Cover art by the great Mike Zeck, inked by Bob McLeod. And it's right here. It's a pretty good cover there. I love how dynamic Mike Zeck's pencil art is. It's really good stuff. And there it is. So I'm going to try to hurry along here, try to wrap the show as soon as possible. This story was written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art by Herb Trampe again, and the inker was Mike Esposito. Man, this was released right before my 11th birthday. The plot was titled "The Heat in Harlem." Story: Peter Parker has gone out to lunch with his Aunt May and her fiancé, Nathan Lubinsky. En route to the subway, Aunt May is shoved by a purse snatcher who runs off with the stolen loot from below. Peter tells his aunt that he is going to look for a police officer when suddenly his spider sense begins tingling. A bunch of young men in cowboy boots and hats appear, a local vigilante gang who call themselves the Young Watchers, and they come into the scene shoving their way through to chase after the purse snatcher. At last, would it seem, all right, at least that's what it seems, when suddenly Aunt May notices that her purse is missing as well. Peter offers to take the elderly couple back home and suspects that the Young Watchers are responsible for stealing Aunt May's purse. Official value of 9.6, graded copy of this book is $54. All right, issue 115 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, December 15th, 1981. Put it up on the screen. And it teams up Spider-Man and Thor, the God of Thunder. The cover art was by Iron Man's Bob Layton. It was written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art by Herb Trampe, inker Mike Esposito. Once again. The story is this. Dr. Donald Blake, otherwise known as Thor, God of Thunder, performs surgery on a woman named Delilah, who is part of a revolution in Chiron. Guest starring Spider-Man, of course. This is from MarvelUnlimited.com. I don't know why they threw that in there. I mean, most Marvel team-ups star Spider-Man. All right. Value of this book, $46, according to 5 auction sales of a 9.6 graded book. Let's go to 116, issue 116 of Marvel Team-Up. This is from Tuesday, January 19th, 1982. And it teams up Spider-Man and Valkyrie. Another Asgardian along with Thor, God of Thunder. Cover art, John Romita Jr., who was a great artist on Amazing Spider-Man right around this time in history in 1982, and Bob Layton. Bob Layton and John Romita Jr. drew the cover for Marvel Team Up issue 116. Story is written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art, Herb Trampe, inks Mike Esposito, yet again. Story is titled Between Sword and Hammer. Delilah and Maru team up to take over Valkyrie's mind to compel her to kill Spider-Man and Thor. Value of 9.6 graded books is $60, as we're live. All right, here's a cool cover too. Marvel Team Up issue 117. This is from February 16th, 1982. And it teams up Spider-Man and Wolverine. So this is a key comic book. All right. Written by J.M. DeMatteis. Herb Trampe did the pencils. Mike Esposito did the inks. And the story is titled Sense, like spelled S-C-E-N-T-S, sense, like sense of smell. Sense and Senses. The X-Man known as Wolverine is out in the forest of upstate New York hunting a deer. However, he doesn't intend to kill the majestic creature, only is using his enhanced senses to get close enough to touch the deer. As he does so, the feral mutant is unaware that someone is watching his activities from far away in an observation center. Wolverine suddenly becomes aware of the human scent and is surprised when he is confronted by a man on horseback dressed in the garb of a Roman soldier. telling the mutant you're trespassing on private property. The soldier orders Wolverine to surrender and accompany him to his master for punishment. Extracting Wolverine's adamantium claws, that's the strongest metal known to the MCU world on our Earth, and it's about as strong as vibranium. Shriek, shriek. The claws come out. Wolverine refuses to go without a fight and gets one of them when an army... Okay, wait a second. Extracting his adamantium claws, shriek, shriek. Wolverine refuses to go down without a fight and gets in one with an army of soldiers when they begin coming out of the woods at him. Wolverine relishes the fight and enjoys it, but as he begins gaining ground, one of the soldiers gasses him and takes Wolverine prisoner. When Wolverine's capture is brought to their leader, his lifeless body, so they thought, the leader is a mysterious professor, and he decides that after his experiments were foiled by Captain America and the Defenders, he demands to know more about superheroes, ordering his men to capture another superhero. So this is a key because it's the first appearance of a character called Professor Power. Unofficial value, according to Key Collectors, $25. Official value of 9.6 is $75, with 71 sales throughout the course of time, documented at GoCollect.com. All right, Marvel Team Up issue 118 from Tuesday, March 16th, 1982. I'll tell you about this one. I like this cover too. This one's kind of cool. And we're kind of continuing the storyline where Spider-Man is teaming up with X-Men characters. So cover art team here is John Romita Jr. from Amazing Spider-Man and soon to be drawing the X-Men after Paul Smith at this point in time, and Jack Abel. Jack Abel was around since the beginning of the Marvel Age of Comics and before that, but he's new to Marvel Team Up. So I want to mention Jack Abel was born July 15th, 1927 in New York, and he passed away, unfortunately, at the age of 68 on March 6th, 1996. Another inker of the cover, two inkers. So John Romita Jr. did the pencils, Jack Abel did the inks, along with Rick Parker, also new to Marvel Team Up. He was born as Richard Lowell Parker on August 31st, 1946. As we're alive, he's still with us at the age of 79. He was born in Miami, Florida. Okay, cool. Another Southern-born artist or writer at Marvel at this point in time. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art by Herb Trimpe, inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Meeting of the Minds. After fighting Professor Power's Roman soldiers upstate in New York, Wolverine invites Spider-Man to a training session in the X-Men's mansion. Spider-Man finds the session too hard and mentally asks Professor X to stop the session in the danger room. He would have preferred a donut and a cup of coffee to those exercises. So soon, Spider-Man shares the breakfast table with Colossus, Wolverine, Kitty Pryde, and Professor X himself. After breakfast, Spider-Man accompanies Professor X in his trip to Professor Power's mansion, where Charles Xavier was invited in for a meeting. They do not know that Professor Power is the man who attacked them in the previous issue of Marvel Team Up. Okay. So the official value of a 9.6 graded copy of this with one auction at GoCollect.com is $61. All right, let's go to Marvel Team Up issue 119 from Tuesday, April 16th, 1982. And it teams up Spider-Man and the Gargoyle, who's also a member of the Defenders superhero team. All right, the cover art was by Kerry Gamble and Joseph Rubinstein. It's written by J.M. DeMatteis. Pencil artist was someone different this time, Kerry Gamble, who also did the pencil art on the cover that you're looking at. And the inker, once again, was Mike Esposito. The story is written Time, run like a freight train. Time, run like a freight train. Okay. After battling the Enchantress in Asgard, Spider-Man and Gargoyle are glad to be back on Earth and decide to spend some time together. Gargoyle explains his origin story to Spider-Man, and the two rescue an elderly woman from some street thugs, whom Spidey webs up to leave for the police to capture. Gargoyle offers to escort the woman named Sadie Bass back to her apartment, while Spider-Man decides to visit his Aunt May at Restwell Nursing Home. Gargoyle finds out that Sadie's daughter has been trying to prolong her life by making her see various doctors, but Sadie feels that her time of death has come. Meanwhile, Peter Parker learns that Aunt May's fiancé, Nathan Lubensky, has left her in the nursing home after the death of another one of his old friends from his vaudeville days. Value of a 9.6 rated copy with one actual sale on GoCollect.com is $40 of issue 119 of Marvel Team Up. Now comes issue 120 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, May 18th, 1982. I bought this off the rack at Stop and Shop in Marietta, Georgia. I remember this is the very copy I bought off of the comic book spinner rack at a convenience store there in Marietta, Georgia, the Stop and Shop convenience store specifically. The cover art team of this issue was Carrie Gamble and Bob Layton. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis, if you want to call him that way. Pencil art by Carrie Gamble, inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Old Soldiers. Plot: Peter Parker is at Restwell Nursing Home in the farewell party for his Aunt May and Lathan Lubensky. Only one of the home's patients is not participating in the party, and that would be Mr. Fortunoff, who in the 1920s was also known as a hero, Dominique Fortune. Soon, Mr. Fortunoff is brought to his room, and there he remembers his past superhero career as Dominique Fortune by his girlfriend, Sabbath Raven. But soon, he gets shocked by seeing Turner D. All right. The value of this book, in terms of a graded 9.6 copy of Marvel Team Up issue 120, is $40. And that's based on 3 sales of 9.6 graded copies. Okay, here comes issue 121, which is a key issue of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, June 15th, 1982. Look how beat up my copy is. That's because I like this issue and I read it quite a bit. There it is. And it teams up Spider-Man and the Human Torch. So, the cover art was by Ed Hannigan and Al Milgrom. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil art was by Carrie Gamble, and the inker was Mike Esposito. The story was titled Look Before You Leap. Spider-Man and the Human Torch take on Speed Demon. But when the sinister speedster proves too much for the two young guns, salvation leaps in from a very unexpected place. Now, this is a key. It's the first appearance of a character named Frogman, otherwise known as Eugene Patillo, the son of Leapfrog, who initially uses his father's code name. Value, unofficially, it's $30 on the high end. The official value of a graded 9.6 copy based on 12 actual auction sales is $48 of this copy, of this edition of Marvel Team Up. Marvel Team Up 122. This is from Tuesday, July 13th, 1982. And it teams up Spider-Man and the Man-Thing. Cover art was by Ed Hannigan and Al Milgrom. The story was written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil artist was Carrie Gamble, and the inker was Mike Esposito, just like the past few issues. The story is titled A Simple Twist of Fate. And I read that because it's a simple twist of ... fate. Man-Thing shambles across his homes in the Florida Everglades. His homes, whoever wrote this, I'm gonna go get a candy bar. Hang on a second. I need some sugar. Let me see if I can find a clip. I have got to take a break. I'm going to die. And I'm almost, oh my gosh, we've gone over 3 hours. I've got to pick up the pace. All right, let me see here. So let me see if I can find a video. I know I can. I'm going to play a video. I need to find one pertaining to comic books. Hey, good to see you again. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's your Saturday going there? You find a video that has a little bit of length to it. That's what she said. I can get a cup of coffee and take a break. Comic book related, comic book related, comic book related. No, it's not really comic book related. It's like superhero related. Let's take a little break. I played a little bit of this. This is pertaining last week. This is pertaining to Batman the movie from 1966. It was filmed in between seasons 1 and 2 of Batman starring Adam West. It was filmed in the summer of 1966. I'm sorry, it was filmed in the spring of 66, released in the summer of 1966, right before season 2 of Batman premiered. Here's a 1 minute, 46 second long clip featuring the dynamic duo. I know we're talking Marvel. This is a DC character, but I just love this. Let's watch it. I'll take a little break. It's a minute, 46 seconds long, folks.
Emergency. Batman speaking. Warning all of you to brace yourselves for big news.
The biggest.
Tell them, Robin.
Holy superlatives, Batman. It's really exciting. Soon, very soon, Batman and I will be batapulting right out of your TV sets and onto your theater screens.
That's right, Robin. Our first full-length motion picture feature in color opens a whole new world of thrills. The big screen gives us more space on land, sea, and in the air to challenge the most bataclysmic collection of super criminals that ever plotted to take over the world.
Number 1, the Riddler. Question: who's going to make the feathers fly and knock Batman and Robin out of the sky? Number 2, the Joker. Have you heard this one? It'll kill you, Batman. Number 3, the Penguin.
There are 2 eggs this wily bird is going to scramble. Batman and Robin.
Number 4, the Catwoman.
Oh, you're going to see the perfect crime when I get Batman in my claws.
And that's just a sample of the exciting exploits ahead in our first feature motion picture.
Holy memoranda, folks. Make a note not to miss it.
Good thinking, Robin.
Oh, man. You caught me with a mouthful. Eating a Pringle. Real healthy, right? I'm back. I'm going to turn my sign on, too. Man, did that break feel good, though. Anybody in the chat? Let me get caught up. We'll get back to Marvel, Tim. We'll try to conclude it. Oh, Kiva was talking about Howard the Duck, the movie. She thought it was cute and a good family movie. Like to watch it every day. She was Keebler danger of no sugarcoating the truth was referring to a comment Joe Gutfeld made where he said, I hate Howard the Duck. He said, here's the actual comment. The worst movie ever, Howard the Duck, that is. Yeah. It wasn't great. He didn't hate it. All right. And we will talk about Remind Magazine. Good point. Remind, and I must throw the picture up when I do this. Remind Magazine is a great magazine based on nostalgia, and there are comic book puzzles and comic stories inside. If you go to remindmagazine.com, right now you can give the gift for the holiday season. And if you're listening to this after the holidays, it makes a great birthday gift. If you just go to remindmagazine.com, you can subscribe or give a gift of 10 issues, including 2 double-sized issues for just $12 out the door, including postage, including tax. Mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order, and people will think when you give this as a gift, they'll think of you all year long. And the best part of all, it comes to you in the mail, old school. Just like when Gen Xers were kids, you might be a millennial, I don't know, but we used to get magazines in the mail, whether it's Mad Magazine, Boys Life, Sports Illustrated. It's kind of a throwback thing of the past because I liked it. Print is still alive with Remind Magazine, and so are our memories. The wheelhouse of Remind Magazine are the 1950s through the 1990s only, and they have interviews with your favorite stars, musicians. They cover all sorts of great topics. Music, television shows, favorite foods. There's a whole array of nostalgic things that are covered in Remind Magazine in their well-written articles that you'll enjoy. That's remindmagazine.com. Mention Nostalgic Podblast when you order. When you order, the regular price is $6, $5.99 plus tax. So that breaks down to, wow, like $1 an issue. If there were 12 issues, it'd be $1 an issue. You can't even get a streaming monthly subscription for $12, right? And we're talking a whole year. And people think you spend a hell of a lot more than $12. So that's remindmagazine.com. And let me put that on the screen. Thank you, Keebler. There's also an old school telephone number to call if you want to deal with a human being and order that way. You'll get someone right here in the USA by calling 855-773-6463. That's a toll-free line, of course, and they accept all major credit cards. All right, so that's thanks to our friends at remindmagazine.com. And here's the latest edition, as we're live, of Remind Magazine. Have it right up here. For the holidays, 2 times a year they have double-size issues during the summer months where they cover summer blockbuster movies and the like, and then during the holidays. So that's the current issue of Remind Magazine. All right, so thanks for reminding me of that, Keebler. We'll get back on track with Marvel Team Up now. Oh, I feel refreshed now. Okay, so we left off. There's only 150 issues, a couple more annuals left or so, and then we'll be done. And I know this has been a very, very long show, but let me talk about Marvel Team Up issue 122 from Tuesday, July 13th, 1982. Cover art team, Ed Hannigan and Al Milgrom, written by J.M. DeMatteis. Pencil art by Kerry Gamble. Inker was Mike Esposito, of course. The plot. Story title, A Simple Twist of Fate. All right, Man-Thing shambles across his homes in the Florida Everglades. I don't know why it says homes, but I'm reading verbatim from MarvelFandom.com. Man-Thing shambles across his homes, plural, in the Florida Everglades when suddenly his attention is drawn to a mystical portal that suddenly opens. Emerging from it is the mystic known as Ian Fate. Fate notices the Man-Thing and senses the creature's pain. Feeling sorry for the muck monster, Fate encourages it to follow him when he tells it his story. He tells Man-Thing how he was a journalist who was devoted to his family until they were killed in a car bomb set off by a mercenary known as Eric Payne, P-Y-N-E. Seeking revenge, Fate began studying black magic. Eventually, he learned that Payne was operating as the costume hero known as Devil Slayer. He used his magical powers to try and destroy his foe, but was defeated by his allies, the Defenders superhero team. Fate explains that he was feigned insane when Dr. Strange turned him over to a psychiatrist and bided his time until mystical forces are in alignment or in their proper place to use his powers to escape. His thoughts muddled, Ian decides that he will use his power to end the suffering. Seeing a kindred spirit in the Man-Thing, he takes the muck monster along with him on his quest to set mankind free. Value of a 9.6 is $65, according to 8 actual auction sales documented at GoCollect.com. Now it's time for Marvel Team Up Annual Special 5 of 7. This is the 5th one. Excuse me, I just burped right into the mic. Oh my, OMG. There's Marvel Team Up Annual 5. I bought this very copy off of the rack. Yep. Well, listeners can't hear that. When I showed the Remind Magazine Christmas, it shows toys and games throughout the years for Christmas, and it showed Operation on the cover. And in comments, watching live, Joe Gutfeld, New York State, said Operation. Yeah, that's the Operation game. Yep, remember Operation? But I bought this very copy off of the rack. We're talking about Marvel Team Up Annual 5. This was released to the public for the first time on August 3rd, 1982. Cover art was by Ed Hannigan and Al Milgrom. That's a very bad cover, in my opinion. I don't like it. The story and pencil art on the inside was by Mark Gruenwald. Talked about him earlier. With inks by Jim Mooney. Story is titled Serpent Rising. Synopsis of the plot is this. Spider-Man teams up with a multitude of heroes, including Quasar, the Thing from the Fantastic Four, the Scarlet Witch from the Avengers, and Doctor Strange from the Defenders team against a supernatural threat. Value officially of a 9.6 copy, graded copy based on one sale in 2025 is $53. All right, let's move along to Marvel Team Up, issue number 123. This is from Tuesday, August 17th, 1982. I like this cover a lot right here. This cover is kind of badass, I think. Badass cover. Art team on this cover. It looks like John Romita Jr. to me, his art, but it's not. It's Ed Hannigan and Al Milgrom. Ed Hannigan was drawing for Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, the third Spider-Man comic book title after Marvel Team Up, too, as well, at that point in time. So this story is written by J.M., again, pencil art, Carrie Gamble, inker Mike Esposito. The story was titled Rivers of Blood. Synopsis: following his battle with Man-Thing, Spider-Man is brought to a hospital for treatment. He's left under the care of Claire Temple, who tells him that he is surprised to see that the wall crawler is recovering from a battle that would have killed a normal man. She tells him he should be fine after a few days of bed rest. They have bad grammar in this. It said he when it's she. The previous sentence, I didn't screw up. I was reading verbatim. Anyway, whoever wrote this at Marvel Unlimited did a terrible job. They need an editor over there. Anyway, so the doctor says this would have killed a normal man. All right, let's see. The doctor tells him that he should be fine in a few days of bed rest. With a few days of bed rest, however, Spider-Man has more faith in his recuperative powers and leaps out of bed. However, his landing is somewhat painful. Dr. Temple is called away to treat an 8-year-old boy who has suffered a serious stab wound. The boy's mother is hysterical. Oh my God! But explains that someone broke into their home while the boy was alone and robbed the place, stabbing the boy before they fled. That's terrible. If that were real, it's just a fictional story. It happens all the time, I'm sure, unfortunately, in the sick world we live in. The most disheartening thing is that the thief was only 13 years old that did the stabbing. As Claire rushes the boy into surgery, she tells Spider-Man, get back to bed. Value of this book officially is $56, with one 9.6 official graded copy sold in 2025. All right, here comes Marvel Team Up issue 124 from Tuesday, September 14th, 1982. Cover art team was Ed Hannigan and John Beatty, who is new to Marvel Team Up, so I must mention where he was born. John Beatty inked Mike Zeck a lot. I mean, almost all the time back around this point in time in Captain America and in Marvel Superheroes, The Secret Wars 12-issue miniseries. But John Beatty was born in Whitesburg, Kentucky on May 6th, 1961. So as we're live, he's 64 years of age. He'll be 65 in 2026. All right, John Beatty. John Beatty's a great inker. God. Do I have a photo of John Beatty? Let me just see. I think I might have a photo of John Beatty. Oh, shucks, I don't. But I have other artists I'll show you in a little while. Anyway, we're talking about this very issue here. The interior story was written by J.M. DeMatteis. Again, pencil artist was Carrie Gamble, inker Mike Esposito. Story was titled The Ties That Bind. From his castle located in the Virginia Smokies, Professor Power has a team of scientists who transfer his mind into the body of his son Matthew, giving Power a newly vital and youthful body to continue his plans after his last defeat at the hands of Spider-Man and Professor X. With his enhanced strength and powers, Professor Power seeks to get revenge against Charles Xavier by attacking those that Xavier views as his children, namely members of the X-Men team. 3 days later, the Beast is at Kennedy Airport with his girlfriend, Vera Cantor, to meet his parents who are coming to New York to visit their son. Hank is excited to reunite with his parents as he hasn't seen them since he first joined the X-Men team years earlier. The Beast is a little concerned about meeting his parents because they were uneasy about him being a mutant before he further mutated himself and grew fur. We've talked about that last time on the Nostalgic Podblast in part 1 of Marvel Team Up, every issue ever made. While his father, Norton, is happy to see his son, Hank, and is proud that Henry was a member of the Avengers, however, his mother, Edna, is taken aback by what her son appears to be. A freak. I added that word. It didn't say that in the synopsis. Okay. Value of this comic, 9.6. Graded copy based on 2025's sale at auctions, $31. That's it, $31. I wish I had sexier books, but again, I like offering and talking about a title you can pick up right now in a down economy that's recovering relatively inexpensively. And you can get 150 issues, I would think, pretty quickly. That's not a lot of issues to get the whole series. Just to say you have the whole run of Marvel Team Up. 157 total issues. 150 regular-sized issues that were mostly monthly after issue 8. There was bi-monthly at first. Talked about that last time. Then it was monthly after 9 and after. Issue 9 and after. And then 7 annuals throughout the course of time. First annual was 1976. Second annual, 1979. Then 1980, 81, 82, 83, 84. All right, so did I advance the photos? Let me see. There is issue number, oh yes, Tigra and Spider-Man. This is issue number 125 of Marvel Team Up. This was released on Tuesday, October 14th, 1982. The cover art was by John Romita Jr., who at that time was drawing Amazing Spider-Man, and inker Frank Giacca. Last name was spelled Giacoia. Story was written by J.M. DeMatteis. Pencil artist was Bob Hall. Inker Mike Esposito. Once again, the story is titled Yesterday and Today. Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch combine mystical forces in Yesterday and Today. Note, this issue only contains the Doctor Strange Scarlet Witch story. So the cover is not accurate. I'm going to open up my copy and see. Damn, I don't want to slow down the show yet again. I have the book right here. I should have done that in pre-show prep. I'm going to grab it. Let me turn my camera on full, and I'm gonna pull that book because I don't know if that's right or not. Bear with me just a second, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. I mean, I'm joking because I don't think anyone's watching live now. I'm back. Here it is. Sorry about that. Sorry about that lull. Here's the very issue I showed. Let me open it up and see. I love the sound. When you open a comic book, it's taped to plastic. Listen. That's what it sounds like, listeners. That's what it sounds and looks like. It's a great copy. It's a newsstand edition, so those are the ones harder to find in good condition for the reasons we already talked about, like kids going through the rack, bending the books and stuff, or subscription copies. I subscribe to Marvel Comics, and it would only be protected by like a paper bag, basically, like at an old school grocery store, like paper or plastic, the paper bag, like that kind of material, right? and so these books would be folded by the post person delivering the mail. There'd be all sorts of damage to subscription copies, which are always newsstand copies. The comic book shop's got the direct edition. So, no, that's bull crap. What it said on the web. There's Tigra right there. I don't know why Marvel fandom said that only that story. No, that's BS. There's Tigra right there. Let me see something here. And there's Scarlet Witch. So, well, that was a big waste of time, but at least I verified that that's another internet untruth. I was going to say that'd be bad to have false advertising of that issue like that. But yeah, and I'll just leave the box. In case I have to refer to a book, I'll leave the box. I pulled the box from my collection, and I'll leave it right there in my hand so I can access it quickly. All right, so by the way, we talked about Mike Zeck and John Beatty there behind me. Now that my image is big, that is a comic book shop poster. Talked about it last week to promote from 1983. The Marvel Superhero Secret Wars 12-issue miniseries by Jim Shooter with art by Mike Zeck and inker John Beatty. And there is a difference between the poster and the finished product. I'll tell you what it is. You will see right here Kitty Pryde. She's an X-Men character played by now known as Elliot Page in the movies, at least for the first time in the movies back in the early 2000s, right? Well, she's not on the actual cover. That art was used for the cover of issue 1 of 12. Let me show you up close. I bet it's going to fall. He's going to fall. A giant-sized Kenner Stormtrooper's holding up the comic book so I could display it. But there's issue 1 newsstand copy. I must have like 5 copies of this. I bought back when I was young, when I was a kid, off the rack and at the shop, so many copies of this. And I bought a lot of copies of issue 8, which is the first appearance in terms of the story continuity of the black Spider-Man costume, the symbiote, which became Venom. But look, there's no Kitty Pryde there. Kitty Pryde is underneath Nightcrawler in the poster behind me. Anyone who's watching, Sorry, listeners. A little visual break. But she's not there on the comic book. And the reason, according to the web, they did have Mattel toys tied in to this 1984 comic book miniseries, number 1 in a 12-issue miniseries. And they did not want to make a toy of Kitty Pryde. So I have sealed. I'm going to show you one day some of these that are sealed, like carded action figures that I have that I bought way back when and just saved them. But there's going to be a movie. Yeah, good. There's no glare. The Avengers Secret Wars. And it's going to be loosely based, hopefully more than loosely based, on that 12-issue miniseries. I loved it. It was a return to Marvel, a lot of action. And there was a 3-issue miniseries in 1982 titled Contest of Champions, which was kind of the same thing. It was a battle between heroes and villains. Like pretty much every Marvel hero and villain were fighting. And that's what this was. There's a character, an alien from outer space, the Beyonder, a godlike alien, who summoned the forces of good and evil to battle, ostensibly to determine which is the better force or the stronger force, good or evil. That's kind of loosely what the Secret Wars is all about. And we'll see what happens with the movies. And Jim Shooter, reportedly, who created this miniseries, sold the rights to Disney for only $10,000. Look it up, folks. And he sadly died in 2025, Jim Shooter did. I met him in 2021, talked with him about how I was ripped off when I was a kid, when I created Madcap and submitted the artwork. I called him happy, like a demented happy face. He could drive people insane by staring at them. And he said, I told my guys not to do that. And I have it on audio. It's on a previous Podblast. And I did an isolated video. Anyway, anyone that wants to hear from beyond the grave, the words of Jim Shooter. I'm not making it up, folks. Anyway, enough said. Enough about me. So that's my spiel. Since Mike Zeck came up in this show, I just wanted to explain. That's probably his most iconic work, the cover of Secret Wars issue 1, along with Secret Wars issue 8, maybe the first appearance of the black costume in story continuity. But the first real appearance was Amazing Spider-Man 252 and Marvel Team Up 141, which we're going to get to. If I don't stop talking, we'll never get to it. Oh my God, I've gone 3.5 hours and 3 hours, 33 minutes and 52 seconds. Unreal. So back on track. Let me get back on track. All right, so I've got to now do this. Put up my picture. I got some more artists to show you too along the way. Oh, I got to upload stuff soon. Oh my goodness. So that's where we left off, issue 125. All right. 125 of 150. Let me see if I mentioned everything. Yes, I did. $50 is the value of a 9.6 of issue 125, which was released on Tuesday, October 14th, 1982. All right, here comes issue 126 of Marvel Team Up. And it's right there. And the cover was by John Romita Jr. once again and Dan Green. And they were a future team on X-Men. John Romita Jr. pencils, Dan Green inks. That was after the Paul Smith X-Men issues of the 1980s, the mid-1980s. So I think this might be the first time they teamed up. Someone out there researched that. I should have researched it before we went live. But that's an important fact. I think it's very possible. This is the first time that John Romita Jr. and Dan Green collaborated. Now, they worked on Amazing Spider-Man as well, so it could be an Amazing Spider-Man issue, which was their first collaboration. But anyway, so I digress. Anyway, I think it might be this one. And history hasn't caught up to it yet. All right, so this was written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art Bob Hall, inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled A Firm Offer. Story: Damian Hellstrom, otherwise known as the Son of Satan, who actually is a hero in the Marvel Comics universe, is walking the streets of New York, lost in thought over his recent troubles, when suddenly he hears a scream, "Ah!" coming from a nearby alley. In the shadows, he sees a figure standing over a man laying on the ground. When he approaches the scene, it turns out the man who is standing is Power Man, Luke Cage. "We looking at, sucker?" Thinking that Damian Hellstrom was the victim's killer, he lashes out, knocking Hellstrom aside. "Get out of here, man! You psycho!" In retaliation, Damian Hellstrom, the Son of Satan, summons his powers, transforming once again into the Son of Satan, and blasts Luke Cage with hellfire from his trident. Luke shrugs it off. Ugh, what the hell was this? But before they can resume battle, the two men recognize each other through their past association with the Defender superhero team. Power Man explains that the man lying on the ground is a street contact named Tyrone D. Gus. Luke Cage explains that he was meeting with Tyrone as he discovered something big. That's what she said. Power Man fears that they won't be able to get Gus to a hospital in time to save his life. Son of Satan believes they can and attempts to cast a spell to keep Tyrone alive until they can get him to some medical attention. However, as he begins to cast the spell, Tyrone's body suddenly explodes. Boom! Leaving nothing but ashes behind, much to the surprise of both men. So the value of this, according to 6 sales of 9.6 graded copies, is $48. So let's move on to issue 127 of Marvel Team Up. This is the last one I have of a loaded photo of, so I'm going to have to do some fancy uploading. This is a Christmas issue. How about that? Christmas issue of Marvel Team Up. I'm going to try to load some more as I talk here. I'm not a good staller. I'm not. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. And my weaknesses are aplenty. But this ain't one of them, stalling. Not really. I should be able to tell a story or something while I'm doing this. All right. We're getting there. All right. Cool. So here is this issue of Marvel Team Up. I've got to pick up the pace, folks, or it's going to be an epically long show, and nobody got time for this. Just listen to the show as a two-parter. Even though this is part 2, if it's too long, just stop and then resume where you left off. I'm going to try to put some cue marks in there so it's easy on the audio side and the video side to have some stop marks, maybe by year or something. Like this is the end of the publishing year, 1982, 83, 84, that sort of thing. That would be probably a logical thing to do and a helpful thing, because no one has time for all this. But Marvel Team Up issue 127 was released on Tuesday, December 14th, 1982, with a Christmas cover. Cover art team was Ed Hennigan and Al Milgram. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil art was by Kerry Gamble. Inker Mike Esposito again. The plot. The story was titled Small Miracles. Christmas 1982 issue. On Christmas Eve, Spider-Man is web-slinging across the city to get his Aunt May's boarding house. Okay. I am effing up so bad tonight. I have lost it. Small Miracles. On Christmas Eve, Spider-Man is web-slinging across the city to get to his Aunt May's boarding house. He enjoys this time of the year as it gives him a chance to get his mind off of supervillains. When he arrives at his Aunt May's home, Spider-Man lands on the roof to change back into his alter ego, Peter Parker, and unload his presents from his web pack. Entering the home, Peter finds the place alive with activity from Aunt May and her tenants as they prepare the house for their Christmas Eve celebrations. Arthur Chekhov has dressed up as Santa Claus, and the Palmeros are decorating the tree, and the Lund sisters manage to steal a kiss from Peter Parker with a mistletoe. While everyone is celebrating, Peter notices that Arthur is sulking by the window. He asks the usually jovial man, "What's the matter?" It says what the matter is in the description. I swear it says what the matter is. What's the matter? Chekhov explains, not to be confused with Star Trek's Chekhov. Chekhov explains that he was expecting a visit of his granddaughter, Bet. I guess it's Betty. It's spelled B-E-T-T-E. Betty. Must be Betty. Chekhov explains he was expecting a visit from his. It says of his. Chekhov explains he was expecting a visit from his granddaughter, Betty. He explains that she is the daughter of his son, Walter, who died in a plane crash. He had called her earlier in the week to ask her to come and visit him this evening, and she said she might. Now he fears that she might not come at all and visit. Peter tries to reassure Arthur that she still might come if it is still early in the night. Suddenly, Peter Parker's spider sense goes off, and he makes an excuse for going out to buy some ice cream. Yeah, that's the ticket for the party, so he can excuse himself and investigate as Spider-Man. All right, that's all I'm going to say about the plot. The value of a 9.6 with 13 actual sales of this book is $55. All right. Now we're going to Marvel Team Up issue 128. Now we're into 1983, folks. Marvel Team Up. from Tuesday, January 18th, 1983, issue 128. It is right here. I already loaded it. There it is. And it's a photo cover. I want to talk about this. This is interesting. This is a doggone, as you can see, listeners, it's a picture of Spider-Man and Captain America. They were the duo of this issue. How about that? What do you think of that? I mean, I think it's pretty bad photography from the lighting side. It looked like it was taken with a Polaroid. Not very good. What say you? I think it's amateur hour. But, you know, this was back in 1982 when this was taken, even though it was released in 83. Obviously, this was probably in early fall, late mid-fall 82, this photo session was done. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Tuesday, January 18th, 1983, the photographer is credited as Elliot R. Brown. Now, he's new to Marvel Team Up, so I got to mention Elliot R. Brown was born on December 19th, 1954. And he's a comic book writer and artist and photographer. He began working in the Marvel Comics bullpen back in 1978 as a photostat camera operator while working under Bob Budiansky. He was a writer and artist on the official handbook of the Marvel Universe. I loved that. It was in alphabetical order. It showed all the Marvel characters before the internet, like a full-page drawing of a character, and it had all the character traits, the first appearance in comic books. It was a great resource. It's an encyclopedia of the Marvel Comics universe, right? And it was a limited series. And over the years, they would update it. They would have updated versions because new characters were added all the time. So in alphabetical order, they'd add new supervillains, new superheroes. And when I submitted Madcap, which I called Happy, I drew a full-page, full-color drawing with a synopsis just like the official handbook to the Marvel Universe, which began in 1983. Anyway, I digress. So that's where the artist who did this cover I'm talking about now, Elliot Brown, he did a lot of work on the official handbook to the Marvel Universe. Anyway, the interior story is written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil artist was Kerry Gamble. Inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Sweet Temptation. Peter Parker is attending the New York City Street Festival with his friend Roger Hochberg and his girlfriend Mia Carrera. However, his heart isn't in it as he is concerned about the Black Cat, otherwise known as Felicia Hardy, who was mysteriously wounded during his recent battle with Dr. Octopus as Spider-Man. In the title, Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, I might add. I have those issues as well. Well, Mia picks up on the fact that something is bothering Peter Parker. And having developed an interest in Peter, asks him, what's the matter? Peter brushes her off. Nothing. Because he can't tell anyone about his troubles without compromising his superhero double identity. Not far away is Steve Rogers, otherwise known as Captain America, throws his mighty shield, and his girlfriend, Bernie Rosenthal, who are also attending the festival. Bernie is happy that they have been able to go out without Steve mentioning his alter ego, Captain America, one time, not once. Bernie admits that it took time to adjust to learning that Steve is secretly Captain America. When she says that she is a woman in love, she stops herself because this expression makes Steve uncomfortable. It is too late, though, as the mention of love makes Steve Rogers think about the last woman he loved, Sharon Carter. Agent Sharon Carter, back in World War II. And in the movies, too, Haley Atwell plays Sharon Carter, Agent Carter, in the movies and in the TV show Agent Carter on ABC, which is canceled. I was about to say no longer with us, which has long since been canceled. I think it's on Disney Plus, though. Anyway, so Steve Rogers is thinking about Sharon Carter and how her association with Captain America as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. led to her death. The value of this book is $40, according to 3 real auctions of a 9.6 graded copy. All right, here's Marvel Team Up number 129 from Tuesday, February 15th, 1983. Keebler, I know what you're thinking. Chance, I told you, do a three-parter. Show's going too long. I know. I'm going to try to really hurry it up now. It's my bad all the way. I thought I could do this within 3 hours, and just, I can't do it. Sorry. But I want to finish this up. All right, because there's not so many sexy books, except for 141 coming up in terms of keys that have some value to them left in this series. So I think a part 3 would have been anticlimactic. You know, it wouldn't be interesting. At least not to me. I want to do this all in one part. Can you imagine if I tried to do this in one live stream? I mean, it would have gone 5-6 hours. It'd be ridiculous. I mean, nobody has time for that. No, sir. No, ma'am. No way. Okay, so issue 129 was released on Tuesday, February 15th, 1983. The cover art was by Ed Hannigan and John Byrne doing the inking work. He's most widely known as a penciler, but he does do ink work, as you can see here. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis. The pencil artist was Kerry Gamble. The inker was Mike Esposito. Once again, kind of a given it's Mike Esposito at this point. The story is titled, And Much to Ponder Before the Dawn. Spider-Man and the Vision, the android that Wanda is in love with, team up against a stalking serial killer who is terrorizing small towns in New Hampshire. Value of this book with one sale in 2025 of a 9.6 is $110. Boy, that went up. I don't know why. All right, here is issue 130 of Marvel Team Up from Tuesday, March 15th, 1983. And it's on your screen. And this features the better half of the couple of Scarlet Witch and the Vision. And let me give you some information on this, as my nephew used to say. My nephew Henry. All right, I'm just loading a photo, of course. Okay, so Marvel Team Up issue 130 was released Tuesday, March 15th, 1983. I know I already said that. Cover art was by John Romita Jr. and Terry Austin. The story is written by J.M. DeMatteis again. Pencil artist was Sal Buscema from The Incredible Hulk and Spectacular Spider-Man down the line after this. Inker was Mike Esposito. The story is titled Till Death Do Us Part. Scarlet Witch joins the Vision and Spider-Man in New Hampshire to take down the nightmarish Necrodamus. Okay, 9.6 graded copy worth $44 with 4 auction sales of 9.6s. Let's go to Marvel Team Up issue 131 from April 12th, 1983. This is a key. It introduces this new character. Now, I am the owner of a pet bunny rabbit. So I like this character, the White Rabbit. And she was first introduced in this issue. So that's why this is a key. Anytime there's a first appearance, it's going to be what they call a key issue. All right, so here we go. Tuesday, April 12th, 1983. Cover art was by Paul Smith, new to Marvel Team Up, and he was an X-Men artist. Paul Smith was born September 4th, 1953 in Kansas City, Missouri. He's 72 years of age. This story is written by J.M. DeMatteis, pencil art by Kerry Gamble, inker Mike Esposito. The plot, here's the story. Titled, The Best Things in Life Are Free, but Everything Else Costs Money. The White Rabbit is a millionaire widow which only finds fun in robbery. She leads a gang which commits shop robberies. One of these robberies, White Rabbit's gang attacks a Quickie Burger restaurant where Eugene Patillo was taking a burger with a friend. Whoever wrote this is awful. Was eating a burger with a friend. So Frogman enters into action and the White Rabbit escapes from the robbery attempt. Meanwhile, Peter Parker meets his friend Roger in his apartment. Roger tells him that Roger's mother is on the list for surgery and they do not have enough money to pay for the operation. Peter calms him and decides to catch the White Rabbit to collect the reward and share it with Roger. Later on, Eugene's father argues with his son because he does not want him to act as Frogman anymore. But they do not have enough money, and Eugene decides to catch the White Rabbit to collect the reward himself. Meanwhile, Eugene's father becomes part of the White Rabbit gang, although he is secretly working with the police, so he's undercover. When Eugene is on his way to find the White Rabbit, he meets Spider-Man, and both together fight and defeat the White Rabbit in the hospital where Roger's mother stays and awaiting her operation there. In fact, Roger is the one who throws the coup de grace over the White Rabbit. It is then that Eugene find out it's written in bad grammar, internet, marvelfandom.com. I love you, but please get an editor. It is then that Eugene's find out. Okay, it is then that Eugene finds out his father was working with the police undercover, so they share the reward with Roger to pay for the operation. Okay, key first appearance White Rabbit. I know I said that a couple times now. Unofficial grade is $30 in the bsgocollector.com value chart system. It's crap. The official value of a 9.6 copy is $90. And that's based on 65 auction sales of 9.6 graded copies over time. documented at gocollect.com. So issue 132 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, May 17th, 1983. And it teams up Spider-Man and Mr. Fantastic, the leader of the Fantastic Four. The cover art was by Paul Smith, future X-Men artist. I know I already said that. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Huh? It's my Archie Bunker. Huh? You dingbat? That's what he called his wife. That's so rude, huh? All right. 132 from Tuesday, May 17th, 83. Cover art, Paul Smith. Written by J.M. DeMatteis. Pencil art by Sal Buscema. Inker, Re-inker. After all this, I should have it right. Mike Esposito. Story is titled The Common Denominator. Spider-Man's partner this time around is none other than the smartest man in Marvel, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, the leader of the Fantastic Four. But what is the common denominator? And how does it figure into the scheme of the new and improved Everyman? Here's a hint. It has to do with Mr. Fantastic, as Reed Richards is abruptly robbed of his most powerful weapon, his brilliant mind. All right, official value is $80 of a 9.6 graded copy based on one sale in 2025. Documented at gocollect.com. Issue 133 of Marvel Team Up, June 14th, 1983. It's right here. And it teams up Spider-Man with the Fantastic Four. Hang on, I got a comment. Yeah, I can't do that, Keebler. I got to finish her out. Nope, nobody wants to tune into 3 parts of the Marvel Team Up. Okay, so here we go. 133, Tuesday, June 14th, 1983. Cover art by Al Milgrom with John Byrne inks. Written by J.M. DeMatteis. Pencil art, Sal Buscema on the inside. Inker, Mike Esposito. The title of the story is The World According to Faustus. Spider-Man teams up with the Fantastic Four as they go toe-to-toe with the villainous Dr. Faustus. Value of this is $75 based on 4 9.6 sales. So let's go on to Marvel Team Up Annual 6 of 7 from July 5th, 1983. And I got to pull that one up. Got it right here, folks. Bear with me. It's going to be down here. Hang on. Damn. Here it is. Annual 6. Take a bite of a candy bar. All right. Annual 6 of Marvel Team Up. It teams up Spider-Man with Cloak and Dagger and the New Mutants. By the way, the New Mutants movie was not bad. From what, 2020? I liked it. Did you see that? Very underrated movie. So, the Marvel Team Up double-size annual special, number 6, released on July 5th, 83. Cover art was by, big addition to the title Marvel Team Up, Ron Frenz. Okay. Ron Frenz wound up drawing iconic issues of Amazing Spider-Man around this time. And there was a cool promo poster that Ron Frenz drew. I was going to show it to you. I was trying to find it. It's in storage somewhere. And it's not framed and it's folded. I was going to hang it up, but I didn't want to risk damaging it. So I chose the Marvel Superhero Secret Wars poster just because it presents better and I wouldn't damage it. But let me show you the poster. Now, Ron Frenz, while I pull that up, I have it right here. Ron Frenz was born Ronald Wade Frenz on February 1st, 1960 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Did you know that? He's 65 years of age. He's going to be 66 on February 1st, 2026. But let me show you the comic book shop poster. They were trying to boost the sales of Marvel Team Up at this point in time. And we got a super key issue coming right up. But let me show you the poster I was going to show in the background. I'm glad I remembered to do this. It's right here. Let me just load her up. That's what she said. Where is it? That's terrible. That was sick. Marvel Team Up poster. Hang on a second. I'll tell you why there's a delay. StreamYard only lets me have 100 photos max, and I went way over. Here it is. There it is. Yay. I found the poster. And so I have to delete and go when I get past 100 photos. All right, here's the poster, finally. What do you think of that poster? That's the Marvel Team Up poster I was going to have in the background. I don't like the artwork as much as the Mike Zeck, John Beatty, Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars comic book shop promo poster, which is a somewhat rare poster. This one's rare too. This was also a comic book shop promo poster distributed to participating comic book shops. And Diamond Distributors was our comic book distributor down here in the Southeast in Atlanta, Georgia back then. And till recent, they've had a lot of problems, a lot of bad press in the comic book community pertaining to Diamond Distributors, but I digress. Let me know in the comments, even after we're live, I'm curious what you think of that poster. It says, Marvel Team Up starring Spider-Man and the whole blame Marvel Universe. I have that. So, all right. That's what I call the Ron Friends Marvel Team Up poster. But getting back, not that one, I already showed that one, to the annual. Yeah, there it is. Quick facts. Cover art was by Ron Friends and inker Klaus Johnson. Now, I can show you his picture. He's one of the artists I did pull up. Klaus Johnson. Look, there he is. There's Klaus. And he did the ink work on this issue just on the cover. And I've talked about his facts. He's European. He's still with us. And I really like this guy's art. He did a lot of work on Daredevil as an inker. He worked with Frank Miller, respectively, in the Elektra issues and that whole great Frank Miller run of Daredevil from the 1980s. Good stuff. So I really like Klaus. So there he is. But getting back to this issue, Annual 6, to wrap up the topic of this annual. And there's only one more annual after this. Okay, the writer of the story was Bill Mantlo. The pencils were Ron Friends. His debut Marvel Team Up in terms of when these were released to the public. This is his first issue he penciled, the Marvel Team Up. Inked by a new talent, Kevin Dizuban, spelled D-Z-U-B-A-N. He's unknown. I couldn't find his birth info in terms of when he was born or where he's born, so he's an unknown factor, but he did the inks. The story is titled The Hunters and the Hunted. I always think of Flash Gordon, the movie, the main Hawkman. The hunter becomes the hunted. I'm sorry. Whenever I see that phrase, I don't know. I always think of the movie Flash Gordon, starring Sam Jones. And wow. And of course, the actor who played Hawkman is famous for Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. We don't care about the Naboo. Yeah, he did that voice of that character there. All right, so The Hunters and the Hunted. And that actor, by the way, do you know the name of that actor who played the Hawkman? I'm slowing the show down with these stupid facts. I think even Joe Gutfeld checked out because this show is just so damn long. Our Christmas show's coming up, by the way, but it won't be longer than this. We'll try to keep that to 90 minutes. 90 minutes. What's his name? He did Space Knight 1099. Also, he played Maya's father. Brian Blessed is his name. He played the Hawkman. Okay, but let's get back on track. I'm sorry about that. So the Hunters and the Hunted. Spider-Man, Cloak and Dagger, and the New Mutants team up to take down a whole horde of villains. All right, the value of this book is $28. That's it, $28 with 9 actual auction sales of 9.6 graded copies. All right, let's move on. Issue 134 of 150 of the regular sized issues of Marvel Team Up, and that is this issue right here. There's the cover with Spider-Man teaming up with the Jack of Hearts. And this issue was released on Tuesday, July 19th, 1983. Cover art for the first time in the regular issue, Ron Friends and Al Milgrom. Stories written by Bill Mantlo, pencil artist by Ron Friends, his first regular issue after that double-size annual, and inker Mike Esposito, but of course. The story is titled The Boys' Night Out. Here's the story synopsis. At Hart Mansion, Jack of Hearts has been kidnapped by S.H.I.E.L.D., who have been using neutro mist and a series of sophisticated sensors to keep his powers in check. After studying his prison for days, Jack has determined where all the senses are and has developed an immunity to the mists that suppress his power. Having grown fed up of being locked away, Jack breaks free of the mansion. Outside, he is confronted by a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on sky sleds. When they try to subdue him with neutro mist, the Jack of Hearts, Jack, lands on the ground and escapes in a car from his father's garage. Watching this escape from the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier is Agent Martins, in charge of Project Heart. who watches the escape and ponders what to do next. Okay, 9.6 copy, 4 auctions valued at $48. Okay, let's go to Marvel Team Up issue 135 from Tuesday, August 16th, 1983. It's right there. And this issue was released, or had cover art rather by Ron Friends and Al Milgram. The story is written by Bill Mantlo. The pencil artist inside was Ron Friends, inker Mike Esposito. Yet again, story is titled Down Deep in Darkness. It's rush hour in Times Square, and Spider-Man is attempting to stop a train hijacking. As the train speeds out of control, the wall crawler forces himself inside and easily trounces the thugs, bip, 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 holding the passengers hostage, who were holding the passengers hostage. Their leader takes control of the train and pushes it to top speed, threatening to kill everyone on board in a collision with an upcoming train. Spider-Man knocks out the thug, whap! But it is too late to stop the train before it crashes. Spider-Man then crawls out of the train, leaps to the next train, and evacuates all passengers on board so nobody is hurt when the trains collide. Firefighters arrive on the scene and begin evacuating passengers as well. However, they find no trace of Spider-Man and assume he was killed in the collision. They are wrong, but the hero was knocked out, unconscious in the crash. He's picked up by a group of Morlocks who take the wall crawler down into the sewers with them. 9.6 copy value, $48. Let's move on to 136 rather. Marvel Team Up issue 136 from Tuesday, September 13th, 1983. And it's right there. Oh dear, I'm going to add one or two more. 136 from October 18th, 1983. Feels good to catch a little breath there. Okay. The cover art was by Bob Hall. The story was written by David Michelini. Pencil artist was Ron Friends. Inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Webs. Wonder Man, I can't stand Wonder Man, and Spider-Man are both down on their luck and looking for a way to make some money. But volunteering for experimental weapons and testing might end up killing the two heroes before they can cash their first check. Value, $28 with 9.6 graded copies with 5 actual auctions documented at GoCollect.com. Marvel Team Up issue 137 from Tuesday, October 18th, 83. Wait, the last one, I think I misspoke the last release date. The last one that I just covered was September 13th, 83. Okay, maybe I did say that. Oh, shoot. Yeah, we got a new artist here with 137, a new talent. Actually, he's a writer. Okay, so let me make sure I got the right cover up. I do not. Here it is. There it is. Now, this is a key issue, believe it or not. It's a key issue, and I'll explain why. There was a month called Assistant Editors Month at this point in 1983, and so they had all these outlandish stories, including one where David Letterman donned the cover of The Avengers, Late Night with David Letterman. It's a true story, folks. And that's just one example. And so it was a kind of a gimmick, and I think it worked. I think it was effective to sell comic books at that time. And this was one of them. All right, and I'm going to explain some details really quickly. I say really quickly, and then I'm always so slow, right? Trying to see where I left off here. Yeah, I'm uploading photos as we're live. All right, so all right, yeah. 137. Okay. Tuesday, October 18th, 83. The cover art was by Ron Friends and Mike Esposito. The story is written by Michael Carlin, new to the Marvel Team Up roster. He's a writer. Born as Michael Carlin on October 6th, 1958 in Brooklyn, New York. He's 67 years of age as we're live at this point in time. Now, the pencils were by Greg LaRocque. Okay, LaRocque. I think that's how you pronounce the man's name. It sounds French. He could be French. He's a French black man, I think. Somebody write me, it sounds French. I've never heard the man talk, so I'm making an assumption here. I don't want to ever say the wrong thing. Anyway, but he is a black American. We'll say black. I don't know why they say African American, for goodness sakes. He could be a French American, a French black. Oh God, that sounds bad. You know what I'm saying, though. He's a black man. I just want to describe him. But he's new to Marvel Team Up. He was born February 24th, 1954 in Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore, Maryland, at the age of 71 is what he is now as we're live. He's about to be 72 in February. On February 24th, 2026, he will turn 70, or did turn 72, depending on when you're listening to or watching this Podblast. The inks in this issue were by Mike Esposito. The story is titled Twinkle, Twinkle. Here's the story synopsis. Feeling soft and watching his herald Nova die during his lack of energy, Galactus, first introduced in Fantastic Four issue 48, and in the movie, The Fantastic Four, streaming on Disney Plus, Galactus, a devourer of worlds, an all-powerful being, a godlike alien, giant size, about 50 feet tall or so, like Goldar and the Space Giants. Galactus travels to Earth 616, that's our Earth 616, to ask Reed Richards for help. But Galactus, the killer of planets, does not find him in the Baxter Building, which is where the Fantastic Four's headquarters is, and looks for Reed Richards' energy pattern in New York City. So Galactus finds Franklin Richards, the son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm, Susan Richards, at the circus in the company of Peter Parker's Aunt May Parker and Mary Jane Watson, Peter Parker's girlfriend, future wife. Galactus decides that they will use Franklin Richards as the new Herald of Galactus, but Franklin apparently makes use of his power to transfer the transformation energy received from Galactus to May Parker, Aunt May, so that she becomes the golden oldie Herald of Galactus. So this is the key because it's the first appearance of golden oldie. Aunt May is a Herald of Galactus in a dream Peter is having, where she and Franklin Richards search the universe for a Twinkie, a hostess Twinkie, big enough to feed Galactus instead of a planet. Oh my God. It's like a giant hostess ad, isn't it? Isn't that friggin' crazy? All right. Value unofficially is just $4 on the high end at the joke keycollectorcomics.com website. Official value is only $40. That's based on 4 sales of 9.6 graded copies throughout time. Documented at gocollect.com. All right, let's do issue 138 of Marvel Team Up. There's only 150. We're getting close to the end. This Tuesday, November 15th, 1983. Oh, my gosh. I put 137 in there twice. But there it is. Now, let me tell you about this team as I stall a little bit of Team of Foes. These are the Enforcers. The Enforcers were introduced in Amazing Spider-Man issue 10, which I have in my collection. And this issue was released to the public. I already said it, November 15th, 83. All right, the cover art's by Al Milgrom. The story is written by Tom DeFalco with pencil art by Greg LaRocque. His last name is spelled L-A-R-O-C-Q-U-E. I'm assuming it's LaRocque. Could be wrong. Inks by Mike Esposito. The story is titled Starting Over. Starting Over. Plot synopsis in 1 sentence. 2 sentences. The Sandman is no longer a villain and finds a new job in Brooklyn as a warehouse worker. He also rents a room in the house of the Casetas, a family that just opened a candy shop. 3 sentences. Sorry, I lied. Meanwhile, the Arranger has united a new Enforcers team of villains, including the 3 old ones, plus Hammer Harrison and Snake Martson. They start a felony campaign in Brooklyn, which soon makes Joe Robertson of the Daily Bugle newspaper send Ned Leeds, the Hobgoblin, spoiler alert, and Peter Parker to investigate. But Spider-Man lost his spider sense in a recent battle with the Hobgoblin, and so Montana and the rest of the Enforcers are able to capture him. All right, value of this issue, 9.64 sales. Average is $24. Not great. All right, here is Marvel Team Up issue 139 for Tuesday, December 13th, 1983. Man, we're getting close to the end, folks. Close to the end. I like this cover. I like the use of red in comic books. Oh, shit. Shoot. I'm out of order. There's 139. There's 139. 139. Okay, let me just catch my breath. Didn't mean to cuss. Didn't mean to cuss. Okay. Take a breath. Issue 139 of Marvel Team Up. This is from Tuesday, December 13th, 1983. Cover art by Sloppy Al Milgrom. The writer of the story is Carrie Burkett, new to Marvel Team Up. Well, Carrie, get this. He's a radio broadcaster. Former comic book writer. He's a radio broadcaster now. Look him up. Carrie, spelled with a C. C-A-R-Y. Last name Burkett. B-U-R-K-E-T-T. Carrie Burkett. At this point in time, back on December 13th, 83, he was a comic book writer. And he was known for co-creating the DC Comics character Nemesis with artist Dan Spiegel. Dan Spiegel. The pencil artist for this book was Brian Postman, also new to Marvel Team Up. So he was born November 16th, 1958. And you guessed it, New York, New York. And he's 67 years of age. He turned 67 back on November 16th, 2025. Inker, you guessed it, Mike Esposito. So this story is titled, Everybody Loves Somebody Sometime. Everybody loves somebody sometime. That's not how it goes, I know. Spider-Man is swinging across the city to try to get a photo assignment after the subway stalled, making him late. As he swings past a building, he is unaware that a dreadnought robot is spying on him from the rooftop nearby. Landing in an alley, Spider-Man changes back into Peter Parker, and he makes it to the press conference 20 minutes late. It is an announcement by actress Julie Winston, who is bringing her Las Vegas review to New York City. As Peter has been snapping photos, one of the reporters asked Julie if she can confirm the rumors about her and another famous movie star. Julie deflects the question and continues taking other inquiries. Peter Parker snaps photos, admitting this is easier than taking crime photos. Suddenly, the dreadnought, boom, comes smashing through a wall and starts making its way towards Winston. Peter manages to slip away and change into Spider-Man just in time to swing in and save her from the runaway robot. The dreadnought fires its knuckle spikes, cutting through Spider-Man's web and catching Kate as she falls out of the web crawler's grasp. Oof, unlike ill-fated Gwen Stacy. Spider-Man tries to strike the robot, but its electrified body stuns him and sends him reeling backward. Ugh! As the dreadnought turns to exit, Spider-Man tags it with a spider tracer. Once he recovered, Spider-Man used his tracking device to pick up a signal, missing his spider sense, which had been robbed from him by the Hobgoblin. 9.6 graded copy, based on actual sales, $43 of this book. That's based on one sale in 2025 of a 9.6. So here's issue 140 I showed a moment ago. I like this a lot. We're into 1984 now, the final year of Marvel Team Up, the final year of Marvel Team Up. The final year, yes, I'm repeating myself, of Marvel Team Up. I love red covers. I think they look really cool. I think they stand out. So let's talk about this issue. Oh my gosh, only a few more left. 9 more, 10 more to be exact. Okay, Marvel Team Up 140 is from Tuesday, January 17th, 84. Cover art by Ed Hannigan and Klaus Janson. I showed his picture earlier. Klaus Janson. Written by Bill Mantlo and Tom DeFalco. Pencil artwork by Ron Frenz. Inker, need I say it, Mike Esposito. The story was titled, Where Were You When the Lights Went Out? It's lights out when a blackout hits the city. Looters begin robbing Jack Zelnick's pawn shop, and the night ends fatally. Can Spider-Man and Matt Murdock, otherwise known as Daredevil, find the true criminals? Value of this book is $45 based on 3 actual sales in 2025 at GoCollect.com. All right, here's a super key book. Well, not a super key. I'm going to reel that back. A key. I'm surprised at the low value of this, but it is a key. This is a debatable issue. This could be the first appearance of the black costume. And I feature this in both thumbnail images of part 1 of this series and part 2 of Marvel Team Up, the Nostalgic Podblast ongoing series, every issue ever made. Marvel Team Up part 1 and 2. I showed the newsstand version of this cover and this direct copy of this version. I showed the direct one as a thumbnail image in part of part 1 and the newsstand in part 2. Anyway, this is issue 141. This is a pretty big key. I'll explain. This is from, as I said, Tuesday, February 14th, 1984. The cover art team was Arthur Adams, new to Marvel Team Up. He was born on April 5th, 1963 in Holyoke, Massachusetts. He's 62 years of age. I think I have his picture. I really like this artist a lot. Arthur Adams. Let me see if I can find his picture for you guys and gals. Oh, man, I thought I pulled his picture. Oh, damn, I didn't. Oh, well, all right, we got to continue on. Okay, continuing. So, Art Adams did this, and also another new. The two people drew this. Actually, yeah, two people drew this cover, and they're both new to Marvel Team Up. I already told you just now about Arthur Adams, and also Mike Mignola. Mike Mignola. The G might be silent. His last name is spelled like filet mignon. Mignola. Mike Mignola. I'll just say Mignola and Mignola. I think it's Mignola. Mike Mignola. New to Marvel Team Up, Michael Mignola, born September 16th, 1960 in Berkeley, California. He's 65 years of age as we're live. Okay, but the story on the inside was by Tom DeFalco and Jim. I do have this guy's picture, Jim Owsley. New to Marvel Team Up, he was born as James Christopher Owsley in Queens, New York on June 30th, 1961. So he's 64 years of age. He's also known as Chris Priest. That's his his pseudonym, Chris Priest. Let me show you what this gentleman looks like. He's right here. There he is. And so let me tell you a little bit about the story. The pencil art on the inside was by Greg LaRoque. Inks by Mike Esposito. The story is titled Blind Justice. Spider-Man is missing. What happened to the spectacular one? Regardless, Daredevil and the Black Widow must keep working on the pawnbroker murder case in order to prevent an innocent man from going up the river, meaning to jail for something he didn't do. All right, let me explain. The reason it says Spider-Man disappeared, he did. In the previous issue, he was in his traditional classic costume. Next issue, he's in this black costume. That's because Marvel Superheroes, The Secret Wars I talked about earlier, it's a prequel. So it was a brilliant marketing campaign devised by Jim Shooter and others, but primarily Jim Shooter, where you had to buy the miniseries to know what the hell happened. And one of the key missing pieces to the puzzle was, how did Spider-Man get that new costume? So that's why he literally disappeared. He went like through a barrier, like in Star Trek, where no man's gone before, the barrier to the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, just to give an analogy. He goes through like this barrier, takes him to another dimension, takes him to the battlefield that the Beyonder has created between good and evil. Anyway, and so you don't know what happened in between. So you buy one issue, then the next, it's like weeks later, it's after the battle has been fought. And so your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to buy the 12-issue miniseries. And boy, did people buy it. It was a big hit. And they even did Secret Wars 2, which wasn't so great. And they made the Beyonder have this, like, it was 1987. That's when the 80s really started to jump the shark. You had those mullets. Anyway, I digress. You had bad music. You had the stock market crash of 87. 1987 was the end of the great era of the 80s. And the hairstyle sucked. The clothing sucked. The music sucked, except for maybe Poison and Rat. I don't know. I didn't like much of the music either. Between 87 and really into the early 90s, I just didn't dig it. I reverted back to 1970s music like Queen and classic stuff. I didn't like it. All right, but I digress. So that's why the show's going to be 4 hours long at least, because I just keep running my motor mouth. Okay, now this is a key, obviously, because it's the second appearance of Spider-Man's black costume, tied with Spectacular Spider-Man 90. According to distribution records, Amazing Spider-Man number 252, which is the first time we saw the black costume in a regular issue. It went on sale on January 31st, 1984. But Marvel Team Up number 141, this very issue, and Spectacular Spider-Man number 90 both went on sale on February 14th, 1984. So it's a tie. The second appearance of the black costume is an actual virtual tie. The value of this ungraded high-end is $85, according to the BS Key Collector Comics values. The official value of a 9.6 copy is $209. It's been higher, but that is based on 26 live or online auctions of a 9.6 grade. This could grade a 9.8. I bought this very copy at the comic shop when I was a kid in 1984 on actually February 14th, 84, the day it came out, and I put it immediately in a comic book bag and board. So this could very well grade a 9.8, and I don't have access to those numbers. So I think 9.6 is a good medium where you could see the high end, but it's not like the super ridiculous pricing. And I have 2 copies of this book, as I said, the newsstand and the direct edition. I haven't mentioned this in this edition of the Podblast yet. That is really brief. Comic book shops got the comics first, about 2 weeks before they were released as newsstand or subscription copies with the universal product code UPC symbol, like the black bar that would be scanned by a cashier at a retail outlet. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to, we're almost done. Marvel Team Up issue 142 of 150. This is from Tuesday, March 20th, 1984. Oh, shoot. And it's right. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Did I ever show the darn cover? I guess I did. All right, I'm getting punchy, folks, because I've gone way too long. All right, let me just upload one more photo. Okay. I was showing Mr. Owsley when I should have been showing that. But anyway, so, and who was Mr. Owsley in issue 141? Just to review. Oh, good grief. What is the matter with me? I don't think I even mentioned, did I? Jesus Christ, Lord in heaven. Yeah, I did not even mention the writer of the doggone story. Yes, I did. Tom DeFalco and Jim Owsley. Right, and he was the co-writer. That's why, okay, the co-writer. Okay, let me go. I'm losing it. Breathe, Chance, breathe. Okay, Marvel Team Up 142. Tuesday, March 20th, 1984. Cover art by Ed Hannigan and Bob Wyacek. Written by David Michelini. Pencil art by Greg LaRocque. Inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Foiled. Black Suit Spider-Man and Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, take on the nefarious Pride. That's Pride, Pride. Value of this is $32 based on 8 actual sales of a graded 9.6 copy with data from GoCollect.com. Marvel Team Up issue 143 from Tuesday, April 17th, 84. Let me just get this going. I didn't show 142. There's 142. Yep. It's Spider-Man and Star Fox. No, it's 143. There's 142. My bad. There's 142. Okay, let's pause and look at 142. That's the one I just talked about with Monica Rambeau. Let's see something here. Okay. There we go. All right, let me just go on here. Yep. Okay. So 143. I just want to pause right there for that. It's right here. 143. Right there. There's 143. Very good. I'm going to upload 144 now. Alrighty then. Marvel Team Up 143. This is from Tuesday, April 17th, 1984. Cover art again by Greg LaRocque, but this time Joseph Rubinstein did the ink work. It was written by David Michelini again, pencil artist by Greg LaRocque, inker Mike Esposito. The story is titled Shifts and Planes, like airplanes, Shifts and Planes. Spider-Man and Captain Marvel's team up continues. The heroes banish the Pride's population control device to another dimension. Value $9.638. All right, let's go. And that was 16 actual auction sales that came. That's where that number comes from, $38. That's the value. Here comes issue 144. Nope, 144, which is right there. This is from Tuesday, May 15th, 1984. Cover artist was Greg LaRocque. Written by Carrie Burkett. Pencil artist Greg LaRocque on the inside. Mike Esposito did the inks on the inside. Story's titled My Sword I Lay Down. Spider-Man teams up with Moon Knight to bust a murderous criminal organization. $95 value based on one sale of a 9.6 rated copy in 2025. All right, here comes issue 145 of Marvel Team Up. Thought I had it uploaded. It's right here. Bear with me. Maybe let's just sing a song. How about that? I'll sing a song. Sing us a song, cable guy. All right. There's 145. All right. And you have Spider-Man teaming up with Iron Man, taking on Whiplash. Whiplash. Okay, so this was released to the public on Tuesday, June 12th, 1984. Cover art by Greg LaRoque and Bob Layton, the ongoing Iron Man artist, long-time Iron Man artist. Written by Tony Isabella, new to Marvel Team Up. He was born in Cleveland, Ohio on December 22nd, 1951. So he's about to turn 74 years of age. If you're listening or watching in 2026, he's already 74 because he turned 74 on December 22nd, 2025. So there's that. And by the way, I'm going to show you a picture. He's a transsexual. That's his birth name, his dead name, as it were. He's now known as Jenny Blake Isabella, formerly Tony Isabella. I'm not supposed to talk about that, but that's what he looks like. Now, I mean, I'm sorry, I did it again. That's what Jenny looks like now. That is Jenny Blake Isabella. I'm going to be politically correct here. Okay. And, yeah, so that's who that is. Yeah, there's 150 issues. So that's who that is now. And that's cool. You know, I am not disparaging anybody, but we're talking about this issue. 145. And Jenny wrote this in a previous life, right? Pencil art was by Greg LaRoque. The inker, of course, Mike Esposito. The story is titled Hometown Boy. Spider-Man and Iron Man team up against the menace of Magma. That was Whiplash. Magma. All right. Value $40 based on 9 sales of a 9.6 copy. Let's move on to Marvel Team Up Annual 7, the final annual double-sized issue. Released on June 26th, 1984. And there it is. And it's Spider-Man teaming up with Alpha Flight. Now, Alpha Flight is a Canadian superhero team. They were first introduced, the Guardian, the leader of Alpha Flight, in issue 109 of the X-Men. And then 119 and 120 of the X-Men introduced the team of Alpha Flight. True story, folks. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to tell you a little bit more. Alpha Flight, I really liked them. They had their own series which launched in 1983, and I really dug it. I thought it was a good thing. And John Byrne was at the helm of this thing, and of course, John Byrne is Canadian, so he came up with like pretty much the world's first Canadian superhero team. All right, I'm trying to upload one more picture. We're so close to the finish line, folks. So close. So doggone close to the finish line. All right. So let's talk about this special. This is important. All right. This is from June 26, 84. The cover art team was Paul Neary and John Byrne doing the ink. So Paul Neary, new to Marvel Team Up. I didn't know this until I researched this. He was born December 18th, 1949 in England. He's dead. He died February 10th, 2024 at the age of 74. He drew Madcap in Captain America issue 307. And I wanted to talk to him at a convention about how did you come up with the idea of Madcap. I wanted to record his off-the-cuff response. I never had the opportunity. I shouldn't even put that out there, but it's a public record. It's a fact. That's a key setback with my claim that I created Madcap, which I did. I have witnesses, I have art, but I always want, and I had opportunities to meet him. That's the crazy thing. But I didn't know he died. He died. Paul Neary, damn, the guy who drew. Mark Gruenwald wrote that issue, and Paul Neary did the pencils, and then Beatty did the inks. Damn, he died. But anyway, this issue was written by Louise Simonson, new to Marvel Team Up. Must show her picture too. Maurice Louis Alexander was her birth name. She was born September 26, 1946 in Atlanta, Georgia. Hooray, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. She's 79, is alive. I'm going to show you a picture of her from, I think, 2012. I couldn't find a more recent photo, but this is Louise Simonson, who wrote this issue. That's how she looked anyway in 2012. Mary Louise Alexander, otherwise known in the publishing world as Louise Simonson. The pencil art in this issue was Paul Neary, as I said, along with the cover. And the inks were by Sam De La Rosa, new to Marvel Team Up. He was born December 26th in San Antonio, Texas. I couldn't find the year. Or at least I didn't write down the year, but That's him. And the story is titled The Collected Spider-Man. Let me put that cover back up for you. There it is. All right, there's the cover. The plot is this. There's actually two stories in this annual. One is The Collected Spider-Man, and one is also, all right, there's two stories. The Collected Spider-Man and No Place to Run. Spider-Man teams up with Alpha Flight for this once-a-year spectacle. Well, it was once a year. That's from Marvel Unlimited. Well, this is the last of the once-a-year spectacles, the last annual 7. Value of this, 9.6 grade based on one sale in 2025, $57. That's it. All right, here is Marvel Team Up issue 146 from Tuesday, July 17th, 1984. There you go. There's been a lot of covers with a hand like that, like a mysterious hand, like Fantastic Four issue 241, where the Thing is reverted back to his human form. Anyway, but let's talk about this. Marvel Team Up, 146 of 150. Now we're all into this regular issue, so we're right at the finish line, folks. We got through all the annuals, and now it's just the regular issues, right? So we're down to the wire. I'm going to speed this along and wrap and end this long marathon. Marvel Team Up, every issue ever made, part 2 of 2. Good grief. Anyone who was here the whole time, God bless you. I should pay you. I spent a lot of time researching this. I finished my research on Thursday, but God dang, this was a long one. Long one. That's what she said. All right, there's that's getting so old, isn't it? How many times have we heard in podcasts and on the radio, well, it's what she said. I mean, it's really not funny anymore. It was funny, but damn. All right, let me find, I'm uploading some more stuff. Oh, damn. Wait till you see this. Wait till you see this. This is cool. It'll be worth it. Boy, am I struggling with this. Let's see. There it is. Okay, that's what I need. Okay, all right, let me just tell you about this so we can move on to the next issue. All right, 146, Tuesday, July 17th, 1984 was the release date of Marvel Team Up 146. Cover art by John LaRock and Joseph Rubinstein. Written by Carrie Burkett. Pencil art by Greg LaRock. Inker, Mike Esposito, of course. The story is titled Hero Worship, all right? His name is the Black Abbot, and he can mesmerize people with his own voice, unlike me. Can Spidey and Nomad stop him? Or the terrible Taskmaster from organizing street gangs in his behalf? Value of a 9.6 with 6 actual sales is $36. Here's issue 147 from Tuesday, August 14th, 1984. There's the cover. John Romita Jr. returned to do the cover art. Let me put this here real quick, and I'll tell you about it right now. So, Joseph Rubinstein inked John Romita Jr.'s pencils of that cover. The story is written by Carrie Burkett, pencil art by Greg LaRock, inked by Mike Esposito. Got to be the longest running inker on this title. My God. I mean, he was around from almost day one of Marvel Team Up. Story is titled A Debt Repaid. The Human Torch against the menace of the Black Abbot and the Black Apostles. What they can do to your body and soul is unspeakable. Value 9.6 with 9 sales, $30. Let's move on to issue 148 of 150 of Marvel Team Up. And it's right there. And it teamed up Spider-Man and the Mighty Thor. And there's that. And let me just get very good. All right. And I'm going to tell you why they canceled Marvel Team Up in just a moment. Why it ended. 148. From Tuesday, September 18th, 1984. Cover art by Al Milgrom. That's, again, not a bad Al Milgrom cover. It's not as sloppy. When he pencils and inks his stuff, he tended to be a little sloppy, in my opinion. But that's not a bad cover. I like the perspective, the angle of that shot that he's trying to convey there and did convey there. But the interior story is written by Carrie Burkett. Once again, pencil art by Greg LaRock, inks by Mike Esposito. The title of the story is A Child Shall Lead Them. Spider-Man and Thor together against the Black Abbot and his savage Black Apostles in the culmination of the Black Abbot trilogy. that Black Abbott is out to steal the greatest prize of all, the powers of the mighty Thor. Plus, more developments on Spider-Man's costume. Value, $9.6, $32, based on 10 actual sales of 9.6 graded copies. Now, here is 149, issue 149 of Marvel Team Up. And it's right there. Woo, only one more to go after this. Oh, my gosh. And it teams up Spider-Man and Cannonball. Now, Cannonball is one of the New Mutants. He's one of the New Mutants team. And once again, if you tuned in late, catch the movie The New Mutants. It wasn't bad from 2020. I really, really, really liked it. How much did you like it? I really, 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 really liked it. I really liked it. It was good. I liked it. It was good. Yeah. Uploading one more thing. Okay. So the pert dirt on this issue, 149, it was released to the public on spinner racks, newsstands, really in comic shops first on Tuesday, October 16th, 1984. The cover art team was Vince Giovanni, new to Marvel Team Up. So he was born as Vincent Giovanni, Vincent Giovanni, spelled Giarrano. Vincent Giovanni was born on November 17th, 1960 in Buffalo, New York. And he's 65 years of age. He just turned 65 back in November 17th, 2025, November 17th, 2025. So Vince Giorano and Patty Cockrum did the cover. Patty Cockrum is an inker, new to Marvel Team Up. So all I know about her is she was born on January 31st. I can't find information on what state, what city, or what year. But Patty, spelled with one T, P-A-T-Y, Patty Cockrum, also did the art with Vince Giorano. The story is written by Louise Simonson, born in Atlanta, Georgia. Louise Simonson, with pencil art by Brett Blevins, new to Marvel Team Up. Brett Blevins was born August 13th, 1960 in Prescott, Arizona. He's 65 years of age as we're live. The ink artwork inside was by Mike Esposito. Yeah, he definitely worked on Marvel Team Up more than anyone in the Marvel Comics bullpen. The story was titled The Incandescent Man. Spider-Man and Cannonball of the New Mutants against the electrical menace of the Incandescent Man. Value, 9.6 is $70, based on one sale in 2025, documented at gocollect.com, one auction. At long last, oh my God, what a marathon this has been. At long last, I've got to do this, folks. I've just got to do this. I gotta pause before I put the final issue up. Let me block this shelf here. And I mean, it's been a marathon. These last two episodes of the Nostalgic Podblast covering Marvel Team Up, 150 issues. Had no idea it would take this long. We're finally at the end. We're finally at the end. Yeah. We finally reached the final issue of Marvel Team Up. And here's the cover. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I did it. We did it. We did it. We got through every issue. Okay. Let me tell you about the final issue of Marvel Team Up. It was released to the public on Tuesday, November 13th, 1984. Cover art by new to Marvel Team Up, Barry Windsor Smith, who drew Conan the Barbarian in the beginning, among other things. Barry Smith, born May 24th, 1949 in Forest Gate, London, England. He's 76 years young. What a great artist. I like that cover. They saved the best, one of the best for last, even though I think John Byrne's a little bit better, but he is a great artist. I love that artwork for the final issue. Oh my goodness. Oh my. This has just been, what a ride. What a ride. I see if I have a photo of him. Paul, oh my God. Barry Windsor Smith. He's just one of the best artists in comic book history. Absolutely. Absolutely, positively. I thought I had picked his picture. Well, I'm going to show you something else that's cool. I want to show you. I told you what issue of Amazing Spider-Man was on the stands when Marvel Team Up premiered, which was issue 106 of Amazing Spider-Man. I didn't mention what issue was on the stands when Marvel Team Up ended, right? And that's what I'm going to do here in just a sec. All right, so the final issue of Marvel Team Up, with that cover art by Barry Windsor Smith. It was written by Louise Simonson of Atlanta, Georgia, born in Atlanta, Georgia, with pencil art by Greg LaRocque and inks by the man with the plan, Mike Esposito. The man with the pen, Mike Esposito. Story was written, 'Tis Better to Give, and it was a double-sized final issue. Spider-Man joins the X-Men to take down Juggernaut. The power of the Cetarak grows in the mutants' foe as all sides scramble to subdue Kane Marco. Spider-Man has a change of heart about the X-Men. But why? What do you think the value is of this book? A 9.6 graded copy of this, if you were to take a guess. What would you say? It's not as high as I think it should be. Not at all. Marvel Team Up. It's go back in time. It's November 1984. Holy smokes. Now I find the picture of Arthur Adams, the artist, who I talked about. I knew I had it. Damn, that's artist Arthur Adams as I stall. Talking about the final issue of Marvel Team Up, 150. All right, I'll get through this. All right, I'll just tell you the value, only $50, and that's based on 30 actual auction sales documented at gocollect.com through early 2026. $50 is what a 9.6 graded copy. Now, 9.8 could be $1,000. I mean, there's a huge increase in value between a 9.6 and a 9.8 because everybody wants a 9.8, you know, everybody. But I'm going to tell you which issue of Amazing Spider-Man was on sale at the time of the final issue of Marvel Team Up. But before that, here was a little notice inside the final issue of Marvel Team Up. And oh my gosh, I got to get my magnifying glass, I think. Let me go get it. All right, Marvel Team Up, final issue. This says Post-Mortem Department. As you know by now, this is the final issue of Marvel Team Up. But fear not, Team Up fans. You haven't seen the last of Spidey and his amazing friends. That was the title of a Saturday morning cartoon show, which was dumbed down for kids. The comic books are more adult. I've said this before. Marvel comic books, especially the ones written by Stan Lee, drawn by Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, were written for adults on an adult level. That's why the biggest buyers back in the 60s, when the Marvel Age of Comics of Superheroes began with the release of Fantastic Four 1 on August 8th, 1961, is because most of the buyers were college students or soldiers in Vietnam. It's true. And there were things called jeweler inserts for wedding rings placed in military copies of comic books, Marvel and DC. Yeah. And because they knew they had a lot of readers in the military over the years in the 60s and then the 70s and the 80s and everything and beyond. So getting back to this little article that's on your screen. All right. But fear not. In 6 short weeks, look for the debut of an all-new Spider-Man title, The Web of Spider-Man. Louise Jones and Greg LaRocque have prepared an epic kickoff issue which features the final showdown between the Web Slinger and his black Marvel superhero Secret Wars costume. It's the oddest team up and love story ever in Spider-Man history. I doubt that. Gwen's story, love story is much deeper. From Amazing Spider-Man 121 and 122 and the issues leading up to that. Like starting in the 80s issues and the number 80s of Amazing Spider-Man with Captain Stacy, the police chief captain, father of Gwen Stacy. Anyway, that's bull crap. That's marketing crap saying what it said in this article here. The greatest love story ever in Spider-Man history. Take it from me. I've seen it. In 6 weeks, you will too. And I'm going to show you right now. I will show you the cover of Web of Spider-Man 1. It's right here. It's a painted cover. It's pretty cool. There it is. That's what became of Marvel Team Up. It became basically Web of Spider-Man. And Web of Spider-Man issue 1 hit on Christmas Day, 1984 of all days. That's right. It was a Tuesday. On Christmas Day, December 25th, 1984, Web of Spider-Man issue number 1 hit the streets. And this was a week after Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man issue 100 hit on December 18th, 1984. And of course, Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man debuted during the Marvel Team Up run on September 28th, 1976. And that was the third Spider-Man title. Also out when the final issue of Marvel Team Up hit was the 99th issue of Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man. I think I pulled that for you as well. Yeah, let me show you that cover really quickly. And then I never showed you what Amazing Spider-Man issue was on the newsstands when Marvel Team Up ended. Let me see. Where the F are you, my little friend? On. And I forgot this. I had loaded Mark Gruenwald. All right, at the very end, I'm going to show you some of these artists. I'll do an artist gallery because it is important, since this is the guy credited with creating my character, Madcap. I've never in a stream showed what this guy looked like. And again, he might have been innocent. Maybe it's Paul Neary, who's also dead now. Damn it. Who might have gotten the idea and ran with it from me. Let me see here. There's a couple more things I need to show you all. Let's see here. Yep. Okay. Any day now. 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 Here is Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, issue 99, which shared the spinner rack and the comic book shop shelf with the last issue of Marvel Team Up. There it is. Just to give you a point of reference. Now, the last Amazing Spider-Man issue. I'm totally stalling, folks. It's this issue, number 261 of Amazing Spider-Man. That's from October 3rd, 1984. And there's the inside splash page with Ron Friend's art of that issue of Amazing Spider-Man. And then also you had, you know what? Check that. That's the one. Yeah. I'm right. This was the last issue, because the next issue of Amazing Spider-Man had another photo cover. Look at that, of an unmasked Spider-Man. Now, you may wonder, who is that portraying Peter Parker? That's one of the bullpen members, one of the creators at Marvel Comics. I'm not going to say who it is. I want to see if anyone in the chat knows. But isn't that interesting? And look, at total Polaroid shot. Look at the reflection of the guy taking the picture. Of course, supposed to be there. But how interesting is that? That's from December 4th, 1984, the same month as the premiere of Web of Spider-Man on Christmas Day, 1984. So I just want to give point of reference. So those shared the comic book spinner rack together and the comic book shop shelf together. Those two books right there. Now I'm going to show you a piece of art which I showed last week. My mom painted this on my wall along with my cousin. She helped a little bit, Sabrina, from Boston, Massachusetts. And the image on the left is from a copy of Amazing Spidey Super Stories, which was the Electric Company tie-in. By the way, the Electric Company Spider-Man Danny died recently, God rest his soul, which Mr. Gutfeld mentioned last time on the Podblast. And that was really the first live-action Spider-Man. But this was also used on the left. I'm sorry, listeners. On the left hand of your screen, the Spider-Man swinging image was not swinging as in a pervert, but swinging literally on a spider's web. That's from that Spidey Super Stories, but it was used as a corner box in Amazing Spider-Man. And then the center shot is by Ross Andrew, who was one of the first artists on Marvel Team Up. Talked about him last time in part 1. And that image is from Amazing Spider-Man issue 136. It was a double truck, meaning double page, 2 splash pages together, forming a big panoramic piece of art. And on the right was Hobgoblin, drawn by John Romita Jr., on the cover of Amazing Spider-Man issue number 238, which introduced the Hobgoblin, which was a huge, huge hit with comic book readers. All right, so I showed you Arthur Adams. There's Mark Gruenwald. That's what he looked like. That's the gentleman credited with creating Madcap along with artist Paul Neary. All right, I'm not going to talk anymore about that. I just wanted to show that. And there it is, and I did. Put myself big and see if there's anything else to talk about. Why? Wait, almost 5 hours. Oh my God, producer. I'm sure she's. And everybody, I'm sorry about the length of this. I'm sort of sorry, but not sorry because I wanted to get it out of the way. I will never do a show this long again. You have my commitment. I'm not ever going to do a show this long again. Never. I'm going to look you in the eye. I'm never going to do a Podblast this long again. This was a one-time thing. I thought I could handle it in a two-parter. It should have been a three-parter, as my moderator, my power mod Keebler, had told me privately. She had texted me earlier in the week. I think you should do a three-parter. So should have done that. I'm learning to listen to my co-creators and people that know better than I, more than I have. Anyway, I appreciate you tuning in. This is the Nostalgic Podblast. We'll do another episode of every issue ever made. Every issue. I'm so punchy I can't even talk. Every issue ever made. I'm going to do one on Star Wars, probably closer to May the 5th next year in 2026, because there's only 107 issues of that book. That'll probably have to be a two-parter as well, but that'll be a fun one. I have a lot planned. I told you about Nova, but I'm going to do some big money books too. Every issue ever made. I'm going to break up like the Incredible Hulk and some of the ongoing titles like Amazing Spider-Man. And I think you'll really enjoy seeing those. So anyone who bared with me this long, God bless you. Thanks. I just kicked my desk. You see the camera shake there? And hey, but this was comprehensive. I wanted to give the full history of Marvel Team Up. I wish I had more pictures of the artists and writers. Because of a limitation with my software, StreamYard, I couldn't do that. I could just show Steve Leah, Loha, Klaus Janson, Herb Trimpe, Arthur Adams, Mark Gruenwald, Louise Simonson, I already deleted that picture, and others. So just stay tuned to the Nostalgic Podblast. I'll get back to the normal format where I have more differing and I have more diverse topics like nostalgic music, nostalgic foods, not just comic books. Gonna, of course, talk about movies and TV, but I think I've kicked that to death. But Mikey's going to be back. We're going to have a Christmas extravaganza, a live show, and I'm going to stick to the storyboard that my producer comes up with. And keep it a lot less in length than friggin' 5 hours. I do have a 6-hour time slot on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, but where I air multiple shows. So on that end, I'm good. But it was really, really, it's an imposition on your time. But you know what? I had a lot of fun, had a great show, and I hope you have a great holiday season. And we'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm going to play us out now. We'll see you next time with Mikey. Mikey will be back. And I hope Mikey's feeling better. And I want to pass, if Mikey's out there, Mikey and your wife, producer Natalie wanted me to let you know, because I don't have a way to contact you since I lost Facebook. I need to work on that and give you my number, my phone number. She said she wishes you a speedy recovery and hope you and your wife are doing well. So, and we definitely want you back on the next show. So I know you're not a comic book guy. That's the only reason. And also I couldn't contact you. I did see you in the chat, but you weren't feeling well. You let me know you're under the weather. Hopefully you're okay by now. But just so the viewers and listeners know, there's no hard feelings with Mikey and I at all. There's no rift. There's no nothing like that. It was just a lack of communication and the fact that I'm doing a comic book show and comic books are not his bag. He's a sports guy and he's a TV guy. He's a music guy and he's a God guy. He's a great guy. So Mikey's going to be back. All right. Well, as I like to say, be safe out there and don't let no dragons get you. Don't let any dragons get you, to use proper grammar. We'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. It won't be a marathon like this, I promise. Good night.
This ain't just a show, it's a time machine. Buckle up. Get ready to rewind time. This is the Nostalgic Podblast.